systems. Let me know if you're hearing me. We got to invite guests, but I think we might have a new invite. Um, and so that's important. And so we'll see. We'll have to see if it's going to happen on Roku. It may not be. We are checking everything, so we're going to continue on as if it's working. One of the things I'm going to do. Hi, I'm Ed the Pagan, along with my companion
Neil from Go to Neil Show.
And we're going to do this live. We're going to do some of this analysis live. Yeah?
Yep.
Yep. So we're just seeing the journey to the Parliament on Roku. We're going to figure that out. We just had to restart this event. For those who are listening, we found this is what happens in live events. So good. Yes. I need you guys to consider donating right now. So the problem is we're at $560. And we are live now on at least our Facebook, everything else. We'll have to check on Roku. We'll get that fixed later. I will tell people how we did it. Yes. And so we're great news. So when we go ahead and start. So we're at $560. Plus we have auctions. Go to Pagan World. And on that page is auctions. And the first auction we're talking about, and it's the most important one for me, is that My Mystic Gems has donated 2 beautiful pieces of jewelry that you guys have got to really look at. And so we're really excited about that. We are really happy for that. So go ahead and check it out. We're here. We're not in some of the exemplary areas. It is where we're in Wilmington, Connecticut, because we're about to enter Salem, Massachusetts for a day of filming. What we've been doing all summer long has been building this radio station, this television station, and we're going to keep moving on that as much as we can. And so one of the things we've done a lot of filming. And so in that process, we found out where we like to have things. And yes, that's a cow leg.
Yes.
We were not going to deal with that. And so there we go. And so, wow, getting on the air and then trying to fix a problem at the same time is a little bit more difficult than it may appear. I want to put out something. We're going to play this game, Facebook. We're going to do a Facebook thing. You can't see it, but I can. I'm working on my laptop here. And so we're going to go. We know we're on Facebook, but I'm going to get out to the people, sharing it out there, the invite. And so here we go. And out to the Telethon group. Here's the new invite list. Of course, there you go. And I will explain to everybody later in the team and what happened. But we're going to continue entertaining you. So one of the things is that we should be doing lots of things to entertain you, and we are. So if you are seeing there, let me see if the chat's there. All right. Hey, good morning to you, Jared. Good morning to you, Liz Hamilton. And Amy, thank you. Good morning. And social comments display here. And okay, good. Click here to showcase them on the stream. Okay, great. So go ahead and ask us any questions. But one of the first things I'm going to tell you, maybe we'll get into it a little bit, but our first real auction we're going to talk about is the festival experience. It's our big ticket item if you are experienced or unexperienced. And this is especially good for the unexperienced because we're going to offer everything. Why is it good for the unexperienced?
Because we're going to take you and walk you through a whole festival.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're providing the tent, the place for you to sleep. You're basically coming and experiencing what festival actually is. And one of the best in the country is where we're going to go.
And where's that?
That would be at Brushwood Folklore Center in New York State. In Sherman, New York is where we're going to go for a week. Monday through Sunday, you will be our guest out with the merchants, out in the Serengeti, and we're going to take care of you and show you a good time. Very good time. And there'll be other things announced during the rest of this weekend that go on this package.
Absolutely. But we're just going to start. We're going to provide you with a tent. We're going to provide you with a bedding that's not on the ground. I hear all of you.
Yeah.
What is the Correllian joke? What is a Correllian? You know, how do you know a Correllian
Is roughing it?
Yeah.
They only have an outdoor pool.
There you go.
Mhm.
So we know a lot of people have that.
Yes.
Yes, that sounds right. Yeah, I have full service. Kai, you said it best. A full service station, and there you go. For those who want to join me, here is the invite. Let me see. There's the invite, so you can come on board. We are happy to
There we
have
go.
you. There. Wow, that's all sorts of weird little things. So yes, so the invite button's out there for this show. So if you want to come on in, let's see how you do it.
And it will turn green. So we're doing good here. So
Yeah,
we're
we're
streaming
living
everywhere.
Absolutely. Hi, Liz. I see you're down there. So people can talk to us. We're here at the chat. Hey, Albert. So go ahead and ask us anything you want. You can ask me almost anything you want. You'll find out that that's hide messages from Steam. I don't have to do that right now. Okay. I want to actually see them. So okay, so where we're starting. So rough start. $560 we've raised. We want to raise a lot more. We want to raise at least $10,000. So we need your help. And that's why first of the Rushwood, we have auctions. Don Lewis is going to come on a little bit later, and we have some of his product. And not products. Oh my God, I sound like such a consumerist. It's unique, hand developed by Don and all his energy and all his Reiki energy of art. Right now we have Hasbuda. Where's my coffee? Right here.
Right here.
We're at the hotel Roadway Inn in Wilmington, Connecticut, and the coffee's not bad. And so one of the things that we're doing is that we're talking to all of you. So one of the things about everything else. So let me talk a little bit about Pagan World. Pagan World TV is a larger project that is developing a social broadcasting system, which means we are on Roku most of the time and everything else. And so we have a person and things of that nature. And so we're having that, and we're going to go ahead and smile. And we got a guest, somebody who came in by invitation. And let's see if I can get him. Good morning. Well, maybe not.
Hello.
Unmute. I thought I brought him up.
You need to click on it.
There we go. Hello.
Go.
Good morning. All right. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Oh boy, am I?
No, you're there.
All right. So I have my first technical difficulty, and I am not able to hear. Can you hear us? Okay, fine.
Maybe it's muted on his end.
No, he's not muted. I think I'm having a feedback problem. All right. We will come back to you, sir. Give me a minute. Okay, we're going to come back to him as we fix out where I think
Technical difficulty.
I don't know why my speakers aren't working. So I can't hear everybody. So I'm going to try this. You're watching live.
Live technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Yes. Imagine that.
Yeah.
At least it proves we're live.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the HR, the ITs, and everybody else here.
Oh, they're not letting me. Oh, no. Why are you not? I don't have a second thing.
You don't have a second thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm here. Hey, Liz. Can you hear me? There you go. I did that. I can't hear them. There you go. There we go. Let's try it again. But I can't hear him. Let's try that. Can you hear me now? Of course you can. Because it.
There we go.
Okay. So I'm having problems with the pay block in my own thing. So we're going to keep going. All right. So ask me. Yay. So everybody's back here. All right. So ask me questions online as I figure out the speaker. If you want to try becoming a guest, we'll try it again. Um, it seems to be. I think everything I got. I pushed all the right buttons. But here we go. We're back on it. $560. And have we changed any of that? Yeah, having me. Yeah, and wow, the Facebook Messenger system is lighting up, and I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
I don't. Alrighty. And so we're taking a look at it, and no, we have not yet had any movement. I want to thank everybody who's made a $100 donation. We've had in the last today, we've had several $100 donation, several donations, $10 donation, a $40 donation, buying a reading, which you can buy a reading if you want a reading from me. I should grab my cards and do some readings here, but I will shortly, and probably in the next hour I will. All right, so here we go with that. We're looking at we're looking at everything else. So why don't we talk a little bit more about what we're doing? So people talk about the Parliament. My own Parliament event, which is coming out in the next Journey to the Parliament, is an amazing feature. And so I began back in 90 when I got a little flyer for it, 1991, when we got a little flyer for it, and they were saying this Parliament thing was coming to the city of Chicago, an active interface of extreme importance. And so we kind of sat there and did that. So I went there. I eventually volunteered. Spent almost 2 years in the office, on and off. Weekly volunteer, not much. I mean, it wasn't like a major volunteer, but I came in and I stuffed a lot of envelopes, learned some people's names, and watched things as they happened in the background. Phyllis Scrott was there. Not a lot of other people were there. I was the first volunteer in the system, one of the earliest pagans actually out there. And when I did that, it was very, very important to me to learn. And eventually I'd become assistant stage manager for that first Parliament. And I would get to meet the world's leaders in religion, and some of the thought leaders, some of the speaking leaders, some of the thinking. And I met a lot of young people who are now nearly my age and are now taking over these things. And so, yeah, I was 30 years old. I'm going to be 60 years old. So for me, it's a 30-year journey. And the Paladins are a part of that. I was a Paladin then. I was a representative for the Correllian tradition. And most importantly, I was a representative of the idea that we can make a difference in the world today. And that's really an essential fact, an essential idea, is that we can make a difference. And when that happens, it can really change the way that things work. What do I mean? So people have heard my story before, but a lot of people haven't. So one of the things that happened to me at the Parliament, there was this sort of opposition to the idea of witches and Wiccans and pagans being at the Parliament. Enough that the Greek Orthodox Church, amongst many other issues, but one of them was to walk out because they did not want to be in a body of pagans, with pagans in it. And there's a concept that is always out there. So we may have a right to our religion, but is our religion actually morally equivalent to every other? The Parliament works in part on that principle, that everybody has an equally valid system to God. Now, within those religions, they may not believe that, but within the Parliament context, you have to accept that idea. You have to accept that premise. And so we are there working on that. And so we really love this idea. And so, and that's why a lot of people will say, one thing, should I figure out one thing? Okay, yep. All right. It's very hard for me to keep track of multiple pages, and I'm learning I should probably be more careful of having better backup. I've got great backup. Let's talk about my backup. So let me go ahead and finish this story. So I was there at the Parliament, really learning about moral equivalency not being accepted. Phyllis Scrott was fighting with various groups and actually leading an effort. She was not fighting with, she was getting permissions from the city, and she went to Chief John Cardinal Bernardine. I actually know him very well. I knew him very well. He was one of the most dignified men in death. He actually let us all in on his death as he was dying from cancer. But before this, he was a younger cardinal, and he helped us get our event in '93 on the lakefront in Grant Park that had hundreds of people there. So we saw this kind of conflict where we were getting help and we were getting dissed. I got dissed really, really bad. But before it, one of the things that happened to me is that I was involved with a picture that was taken of all the pagan leaders. And I was standing on the side with a lot of other people. And Lady Olivia, the great Lady Olivia, who has now passed into the other side and helping us out, Olivia Roberts of the Fellowship of Isis, one of the 8 major voices of the Parliament, was there. And she dragged me into the picture. And I didn't quite expect it. And when the picture came out, people asked, well, who's that young man? I barely recognize him anymore myself, but here we are. And I was there at what would be beginning of a nationalized career. I would do pagan expos. I would work mostly in Chicago for more than the next decade, but I would learn about this interface. The second thing that happened was by an executive trustee. And he would say, well, you're fortunate and privileged to be here. He literally used those words because these were branded into me. And I go, why? I said, well, you're not really a recognized religion. I go, well, yes, we are. We went through the usual spiel, and this is before the Veterans Pentacle program. This was before any of that work that had begun. These were by people like Celine Fox. We would do all this work later. And he said, well, you guys just don't have a central authority. You don't have, well, no, we're pagans. We have different authority. Well, the word pagan doesn't have an essential authority. And he goes, what do you mean? He says, well, for the UN. And he was very factual. It wasn't insulting, but he goes, the UN recognizes, right? The UN recognizes the idea behind of religions and numbering them and dating them and giving them actual facts and figures to them. And it was 100,000 people was generally considered a minor religion. That was significant enough to begin starting representation. I never knew that, and that was important. And I go, well, we have 100,000 people. Go, no. You have thousands and thousands of adherents who are scrambled amongst dozens and dozens of organizations, and nothing is comprehensive. And that seared me right there. I go, okay, we need to do that. And from that was Pagan Interfaith Embassy. For me, my Paladins, which were parts of the Knights of White Castle, right, was there. And so, yeah, we were pretty happy with all of it. So, yeah, I'm content with what is happening. And so with that, I began my process, and I would go to every parliament since then. And I've been bringing things in. And now this is the greatest moment of that experience by bringing more people in. So it was me in 1993 of the Correllian tradition. It was 1999. It was me in South Africa. And I was representing the Fellowship of Isis of LA, as well as the Correllians. And I'm really grateful to Laura Jane's daughter who made that completely possible. And then from there it was a another long gap. I mean, nobody really thought it was going to happen again. They weren't sure. In 2004, Barcelona was an incredibly interesting event. It was a very difficult event in some ways. One, because I got very ill from the food and everything else. Good morning, Irma Gastus. And so there we are. We're so excited about that aspect of it. In 2009, Lord Don finally came with me and became the second representation, and we went to Melbourne, Australia. We were there at the Australian Parliament. 2015 is a big shift in the Correllian tradition because 13 people showed up. And it was led by a Wiccan. Phyllis Carrot was the vice chairman and one of the great leaders of the Parliament, and she was leading the event in so many ways. It was by far the most earth-oriented, women-oriented Parliament I've been to so far. 2018 was Utah, right? We were off into Utah, and then on to the virtual reality, which I enjoyed, probably more than a lot of other things. But Utah was incredible. We had over 30 of our members there, and one of the things that came out of this were always life-changing experiences, and so we love that aspect of it. Here we go. And so that was important to us. And Yeah. And so that's where we get started. Now, bringing to us in 2023, make a donation, make it now. This is going to help us out. What can we do now? We've gone from being just barely accepted in so many ways to now being to the top of the mountain. And now that we're reaching the peak of what is participation, what the heck does that look like now? And that's an important aspect. So, yes, we are going to find out more. We're going to be at the bottom of the hour. We're going to do our quick, I hope I'm doing this right.
Station identification.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, no, that's not. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Did I not? Are they not all back? Okay. This is. These are PNGs. I don't want graphics. I want video. I am having a little bit of difficult time finding our video. There we go. Settings. Share screen. No, I don't want to share screen. Do what it is. Add source. Oh, no. Settings. Did I misplace them? Hi, folks. And I can't see anything right now because I'm doing that. So give me 1 second.
Oh, boy. You know, actually, I was really surprised the way you handled it.
Okay. Yeah, they're talking to me about all the things about trying to repair, but I cannot find what I'm looking for. So I'm going to continue. Road to the Parliament. You've seen it all day. We're going to get somebody out here, probably a little bit to help me out, but right now we're going to go ahead road to the Parliament. And so, and so yes, and so that was it. So that Parliament idea. Okay, may we all be perfect. Hermagastus? No, we can't all be perfect. Perfect is not good. I always believe in progress over perfection, but everybody has their own personal journey. And so, therefore, yes. All right. So it appears when we made the exchange over, I may not have taken everything
with you.
or if I did, everything else appears to be may not have. So we'll work on it. When our people who have been up all night doing such a great job have done so. And we're going to do this really quick. We're going to check what their totals are. So donate. Correllians.live. Correllians.live is the event. And we have just got another donation. Thank you so much. And we are now at 580. We are at 580. So yay, folks. We're at 580. And let's just keep going. I want to see us hit more. We got a couple of hours. Let's see if we can get this really started out. And so we can figure it out. So yes, and so people have asked, housing. Let's talk about this housing issue that we've been talking about, and then we're going to talk about some other stuff. We're going to get to the festivals. And remember, so Correllians.live/donate. So everything's nature. What is my highest goal? That's a very interesting question. My highest goal in life is just simply to be me. I've really worked really hard to be me. And in my life, my highest goal is to be remembered. I want to be a legacy. So I believe in the idea of the 3 deaths. And we'll talk more about that a little bit later. I'd be happy to talk about that. But I'm a big believer in the 3 deaths. And I want to make sure that my last death is way in the future, like thousands of years in the future. If you know about that, you'll understand that I believe that we are in legendary times, creating a legendary story. And I think the Parliament is part of that legendary story. And so, okay. So one of the things I'm looking for, and I'm hoping that people can help, is with this idea is that okay. No, we want to close that. See, I can't. I used to do this with radio too. I can engineer a radio and do the show at the same time. But this is new technology, and I saw so many people working so well with it, so often, so well, that I'm so always excited about it.
It's called live practice.
It's called live practice. And so it is live practice. Good morning, Arlene. Good morning. We appreciate it. Okay, so let us go and answer the question. What is your highest goal? And that's something to think about. So the Parliament is very good at helping you elaborate on your greatest goal. My highest goal out of the 1993 Parliament was gaining recognition on a global basis for my faith, for my traditions, for my people. And so we did that. And so one of the things that our people, good morning, Bradley. And one of the things I think we do a lot of is I think pagans are a very important festival folk. They love festivals. So let's talk about that.
Okay.
All right, right-hand side under graphics. Got that. We're going to do this live. Okay, so let's talk while we're doing, while ignoring me. It's sometimes hard to ignore. I see logos and I see overlays. Yep. We'll have to deal with that in a bit.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good morning, General Liz.
Hi there. Great. I'm here to rescue you. What are we trying to accomplish here, General Ed?
All I am trying to do is play the donation live button, and when I had the event, I could not find it.
Okay, you're looking for the donation break?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So we go to graphics on the right-hand side, and then we see logo, overlay, and then video clips should be right underneath that.
I do not have.
And
those.
then, oh, really? Okay, if you click on overlay where the down arrow currently is, it'll collapse that. You can also do that for logo, and that'll give you more room to see.
All right. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, it's the one in the middle, 6 reasons to attend. I think that's the one that we want to go with. And if it's not, we can always stop it.
That's right. All right. So we got it now.
Okay,
all right.
Great.
Thank you. And thank you for everything. And
absolutely.
And you'll be hearing more from General Liz, unless you have something to say now. Now we got that. Yay, we'll take the next one.
Good morning, everybody, and happy day 2 of the telethon. I'm so glad everyone's with us. I'm going to go off and get ready for work now, y'all, okay? Just hit me up if you need anything.
We will, trust me.
All right. Bye.
And people, please be patient with us as we go through this process. We're learning too. This is most unique history. This is a historical event, and you may not realize it yet, but it is a historical event of what's about to happen. And that is, not only are we going to be broadcasting over a long period of time, 100 hours, we're also transmitting across multiple platforms simultaneously, and we're talking, hopefully by the end of this, hundreds, if not millions of pagans. So that we're out there. So, okay, we've got that. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take, and I'm gonna test it to make sure while everybody's still active and around. We're gonna take a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the 9th Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here are 6 reasons why you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, freedom of expression, will be on full display. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the world's religions, you will be able to act. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.weebly.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody. The Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Correllian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Correllian.com.
All right, so here we go, folks. We saw a little bit about that. So let's talk a little bit here. I'm going to get into here. We're going to talk a little bit more. We got some questions. Good morning, Bradley. Good morning, Arlene. We're talking to everybody. You can talk. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. Hermagoddess, do you think that your highest goal is something good? For me, everything is good. I believe in the goodness of humanity. Even the choice to be able to, at the moment, handle being able to have a choice between good and evil is overall good, because you still have a choice to make. If you were always evil and could not make a choice to be good, then that would be a big situation to deal with. So we're always trending towards the good, no matter what we do. I love Kevin Kelly's concept of this. Even the choice between good and evil is a good. So as long as we do a little bit better than evil constantly, and due to compound interest and ways of doing it, we become better at what we do. We become good people, and that's happened to us. We are now at the top end of what I would call civilized life. I love archaeology. I love a lot of the ideas we get into, but my gosh, it's is something that we are always have to be aware of. We're a global civilization, the most global civilization that we know of, and we do good every day. We do mostly good every day. Well, our news may not report it, but today, billions of acts of kindness will be held all over the world. Billions of acts of generosity, billions of acts of personal conduct, of personal safety, of personal goodwill. You're less likely to die by the hands of another human being in this era than any other time in history. You're less likely to die from any sort of violence than we have in other times in history. We just hear about it more. We're able to communicate more, and we become more and more offended. And so that's important. And so there is millions and millions and millions of really great people out there today. And the Paladins are amongst them. We are do-gooders. We try to do what is best for everybody as best I can. And you're going to see what happens here. So we're going to see what happens to it. But let's get back to the festival. So auctions. Pagan World, if you go on the front page, you'll see right now we have 8 auctions, which include a piece of artwork by Lord Don Lewis. We have other things, the material out there that is available. There we have some jewelry, some lovely jewelry, my mystic gems. We have the Lady Grandmother Angela Munn. This is another great Parliament story that I hope we will get to in the week. And we'll be here all week. We'll give you a real understanding of what's happening. Next thing we have is readings. Go to Correllians Live /readings and get readings. If you want a reading from me, go ahead and buy it. So we're at, I believe, $580 is our current amount of money we have raised. Thank you for the last donation we got recently, and we will continue doing it. Book a Psychic Reader, Correllian Readers. See, there you go. There it is. I have wonderful backup. The host is helping me out here. I guess so. So yay. Let's get with that back up. I want to show that. Show. All right. Correllian readings. I want you to see that. Let's put that out there. Let people see that all the time. And the way those readings work, it's great. And that's going to be that you're going to get the reading. They're going to get a gift certificate, and they will answer it. They can answer it now or later. And we're going to try this again. Hi, Mary.
Hello, good morning.
And it works this time. Yay, thank goodness. It's been one of those mornings where we're learning a lot of stuff about all the different challenges we're facing. Can I get you just to... Can I get you to lower your camera? Just raise your camera, lower it so that your chin is not hitting underneath. There we go. Much better.
Yay. I'm short. What can I say? I'm 5'9".
Well, we didn't want your chin disappearing. And so Mary Hawk is one of the great readers. She's a great reader. She's doing a numerology reading for it.
Yes. So how are you and Neil this morning?
We're
salute you with my coffee.
Yep. And we are in Wilmington, Connecticut, about 2 hours outside of Salem, as we lonely wanderers of the road travel back and forth, capturing video. We are hunting with our video of exciting and awe-inspiring moments for our Pagan World Project.
And I certainly appreciate everything you two have done to get video for us. It just seems like you were sitting in my living room only a couple of days ago.
We were.
Yes, we were.
And we were at your place, and it was a lot of fun. It was for Nashville Pagan Pride. Why don't you tell us a little bit what happened at Nashville Pagan Pride?
We had a great day. Our final turnout was 1,488 people. We had a great main ritual. We blessed a tree to plant. It was blessed by Reverend Don Lewis, Oberon Zell, Ira Eric's daughter, myself, and some other local clergy. We are replacing a tree that was damaged in a tornado that we had done ritual at before. I was just heartsick when I found out that tree had to be taken down. But we have replaced it. We've already watered it once this week. Another member of our committee went and did it, and we're going to mulch it and water it again tomorrow. So we are going to be continuing to take care of our ritual tree. We collected 500 and I believe it was 513 pounds of food for Second Harvest Food Bank, and $315 for them, and they were very happy to get the donation. We also collected quite a bit of pet food that we took to a no-kill shelter. We had workshops. Ed gave us a workshop. We had a workshop with Reverend Don Lewis, with Oberon Zell, with Alfred Willowhawk, and Rowan Fayferry. So we had about 70 vendors. It was a great day. Absolutely wore me out, but that's what happens when you run a festival.
Absolutely, it does. And you did a marvelous job. It was amazing. It was a beautiful day. We were very fortunate. The weather witches worked it out without disrupting the weather. At least we hope not. They were able to keep us nice and dry.
Yes, we had a beautiful day, and I'm grateful to everyone who came out and helped in any way. We had great entertainment too. We had Primal Rhythm. We had Louis Carew and Krista Chapman Green, and Jessica Carter did comedy for us, and we had Luna Hip's belly dance and Witch Please drag show.
Right. Yeah, a drag show? Now, come on. At a Pagan Pride, you had a drag show? Aren't you worried
Yes,
about
we did.
Aren't you afraid of offending the children?
They approached us back in 2019, our last live event before this year, and said that they would do a family-friendly drag show for us.
Mm-hmm.
So they did one that year, they did one this year. So they do a wonderful family-friendly drag show. I've also seen their not so family-friendly drag show, and they do stop that, Neil. And they do a great job either way. But that is a lot of fun. And they are part of a local coven called the Coven of the Wild Roses.
So is this too soon to talk about next year?
Well, next year I have not confirmed with the park yet. We shoot for the first Saturday in October, which will be October 7th. And I'll be talking to the park about confirming that date for next year, next week.
And that'll be terrific. I really love that idea of it. I really do love that idea. And of that doing a book, a psychic reader. Yes, you do. And let's talk about your numerology. Go ahead.
Well, I've donated 2 charts for the auction. Numerology is a tool for self-discovery, first and foremost. And we are looking at the vibrations that you bring into this lifetime with your name at birth and your date of birth. So if you want to bid on that, you have to be willing to share your full name at birth and your date of birth. Now, if you hate your birth name, I will promise to never share it with anyone else. And I've done that for a few people who've changed their name. But I do have to have it. And what I will do is I'm going to get you your 5 core numbers, your life path number, your soul number, your personality number, your destiny number, and your maturity number. These are the 5 numbers that map out your life for you. I'll also map out your pinnacles and your challenges. These are periods of time in your life, and we'll look at the different, what your challenges will be and what your greatest strengths will be during these different challenges in your life. We will also, I will map out what your personal year number is and your personal months for the next 12 months. I'm asking for 2 weeks to deliver these because there's a lot of calculations, and then I have to go back and interpret how all these numbers interplay and kind of get into a meditative state and let spirit speak to me. When I'm done, it's usually about 8 to 10 pages, and we'll set up either a phone call or a Zoom meeting for about an hour so we can go over it once you've had a chance to read it. So there are 2 of those up for bid. Normally I charge $200 for a full reading, but a full chart. But we'll see what we can get a bid. So get those bids in. And I see we've got a question. Do I do live numerology? Well, I teach numerology classes live. I've done that twice already this year at the Pagan Unity Festival and at Mystic South. As far as doing a live reading, I have done many readings where I calculate your 5 core numbers. I can do that fairly quickly. I can't do much more quickly in a live setting to answer your question. Hermagistos, I hope I said that correctly. And just to talk a little about numerology and numbers, if you look into it, and there are a lot of good resources online, but there's no such thing as a bad number. I'll just throw that out there.
I disagree, isn't it? Aren't negative numbers bad numbers?
We don't have negative numbers in numerology, Ed.
Okay, that's a fair question. I did not know that.
It is a fair, well, I work with Pythagorean numerology, and at least the way I work with it, we don't do negative numbers. So we only work with positive integers. I'll just throw that one out too. We don't have fractions and decimals, just to clarify that. I don't deal with the imaginary number either, if someone's going to throw that out in the chat.
Okay.
But all the energies have a positive vibration and a negative vibration. But we always have free will. Like, for instance, my personality number is a 4. And the 4 energy is someone in the positive expression is very disciplined, organized, can keep track of a lot of details, can keep everyone around them organized. Negative expression is someone who can be so narrowly focused, they don't see the forest for the trees. They can also be very rigid and can get kind of wedded to a system for the sake of the system rather than getting the job done. Just saying, okay, this is our system. We do it this way, even if the system gets in the way of getting the job done.
I got you. That makes sense.
And to answer your question, the number 231, that number is somehow important to you. Well, there are 2 different ways we can look at that, Hermagistos. Generally in numerology, we add numbers across to get a single digit. So if we add 231 together, we get 6. Now, 6 is a number of someone who is very caring, very concerned about other people, someone who's very devoted to their family and friends. The positive expression is someone who's always taking care of other people. This is the person, everybody in their family and their friend group comes, you cry on their shoulder, they give you cookies and milk, and it's all better. The negative expression is, well, think about the interfering mother-in-law trope on any sitcom you ever saw. This is also someone who can get to be, did I just describe you? I'm sorry. This is also someone who can get to be a doormat and someone who has a hard time setting healthy boundaries. If you're here to take care of other people, that's your mission. But at the same time, you need to take care of you, and you need to set some boundaries around. You need you time, and you need to do the things you enjoy. And it's okay to say, I'm taking Saturday off to go do whatever it is that makes you happy, and don't let anyone interfere with it.
There we go.
There we go.
So are you going to stay with us through this quick break as we take our break? And or do you need, so why don't you go ahead, let's go take this quick break. And I hope this is right. And then we'll be right back.
The Parliament of World Religions is coming to Chicago, Illinois in August 2023, and the Sacred Order of Paladins and Correllian Nativist Church are working towards attending to represent the pagan community, but we need your help. Attending Parliament is paramount for not just the Correllian tradition, but the pagan community as a whole. So in an effort to secure the funds to send as many Correllians to Parliament as possible, we will be holding the Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon. 100 hours of magic and community. The telethon will be from October 6th to the 10th and will be jam-packed with discussion panels, workshops, and performances, as well as booking readings with psychic readers and an online auction. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and with your help, we know we can get there. We need you to get involved. We are looking for readers, presenters, performers, and hosts to take part in this telethon. To inquire about taking part in this monumental event, please email correllianslive@gmail.com. Be it a monetary donation or a donation of your time, we thank you. We'll see you at 8 p.m. on the 6th for the 2022 Correllians Live Telethon. Spread the word, share this video, and let's get the Correllians and Paladins on the road to Parliament. The Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Correllian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Correllian.com.
That is so brilliantly done. I like that so much. That was so well done. But it was a piece ahead of its time, meaning that this was supposed to be for the event. And when I changed over, well, we'll find that other one. All righty. So when I was clicking on the video clips, it says it's supposed to go to storage. Guess what? For mine, it doesn't go to storage.
All right. Well, I do want to mention I have a show tonight at 10 p.m. Tarot Talk with Gail Tracy Mull. And Tarot Talk's a little narrow. We're going to talk all forms of divination. Gail is a tarot reader, and she is one of our psychic readers. We're also going to talk numerology, astrology, pendulums, and whatever else comes to mind. Gail is she is a life coach. She is a Reiki master. She is a wonderful person, and she is a lot of fun. She's also hosting the Gail Tracy Mull Show here on Pagan World TV. So please join us tonight at 10. And I will just add, when Gail and I get together, and I've done her show live a couple of times, we have great energy, and it also gets a little silly.
And also, she has also donated several readings out there that you can get at Correllians.live.readers.
So please get a reading for Gail. She is very insightful.
Now remember, that's 10 o'clock Eastern time.
Yes.
So that
9 p.m. Central. So I don't have to stay up so late. Ha ha ha.
We'll just move you to the West Coast.
They have earthquakes.
That's 7 o'clock.
They do, and we're going to have also on the coffee shop this week. Anyway, a number of leaders. We Marissa Diardia is going to be on Monday. I've got other ones coming in, and you can just come in and invite in. I know I sent out the invites yesterday to a lot of people who are not working on it. I'm waiting to see what they rise in the morning. Will they ask for the new one? This is a challenge to be watching it. Where can you watch this at? Is Facebook Live. We can see it at Pagan World TV, which is at Pagan World Project, which is a fun thing. And we can have a lot of fun with different ways of dealing with it. Enjoy this is, because this is a historical a moment, I think, out there. Hey, Rita, I'm glad to see you. Gathering life force. You just gain life force the same way everybody else does. You work on it. You be energetic. You be passionate. Things that move, create, and generate energy. Period. The more
I would also add meditation. Affirming your bond with Mother Earth. And when I need energy, a lot of times I become a tree. I send my roots down into Mother Earth, and I send my branches up into Father Sky, and I draw energy from both. So that's what I do when I need energy.
Absolutely. There you go. There's some real answers out there and everything else.
If that doesn't work, Red Bull gives you wings.
Not endorsed by Red Bull Company.
If you can choke Red Bull down, Neil, have at. I'll stick with my coffee.
Oh, we love all of that. But basically, the idea of general good and general life force is what we're doing. So, Mary, as a paladin, she came on. She's also the general manager of Pagan World Project, which is larger than just the television station. But we start with the television at its core because mainstream culture is growing. But let us talk about that. Why do we want to represent? Because you have another show out there, and the page is 7200. Don's going to be on. He's going to be on the 10 o'clock hour, and so he's hitting me. So we're going to do that.
Good morning, Kai. I'm glad someone keeps Red Bull in business.
I keep Monster in business, and I have a couple of others. So I'm a big caffeine person. I am by far. Well, every other coffee pusher.
Just set him up with caffeine dirty.
Right. But, if they do, I'm a caffeine-based life form. Someday we're going to find one of those out in space. What do you think? They're going to treat us with
caffeine-based life form. I'm going to get you a T-shirt made.
Yeah, there you go. We like T-shirts. We don't have a lot of that. So everybody's asking. So somebody asked me a while ago, do paladins have uniforms? And we do have uniforms. Okay, we're going to take a thing. So Kai calls it wake up juice. And Arlene Freed said, oh, here we go. We're going to do the overlay for a second. There we go. The overlay. And what type of and tea. All right. So
Arlene likes 5-hour energy, and Kai has the cricket out now to make your T-shirt.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what she meant. I thought.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. T-shirt making and everything else. And
Kai, I'll get with you on the T-shirts later. We may have a project here.
There we go. Well, we've done some really weird projects. Ones we cannot talk about on the air because they were just too naughty, or at least not during the early hours because we are in the G-rated hours. I actually expressed this to a lot of people how we had to do that. Between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. is the G-rated hours. You should generally not say things that you want to say in front of kids. Now, we will say a lot of things in front of kids that other parents just won't say. And so that's a lot of fun because we will talk about things in front of kids. I mean, people ask me all the time about that. What do pagans tell their kids about certain things? Like what? The tooth fairy. Well,
the truth.
Yeah, the tooth fairy.
As a mother and a grandmother, I firmly believe if a child is old enough to ask questions about a given subject, they're old enough to be given a truthful answer.
See, Kai had to change. When I realized it was having a daytime show, I had to change it. And so our shows between 6 p.m. and say 10, 11 p.m. are more PG. And if you want the X-rated stuff, I don't know if we're doing X-rated stuff, but it'll be after midnight. That's our standard. Yeah.
We have standards.
Yeah. We do have standards. I mean, but what do you know? What do you tell? That's going to be a very hard part for a lot of people to understand about their own kids, about their own lives, about everything that's happening. In that sense of, what are we generating? What are we doing?
The kids are plugged in.
The
kids are already plugged in. It's the adults and parents that need to catch up to the kids. Hate to say it, but it is.
So that brings up a very good point. And I think that we were talking about it. I was waiting for the right moment to do it. But, we're plugged in pagans. And Mary, you're amongst the most plugged in pagans. And that, I think, is what we need to do now more than anything. What is this?
Very true.
What is this telethon on? Getting plugged in, getting more pagans plugged into our system and into their own systems to be able to do things.
It is.
And so, yeah, I think that's important.
Yes.
Like being like this is the largest transmission that we've ever done so far. We're out on numerous pages. I mean, out there right now. If you're out there, and if you see these pages, please, please, please
Share.
share.
Yes. Share, comment, share, tell your friends.
Mm-hmm.
It's up live on my personal page and my business page. So there you go, people.
So we're beginning basically the movement of the plugged-in pagans. Are you a plugged-in pagan? You know, everybody talks about being off the grid. We're talking about being plugged in.
Yes.
And you're a plugged-in pagan. Would you say that?
I am definitely a plugged-in pagan.
And we're going to ask that question. Are you a plugged-in pagan? I'm going to put that out there into the streams.
Yeah.
Are you a plugged-in pagan? And we actually started a new page for it yesterday. And all right, there you go.
There we go.
I love that in the chat. If you see the chat, it has all of the different places where we're sending messages out to. And it just pops out. It's just so cool to watch it just translate. This is a dream come true for me. So if anyone do it. So Jared Crow, yes, I am a pagan. Thank you. And so yeah, people thought thank you. Yeah, you're very welcome for us creating Magic TV. Magic TV has been around since 2005. And with some of our earliest attempts to plug in, we've been plugged in for a while. I've been plugged in since 1990s. Kai, the plug is definitely there. Yep. And I think what it means is that we're plugged into each other, not necessarily just through computers, but through relationships and things of that nature. Pretty strong idea. And we're plugged in. Now we can do things that most people would not have amazed. I mean, having a live television station, doing a live broadcast, and this is costing some income, so we do need to bring money back in to do our thing. A lot of things were donated. Donate to give yourself a psychic reader. Go ahead and make a donation. Go ahead and make the auction. There's going to be later on. I believe that in your show, I guess we might have a perk or an incentive of cards. So yeah, of a tarot card. We might, and I think that's definitely there for the opportunity. And we're going to continue to raise money. We want to start seeing those numbers go up. Come on, folks. Don't make me so embarrassed that I'm the weakest link in the thing. I'm supposed to be like one of the better known people, as the pagan, along with Neil Goodman and Terry Hawk. Huh?
Well, you also have the 8 a.m. to noon slot. So, we know most pagans are not early white risers because,
surprisingly larger amount than you thought.
Really? Okay.
And Eddie, that's an interesting comment.
What's that?
I feel connected into a spiritual way of life that includes pagan aspects, but I don't feel mainstream with any religion except my own.
Right. And I think that's important. I think mainstream, let me go ahead and define what I see as mainstream. Okay? Mainstream is where the majority of individuals spend their time drawing their attention from. The mainstream is where the majority of information that the average person can acquire and that we could all acquire pretty much from the same method. We may not come to the same conclusions. Before it was broadcast news, you had to go to one of the three networks, ABC, NBC, CBS. Occasionally, then Fox emerged into that. And if you weren't getting your information from there, you weren't getting mainstream information. You might get a little bit more from WGN, which is the world's greatest newspaper. In Chicago, it's a great station. Your local station will give you local information.
And your PBS stations.
Those were all mainstream informational sites. If you said, oh, I heard it from there, we would do so. Before that was radio. We've done radio. And radio is still a source of mainstream listening to popular culture music. We have a top 40, that is cumulative of attention. So the mainstream is where the majority of attention lies.
And all those podcasters out there. They're disseminating information.
Thank you for that, Penny. I think you're right. Okay. And So that's sort of idea on it. So anyone that are able to get into the mainstream, the more they get into the mainstream communication, the more we get attention. And right now we're in a mainstream. And so the idea of a single mainstream is like thinking there's a single river. There isn't. There's lots of rivers and a lot of tributaries. And the Mississippi carries the majority of water, but doesn't carry all the water around to it. Things carried to it. And that's what we're beginning to. We're starting to carry our water into that river where more and more people can see it. We're putting it up there, and we're excited. And the Parliament is exactly that aspect. We're going to go ahead and doing that major idea. Oh, Penny's doing great. Okay, thank you for the mic. And I think I may have just moved. I think my cell phone was right next to it because I've been trying to deal with my cell phone. Don't try to do two things at once with this. It's really hard. I can do it with radio because no one's watching my face, but with this, it's much harder.
Yes, it is.
Because they can see us. We've seen the mainstream. Been in a mainstream pagan where, like Witch School, which is like my biggest project, been at it for 21 years. Going to festivals. I've been going to festivals for more than a decade. Right? We've been, on and off for the last 30 years. I've gone to more and more festivals. And guess what? We go to festivals, which is as mainstream pagan as you're going to get. 85% of the people don't know who Witch School is. Just don't.
Yep.
It's shocking to me. So if our own community don't know who we are, Pagan World TV, all of the other ones. So how do we get them to know us?
Broadcasts like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And supporting us.
So breaking into that mainstream, one of the things the Parliament does for us, it gets us on the moral equality, the equal moral arguments, to get past the sort of the arguments with other religions that we have an equal morality, that our morality is a good one. And good morning, Melanie. And so we have this sort of great aspect of having that energy out there that really works well with the idea of it increasing.
So please go and donate so we can go and represent pagans at the Parliament of World Religions. I have never been before. This is going to be my first one. I got my ticket and I'm really excited to go. I've never even been to Chicago before. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited to go to the Parliament. We really need your help so we can all get there and represent all pagans and say, hey, folks, we're here. We're a valid religion, too.
And I'm looking forward to that, too. This will be, again, 30th anniversary of me being at the first one, the Second Parliament of World Religions. And yet I'm going to work on trying to prove that I was there at the first one. Please, Mr. Time Traveler, come and pick me up to take me back there so we can go ahead and fulfill that obligation. I joke, but there's a good chance that relatives of mine were there. We just haven't been able to prove it. There's even information that the Correllians went to that World Fair. Don has a few tokens and a few pieces from that World Fair in his collection. So we're gonna, when we get to Chicago, we're gonna hunt the pictures. That's gonna be a fun piece. But Correllians have been at every parliament since 1993. Representing ourselves. And we've now come up. And this time, let's go ahead and say it. We have 45 members going already. 45 people who have already paid their registration into it and everything else. And okay, so people have asked, and it's a fair question, what are the donations being used for? For this telethon in particular, we're going to go ahead and use it to represent ourselves by helping us subsidize the housing, so this is not a rich, so the Parliament itself is like $500 at the end of the day. You can get it $250 right now until the end of October. But also you have housing and transportation, and we're trying to take care of one component, housing, which is probably going to be the single most expensive aspect of it. We're looking at getting R&B. We're looking at some of the bigger houses. That's why we're doing this now. We have now $580 towards that good. And it's about $10,000 altogether. We want to spend money towards that idea, that energy, that focus. So we're happy to know that that we're going to be representing, and not only are we representing, we're going to be in service. So we're not just representing the paladins. In fact, General Elizabeth, our dear lady, will be working with Patrick McCollum, his honor, who is a global leader. So we're very fascinated by that. Others will be serving Lord Don and helping him introduce him to other world leaders as we discuss our situations, include some of the things they want to talk about, witch hunts and equality and diversity. And what does that mean? I mean, it's one thing to say that you are equal in religion, but what does that represent? So we're going to start talking about that. We're going to be there to help a lot of the Correllians and other leaders. Belladonna Laveau of the ATC, where they're going to help out a number of them. Yeah, and so somebody says it's about $1,200 to go to the Parliament. Kaiden, who's gone to the Parliament, and we will be doing a journey to the Parliament with her soon, has been able to do that. So that we
Hermagistos, our goal is to raise $10,000 over the weekend.
Absolutely. And so and it's always a lot of fun. It's a big thing. And we're only right now, let's see if we've changed. I'm checking up the magic numbers. We need a board up there. And we are still, I'm double checking. Yep, we are still at $580 there.
So please donate. Please go bid on something at the auction. Get a reading. We certainly appreciate all your help so we can go and represent all of us at the Parliament. Because we're not just going as Correllians, we are going as pagans.
And that's important. And that's important. We're going as pagans. We're going as Wiccans. We're going as ourselves. Byron Ballard is going. Yes. People have asked us how it is. We want to make sure some of the leadership as well, with housing as well. Byron Ballard is going as a sponsored thing.
And yes, any donation helps. If you send us $5, that puts us $5 closer, and we appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if 100 people sends us $5, then that is, what is that? I can't do math yet.
500. Yeah, 5 times 100 is 500, and that'd be great. I mean,
thank you.
Yeah, and so we're doing great. So we're at like I said, $580. Let's make that 600. Do I hear 600? Come on out there and bid out there, Pagan. Brilliant.
Come on, can we get 600?
Absolutely. And during this weekend, if you're going to go out, we're going to be tomorrow. We'll be in Salem. At least that is our prayer. If all of the traffic ferries and all other things work together. So we're excited about that. If you want a reading with me, go ahead and check out the readership. Go to the readers. We are selling readings. $25 for 15-minute readings. I'm never on time, so it's 15 minutes of a minimum of a reading. You've seen me, yeah. And I don't get me wrong. I'm good at it. If you get a reading with Dawn and it says 15 minutes, you might as well expect to sit there a half an hour, 45 minutes. I mean, not promising you that'll happen, but Don loves to throw cards. He just does. So he's a really good reader. Reverend RG Greenfield does great work with mediumship. Works great.
He does.
They work really well with things, and they work with diverse people. So if you consider yourself diverse, that's a great person to go get a reading from. Gail, which you're interviewing tonight, she's been a fantastic reader. She's donated readers. Liz Torrey, Elizabeth. That's what I think. One of the great people who are producing shows for us is another one who's donating readings. Only 3 are available. Lord Phoenix Coffin Williams is offering readings. He's only offering 3 out there. So if you want
readings are amazing. They really are.
So you have to move really, really fast if you want those. There's only 3 of them available. They're all available right now. Go ahead and take a look at that. And so that's availability reading.
Auction.
Auctions? Okay, let's talk the first one, the festival experience. We haven't got a bid. I'll check it on our break. But go there. You go to Pagan World. It's right underneath the live Roku piece. And underneath there's a listing of auctions that are available right now. Go ahead and make your bids.
And I believe you have to register. Is that correct, Ed?
That was true, but guess what? Pagan World will not let you register unless you're registered on Pagan World. So yeah, you'd be registered on Pagan World. You can just go ahead and bid. Yeah. If you go get a number, if you want to stay a little bit more anonymous or set yourself up, go ahead and get a number on Correllian auctions or register on Pagan World. And because of that, it's a free site you join. It's we don't really require, I don't think, very much information. Though we give out a lot of information, we don't accept much. Go ahead and do so. Or if you really don't want either of those systems, we're going to make it easy. Go to paganworldtv@gmail.com. Tell us the auction number, CA01 for the festival experience, and we'll go through the rest later. But then you go ahead and put your bid in, and as long as it is in time for it to close, and ours will close on 10 o'clock p.m. Monday, Eastern Standard Time. Yep. Yeah, so to do so, and we're expecting that to do so, and we will announce that live on the air. Where that ends up, be it zero, where it is right now, it's worth well over $2,000 on there right now. It's well over all the different parts, all the different aspects of it, getting you out there. The only thing it does not include is transportation to the local airport, festival site itself, or the airport, or the train station, or the bus station. We will grab you from any of those spaces, but we won't grab you if you say you're in New York, or Chicago, or Jacksonville, or Sydney, Australia. You'll have to get out to Sherman, New York, or in the Sherman, New York area on your own dollar. But the rest of it, once you get there, we'll handle your food. We'll handle you in a tent. We'll put bedding. Yep. And Neil's known for being like one of the best campers out there, one of the best festival people out there.
And remember, that's you and a +1.
That's right. You don't have to go alone.
That's right.
So you can bring a +1, and they'll have bedding. You'll have a tent to share, and you'll have, we'll make sure you're fed. We'll make sure you're caffeinated.
We'll make the weekend.
The week of it.
The week of it. And you want to spend the whole week at this festival.
Absolutely. And it has a great series of things that happen. It's called Cirrus Rising. If you like festivals, it is a great thing to be part of.
If you want to go to Brushwood Folklore Center. And that is Brushwood in New York. And they should have a full setup for Cirrus Rising. Now, there also is a little event that starts, I think they're starting on Wednesday or Thursday this week, which is Sankofa, which is the weekend before. So you can come in when you want.
Mm-hmm.
Cirrus Rising runs Monday through Sunday afternoon. Saturday night is the big closing ending, and I think it's noon or 2 is when they close for the day, for the event. So
there you go.
Yeah.
And Hermagistos, thank you so much for your prayer and blessing. We really appreciate it.
Okay, so in just a couple of minutes, we're going to go take our another break. And what we're going to do is we're going to take and give you our drive letter. And I think it's going to be the 6 reasons. I think I learned something with that. And I'm going to try playing a piece, which is the preview of our piece. And you're going to see some of Brushwood and other pieces. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about festivals when we get back. And Mary, when will you be back on the air with us? Tonight, right?
10 o'clock.
I will be back on tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central, and I am going to have to say goodbye at this point, but it's been great chatting with you.
And we'll talk some more with Mary as this day goes on.
Have a good day.
Have a blessing,
All
Mary.
right. Blessed be, everyone.
And we're going to share out. We're going to do this 6 reasons to go to the Parliament, and it will be fun. we will see if we follow it properly. Here we go. Give me a minute. There.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here are 6 reasons why you should attend. Number 1. With hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, freedom of expression, will be on full display. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you will be able to act. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever change them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.weebly.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody. The Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Correllian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Correllian.com.
So, okay. So I'm back, and yay, folks. Okay, so ask me any of your questions. Ask me anything. Yes, and that was not supposed to be the piece. I have, for some reason, do not have a direct access to the storage because I have. This has been one of those mornings. Absolutely. So, yay. What do we need to repeat for a reading again? Like, do you require time of birth or just date? Oh, that was for her. She takes her birth name and some of the other information as well. And it's a very complete reading system. So that absolutely is true. Absolutely. And that's just the logo. There it is. There was our plus. They say storage. I do not know where storage is because it's not showing to me. But we're loading up that one piece as we're doing it on the swing. And of course, have we raised the money? Come on, folks, raise money. You know, what do I need to do to get you to raise some money with me? I know it's early and you're probably gonna have to do more of it as we move along. And so one of the things, let me talk about the other thing that I do a lot of, and that's Witch School. But we're going to talk first. We got Neil back in. Get there. And why don't we talk about festivals, Neil? We've been chasing the festival. You've been chasing the show. It's the Endless Festival. Wow, I love that. I love to see it. I'm seeing it out of the corner of our eye. We have a side monitor. just making sure everything's working. And can you tell us about festivals? I mean, you've been at it for a very long time. Well, first, why don't you describe who you are a little bit?
Hi, I'm Neil Goodman. I've been in the pagan world for almost 30 years now. I've been vending in one form or another, or working for somebody for 26 years as of right now. I have attended many festivals over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Some are ongoing. Every year, Starwood, Cirrus Rising, Heartland Pagan Festival.
So let's start with the season. What would go down the season? I mean, that's
Well, let's see. Usually my
next
seasons.
caffeine choice.
Yes. Usually starts in April, and I will run almost to October.
Okay, so April starts with what?
April starts with Beltanes. There's several different campgrounds and festival sites and other things that all have Beltane celebrations, which usually starts, depending on where you're at, like the third weekend in April, and that's all due to school starting dates and other things. And there's several of the festivals that have different groups, different covens, different organizations that all have their personal little groups, but then they all come to one of the bigger Beltane celebrations. And after that, we move into Memorial Day weekend, which is Heartland, which is Elf Fest at Lochlorien in Indiana. And you move through the seasons until you get to October and all the Samhain gatherings.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes.
So Heartland Pagan Festival is one of my favorites. I will say I love Heartland at Gaia Retreat,
Yes.
and that's in your backyard.
Yes. That's where I started. Gaia is home to me. Heartland is a old festival. I think PSG is the only thing that precedes it in all of the major pagan festivals.
Well, we don't talk much about Midwest Pagan Festival, which is the mother of them all, and still runs, but it's a very small, family-oriented one in Central Illinois. PSG came out of that. Heartland came out of that. Even Starwood came out of that.
Did it?
Oh yeah, there's evidence of that. Starwood.
Okay.
They're all kind of within those first few years.
But Starwood is not a pagan festival.
It is not. It just happens to be run by a bunch of
pagans, and has a bunch of pagan acts and a bunch of pagan music, but
Mm-hmm.
it is not a pagan festival, as a lot of people think.
What is it?
It is a mind expansion festival.
So almost everybody else is welcome there. Yes,
Yes.
Their little bench. And then, of course, you talk about brushwood being the family of your heart. If Gaia and Heartland is your home, you talk about brushwood and Cirrus Rising being that of your heart.
There's several different festival sites on the East Coast, and that's where my family lies.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Gaia is home, and you never get any respect in your own hometown, but yes, my family, my true family, and extended family, and everything else all lies to the east and Brushwood.
Mm-hmm.
And there's several other sites, Wisteria. Most anywhere you can find Fire Tribe, which Fire Tribe takes care of the festival fires.
Mm-hmm.
They are professionals. They're the only ones that touch the fires. And it's a training process.
Mm-hmm.
Just like anything else, you have to train through until you get your red suspenders. Basically, they run most of the major festivals on the East Coast
Mm-hmm.
fires. So, yes, that's...
Well, there's a lot more to festivals than people imagine. We just see with that with Pagan Pride, which are city festivals,
City festivals and country festivals.
and
which gets into
well, then there's city indoor ones and city outdoor,
outdoor
ones.
ones. Yes.
And so all of these are great celebrations. I mean, I know people talking about conventions, and I know some of the older people are so upset because some of the camping festivals are doing well, but some of them are struggling to maintain younger members. And that's one of the reasons why our festival experience is perfect for you if you're
Yep.
not a camper.
You show up, you bring your own clothing and your drum, whatever else you want to bring,
Mhm.
and we provide the rest of the festival experience for you. So you ain't got to worry about food, you ain't got to worry about dry place to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have other things during this weekend to be added on top of
Right.
that. That's not the only thing.
When we talk about food and drink, we're talking about non-alcoholic drinks.
Yes.
We do not provide alcohol. That you'll have to bring yourself. But there's opportunities there. So and that sort of thing. And of course, we don't mention the D word. What's the D word? Oh, drugs.
Yeah.
We don't do that either. Just to be open, because people go, oh, what's about that? No. But every other part of that experience is out there. That's not really a part of the experience. That's just something people expect. And I think wrongfully low. Let's talk about a little bit about the drug and drinking aspect. Certainly those are at festivals, but they're not required.
No.
They actually have a lot of sobriety groups
Yes.
out there.
There is.
And a lot of this is oriented towards families and towards people. So that super party festival that festivals got a reputation for isn't so true today. I don't think it is true. I think
there is a large part of the community that is in recovery. There are several of the camps that have amethyst camps,
Mm-hmm.
which is recovery. They don't partake of anything. They are just there to have a good time and support for each other when they're out at festival.
Mm-hmm.
So they have backup. So you're not alone when
Right.
you go to festival.
And there you go. And so what we are talking about. So when we're talking about having the festival experience and you want one, and of course, go to Neil's shop where we're doing our filming. What else do you get out of it? Well, the one thing we can tell you is that you get a really good back look. We're not just going to take you there and dump you there. You're going to camp with us. And Neil's shop, as you've seen all the pictures of it, you're going to get a piece of the show today. We're processing it right now because who knows?
Right.
And then when it goes on further, right, we're going to talk more about the ideas of the show and other processes on there, but you're going to get a chance to get that experience. So festival experience, Cirrus Rising, Brushwood with us. Come on, bid. Give us some bids. And we'll be talking to other individuals. Today's Friday, so everybody's kind of at the last minute working before the great holiday. And it's a holiday only in name only for many people. And we're not even going to talk about that. What we are going to say is that we're having a federally mandated 3-day holiday.
Weekend, yes.
Yeah, weekend. And this weekend you can spend it with us, the Paladins, us of this pagan world, on this long telethon, raising money so that we can be represented, because this is what it's about, be represented at the Parliament of World Religions.
Yes.
And also kind of allow us to meet you and greet you and see us, so that when you see us in there, if you see us in Salem, if you see me and Neil in Salem, come to us, get a selfie. We don't take enough selfies. We are actually accused
Terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Live videos to selfies. We do a bit, but oh my God, we're terrible. We've actually had people say, "Oh, I have a picture of us, but we have a picture." We just had it.
Yeah.
We just had a great experience. So, and when we're out there, we're going to talk about it. We just had a great experience with the Buckland Museum.
Yes.
Discovered paranormal oddities in Buffalo.
Yes.
That was unexpected.
That was really a nice place.
And Joe runs it, and he does a great job. His venue. Oh my God, that was not expected.
Paranormal cooking.
Paranormal cooking. He's going to have that.
Interesting. Interest me.
I want to know, does he cook up ectoplasm?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or is the ectoplasm cooking for you?
Ghostbusters 4.
Ghostbusters, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cooking the ghost. I think that's I think that's what they do. Kind of.
That would be fried.
Would that be fried?
That would be fried. Yes.
Fried.
With electricity, yeah, that would be fried.
That would be fried.
Mm-hmm.
So yay. So yeah, so we're very excited about different things and different aspects of this. So we're at $580. So change that out for us. And well, we're going to talk for a few minutes. We're going to get to our next break, and then we're going to show you something very special. We're going to show you what the festival looks like. And now then that'll also give me a chance to check out our prices and things like that. So there you go.
Check out the auction items. Check out all the readings and other things that are up for purchase. Or do a donation if you would like. That would be wonderful. So, and yes. Okay. Hello.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at somebody's actually on that. Somebody's out there working out there. Oh, Sir Brian. So, oh, good. Hey, Brian. Let's see. I'll bring you on. I'll toggle you if you want to come on at any point. Oh, you're in the other direction. Can you see us? I can see you. I will pull you off when you're ready. Let me know. I am not hearing him. So we had that aspect from last time.
I've not. There we go. I've got him on the feed now.
Yeah, I'm on the feed, of course. And
But
can we hear him?
Don't have it here.
Mm-hmm. All right.
What button did you hit last time?
Oh, Mary, I did that. And then Mary came on and she was hearable. Huh. We're having some difficulty with that today. Drives me a little crazy. There we go. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. And so, yeah, we're going to go at the top of the hour. We'll be taking a break.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was unmuted. So, I don't know. So, people are trying to tell me I can't really do it. All right. Let him go ahead. And so, we are there. Once we hear him, we'll see out there. So, no, we don't hear you. We did hear Mary, but we didn't hear the other one. I wonder what's happening out there. All right, so let's go ahead and continue our discussion while we deal with this. All right, so let's go ahead and continue our discussion. Wow, a little bit of an echo. It's always interesting, multiple screens, multiple places, multiple spaces.
Yeah.
And we're always having a lot of fun with that. All right, so let's get into our last 10 minutes before we check our numbers. And I was going to mention that. So we're going to show a nice piece at the top of the hour. And, okay. And we're going to move Don. Don is coming on at 10:30 this morning, or right around then. And so, yay, we're going to be allow him to get himself caffeinated in the morning because he is another caffeinated human being. How many of you are caffeinated human beings? Please let us know. That's one of the questions I got for right now. How many? On it, and there we go. He's there. There's his coffee.
There's coffee.
And what are you drinking there? Why are we not hearing you? You're 100%. You got there. Bradley's a caffeinated people. Most of us are caffeinated people, I can see. And so there. All right. So we're looking at it. We're still learning our system. We did definitely have Marianne. So I was like, oh, yeah. Are we listening? Yeah. Okay. So can hear, but I wish I had. So we're learning as we go along. And Eddie's got a cup from Kroger breakfast blend with chocolate. Ooh, chocolate, another great caffeine. And caffeine, everyone is in some form. No, I know some caffeine-free human beings who can't have a touch of it. And oh yeah, Penny Cassie asked about being plugged in. So we're gonna go back. We can go back in that. I'm seeing them. They were talking about being that they're definitely a plugged in being. So yeah. All right. So you saw that. Well, we're having a small technical difficulties to bring on guests. We're going to work on that and see what we can do
In the meantime, here.
in the meantime. But here we go. So, are you a caffeinated person? I am. Definitely. I'm out of coffee, which is a tragedy. I'm bound to do zero sugar. Oh, this isn't one of the blasters. We got one that's just not awful. So, zero sugar, as you can see. So, yeah, I definitely keep the sugar out of my diet as much as I can. Not as much as I should, but as much as I can. And eating on the road is really tough. I mean, eating on the road and things of that nature is a really tough aspect. So what do you want to see in Salem? We're going to ask that question. At 10:30, we're going to have Don. When we take our break, we're going to have more about this idea. I really thank you all for being a part of here. So let's remind you here. Let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to look anyway. I believe we're at 580. There's an argument if it's 580 or 583. We're going to get doing more of a more exact tally. But here we go.
And the mystery says it's thinking.
And we are now up.
Woo!
And we are up.
We are up all of.
We have another $25 donation in the form. So we are at 605. That's right, folks. We are at 605. And someone, and I won't mention their name, bought a reading for me, so we will touch back out later for them. There we go. Kai, can you speak?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
So we can hear you. So
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Woohoo!
So yeah. What's that caffeine source? It looks like a caffeine or a sugar source, huh?
Sugar. My daughter. I sent my daughter for the Red Bull. I'm out.
Yeah, you're a Red Bull drinker. You've talked about that. Thank you for sharing the live stream. So, folks, share the live stream. Share it wherever you're at. You're going to see it 8 hours at a time. Once you share it out, you're going to have to renew it occasionally. That is a big aspect of it. So yeah, we do have anything. So you're doing a show later today. Why don't you tell us about your show, Kai?
Oh, my show is the next show, and it's actually kind of needed. We're doing Pagan Pride is Sunday up here in Buffalo, and my daughter wanted a booth. I can't help because I am the local coordinator. I cannot be vending during Pagan Pride because I have lots of other things to do. But she's kind of procrastinated a little and has not created a lot of items to sell. And that's where it comes in. So we're going to be making a whole bunch of crafts. Some of them are like poppets that we're going to be making. And I'm just going to be making a whole bunch of crafts that are tutorials that maybe someone wants to do, and B, will then also help her get some inventory for her booth.
Well, inventory for the booth?
Inventory for the booth.
Yep. And we have Brian. He's now testing his
Can
mic.
you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
I can hear.
Yay!
Yay! We are always surprised because remember, this is the largest historical moment that you guys have ever seen. This is the largest transmission of any sort of show of this kind, not just in the pagan world, but in a lot of different places. We're being on several platforms simultaneously and being able to take our message directly to you.
The cutting edge of being plugged in.
Yes, because we're all plugged in pagans. So she's procrastinated a little bit. You should really tell the public that. But
it's okay. She's the one that drunk my last Red Bull, so I'm calling her out.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough.
And what are you drinking there, Ryan? The Ryan there?
It's deli cart iced coffee, hazelnut. You know.
So we have all sorts of different things we drink, and all of the caffeine. And Agama, our Blue Soul, has said good morning from halfway around the world of the Philippines, and he can hear you too. Remember, we're the voice of the pagan world. We can be heard around the world, and we are also in multiple languages. We're so the Paladins is. Let me go ahead and talk about the Paladins for a minute. We have all sorts of people, Kai and Brian. We also have people all over the world who are members, waiting. And people ask us, "Are you constantly active?" And we're not constantly active. We're constantly prepared in a state of preparedness. And there's a difference in that. We're not always doing things. There are times where we don't do much, and you don't see us, but we are always in a state of what we call preparedness. And that always means when we're needed, we try to do our very best. Recently, we worked with and trying to get Patrick McCollum heating wood. I mean, it sounds like a crazy thing, but we just went through that. And during COVID, we became really to the forefront of being the guys who helped everybody with their online presentations. What do you mean, Brian? Now, Arlene said this. Let me go ahead and put it up there.
Arlene knows what I mean. Arlene wants me to specify for the non-New Yorkers what it means.
What is it?
Basically, it's just a cart that is basically on many street corners in busy parts of the city where you can get like a roll or a muffin or a bagel, and they just like, it's really cheap eats. It's like $2 for this coffee. That's pretty big.
Okay, that's an interesting concept. I've seen those. I haven't been in New York much.
Usually major cities, Chicago. I've seen them. I've seen them in like Seattle. I've seen them in
Chicago's virtually eliminated them.
They probably, yeah.
We've got food trucks and carts. Oh yeah, they've been heavily eliminated from the city of Chicago, and the food trucks are coming back in because, well,
they need the money.
We don't have carts in Buffalo. We have Tim Hortons every other block.
Yeah. Phoenix has told me about that.
Yeah, I haven't actually done Tim Hortons yet.
I haven't done Tim Hortons.
We've seen them a number of times. We're Dunkin' fans. We've been Dunkin' fans. We're not Starbucks fans very much.
What about Wawa?
Wawa's Florida. I've seen them in Florida.
They have them in Jersey too.
I have not seen one.
I used to print their Wawa wrap.
Oh wow.
Yes.
So yeah, we have Wawa is another one, and there's a coffee shop in Orlando called the Witch's Brew, which is a witch's coffee shop, and those are starting to emerge. If you have a witch's coffee shop,
I worked at one for a while here in the city. It's a coffee shop during the day, and at night it becomes a sober bar.
Wow. And then in the Philippines, they're on every street corner, according to Blue Soul.
Yay.
So, yeah. So out there. So caffeine is an important part of it. And, for ritual purposes, caffeine was an extremely important part of the world as we know it. It was extremely important for people to have that. A fact. Anderson Cooper, who is a big major CNN star, just recently started talking about his caffeine experience and how it really realigned his brain. So caffeine is a very powerful drug. We just don't see it because it's laced and everything. But do be careful with it. Let me give out a warning. As much as I am a coffee pusher, do warning that if you are a person who suffers palpitations or other types of sort of heart things, you want to be careful. You just want to be careful with everything in moderation. You can get drunk off water, but you can. It's true. I've done it. Drank so much water at one time. I had a moment where I was like drunk from water because it flooded your system. So everything can be dangerous, but caffeine.
Waterlogged.
Oh yeah, it happens.
Yep. I got really into cold brewing my own coffee during the pandemic. So much so that I bought a new setup, and during one of Lord Don's Chancellor chats, it came, and it was it was a big deal on the chat. They're like, "What do you do with that?" I was like, "Make coffee in the morning." Because cold brewing, you have to brew it for 24 hours before it's consumable, ideally. Over 24 hours, however, any flavor that you put in your coffee will turn to bleh. So it's a very delicate process.
I'm super not happy with the idea of burnt coffee.
Well, the same process with cold brewing as opposed to like hot coffee where you can burn it. If you cold brew coffee too long, all of the like nutty and caramel notes in coffee that people like turn
Hmm.
turn essentially too watery, and you get this like almost medicinal taste that is not ideal.
I gotcha.
Like
I
your
can see that.
grandma's cough syrup almost.
Okay, so I got a question. Since I know you're such a coffee lover, I can't stand the taste of coffee. It tastes too bitter for me. I basically have to put a
Mhm.
diabetes amount of sugar in it to be palatable. So, is there any coffees out there that are good for those
Oh,
who might not like coffee?
oh
The
yes.
taste of it?
Yes, I strongly recommend the Bones Coffee Company.
Mhm.
Essentially, it's coffee that's flavored naturally in the beans, so it's flavored after you brew it. You don't have to add to it. Um, there's a various amount of companies, and this company's based in Florida. Actually, they just reopened after the hurricane down there. So I would totally go check them out. It's called Bones Coffee Company, and they have a ton of flavors. And yeah, they just did a commercial pairing with a very seasonable, depending how you are. It could be either a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie, but they did a pairing with them and have some really awesome flavors. One of them is like chocolate mole, so it's a little spicy.
I'm going to take this in a slightly different direction because I think this is an interesting question. We're going to go slightly before the break, then we're going to take the break, and then I'm going to show you some really neat footage from the road that we've done. But first, let's answer this question from Penny. Do you believe divination is a natural gift intuitively, or that can be learned, or can it be learned intuition? Since I have a third degree Chi here and everyone else, why don't you give me a quick answer on that?
I think it's both. I think there are lots of people that are gifted that they basically, I want to say, just know, but there are some that uh, learn. They read, they practice, and as you practice, you get. So even a lot of the people that think they don't know, but they actually do, and it's really not the actual practice of it. It's the confidence behind it. Like, so I remember when I first learned tarot, I was pretty unsure of myself. Like the whole time, I'd have that book that they'd give you in the guide. I'd be looking at it, and I'd like, oh, I knew that. Like just about all the time, and it's really actually more about gaining confidence in the practice. I
I'm
hope that.
also on the side of it's both. Like any skill or innate talent, it has to be worked through and worked on. Same as like people who love math or other languages or write books. If you're naturally gifted in something, if you don't actively practice it or actively use that talent and gift, um it it doesn't work out as well. Anybody can learn it for themselves. Anybody can use it for professional development and growth, for divination purposes. Divination is not just fortune telling. I use it for myself personally as a means of personal development and shadow work. It could be used for anything. It just you have to know yourself and how you learn best and be willing to you know work those tools through. So yeah, anybody can learn it, but some people are gifted in other ways, are gifted that they just pick it up quicker or get those messages quicker. So I'm on the team of both as well.
There you go. And for me, I think any way you come to it is the way you come to it. And I think there are a number of different ways. Well, thank you, Brian and Kai. You're welcome to stay through the break, but we're going to do something really interesting. We're going to do, I'm going to run the same, I'm going to run a quick, should be a pitch for it, but guess what? My storage is not connected. But we're going to go ahead and do a quick pitch, and then we're going to um, do a piece from the video. So, yay. We're going to show you what it looks like to be on the festival road. So let's go ahead and do this. And we'll be back we'll be back right after this break. And we'll be bringing you a great piece of video.
August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here are 6 reasons why you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, freedom of expression, will be on full display. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you will be able to act. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.weebly.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody. The Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Correllian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Correllian.com.
And we're back, and guess what? We're at, we had this great conversation. You can ask questions and anything. We're happy to answer them. Right, so where do we get that?
Somewhere up there.
Somewhere up there? Oh no. Chat overlay. Let's take it off. All right. Okay. So, no, it's still there. Okay. I'll figure it out while we're going to do this, but we're going to do something else. So we've been talking about festival. This is the preview of the Endless Summer, which will be coming out next week with some more episodes. Do you want to say anything before we start this? Oh, yes. We're at 680. Thank you, Ed. Not me. Ed, out there for a $100 donation to our cause. So we're at $680. We're 6.8% of the way there. Keep it going. Let us get to 1,000 before noon. Thank you so much, folks, and we'll be right back. And then when we come back, we'll also have Dawn. But you want to talk about this piece really quick?
Yes, this is the trailer piece to my show, which is Chasing the Endless Summer, which is what I do for a living. So let's see. This will have a little bit of several of the sites and more to come next Monday on the 15th for the first full show.
Absolutely.
So here you go.
and Starwood is amazing. Have been a Starwood version. It's my first time here, and Starwood is an amazing festival with all kinds of really awesome people, music, vendors, everything.
But yeah, we call her the Dragon Tree. And she watches over us.
This is my first time to Wisteria and to Starwood, and I have to say that I was welcomed home with many, many hugs, all saying the same thing over and over, welcome home, welcome home. And it's like a home. I come into this camp and I'm just surrounded by family.
It felt like everybody was singing with me.
This is our ritual space when we're not doing one of the fires.
Yeah.
Like our spring rituals and things like that are
Sure.
held here because of the wildflowers.
Okay.
And this is a permanently consecrated space, and it is permanently set as a consecrated circle.
All right.
The whole land is consecrated,
Mhm.
and it has permanent wards. And then I ended up at Our Haven for 12 years,
Okay.
helping out run festivals there. I'd already started running Any Pagan Pride Day by then.
Witchcraft is experiential and organic and connecting with people.
What a magical experience.
Pagans are survivors. We went online to survive. We're back in person now.
One of the many things that's consuming me now is where we are in the history of history.
Healing happens if you let it.
It's really important to touch the ground and to be with the goddess and to be with each other because we're social beings, we're tribal.
Made some friends, some forever friends.
Well, you know, I consider myself very, very lucky that I get to do this, and I'm not going to take it for granted. I'm going to put everything I got into it and keep making as much music as I can while I can.
So we're here creating the new paradigm. We are here creating the new world that is egalitarian, that is connected not only across human cultures, but across the global biosphere. And that's what's happening right now, right in front of your eyes.
I am having such a blast. The music is great. All the musicians are great. It's wonderful. It's so good to see souls that I haven't seen in a couple of years. So yeah.
It was absolutely amazing. It was my first year here, and it was such a healing experience to be out amongst my people for the first time in what felt like forever, but was really only a couple of years.
It was fun. It was transformative, really.
As we feast, may this bounty be a reminder of the gifts of the gods, the traditions of our ancestors, and of the work that goes into both hunt and harvest. For hunter and for harvester, for the fawn and for the grain, for new ties and for bonds made strong again, for bountiful and fat, and for scarcity lean and trim, for celebration joyous and bright, and for preparation thoughtful and grim, for self and for community, for man and for divinity, for hunter and for harvester. Friends, spirits, gods, we thank thee.
So this is our 5th wedding anniversary, was yesterday. And we met at Wisteria, which is the land Starwood's currently being held on. And then I went and met Dusty at Starwood in Brushwood to take him back home to Atlanta with me. But we met right across the street here, and we both had issues happening that night spiritually. I had come to do a ritual with somebody who, after I got here, I decided they didn't really have the right energy for the ritual, and I was kind of upset sitting in Caffeina's because I didn't know what I was going to do to solve the issue that I had with the ritual that I was trying to write. And then Dusty,
I was 21 and I had been trying to find a teacher since I was 14, and I hadn't found one, so I had some choice words with Goddess at that crossroads right down there, and I met Bella 150 feet later at Caffeina's Pavilion over there.
yeah, I was mad, and he likes to cheer people up that are mad.
I gotcha.
So we had a great time, and we spontaneously finished the ritual that I was working on that night, and we've been inseparable ever since, right? Our magic just amplifies each other's, I think. Such a crisis with human rights. We've got human rights issues all over the place, and all of the different religious leaders getting together and getting a cohesive focus on how we're going to move forward with dealing with that issue and shaping society. I think it's super important.
And it's just been a very wonderful experience. So far, everybody that's been here for an event has had a good time that I know of, and it builds a very intimate community because it's a very intimate space. But there's still a lot of room here for stuff.
Yeah.
But it's still intimate because it's all little groves all over the place, and it just really adds energy to it. So, and it's all dedicated to the gods and the goddesses. The goal here is for people to come and connect, to reach out from inside of themselves in a place where it's safe to do, and with people who are like them, so that they can grow and into what they want to be, who they want to be, and how they want to be it. But we work very hard to not charge much for anything, because this is all really mostly a gift from the gods, from us to everyone. So we run inexpensive festivals to keep our costs low. We don't skimp. We have a lot of people that do a lot of hard work. And we have an amazing core group of people that help make the festivals. We have fire dancers that are here every event, and they love spinning here because of the energy. Yeah.
For the people, for the community, for the tribe.
We have a faggot. Thank you, brother. From the charming of the plow to the harvest.
To the hunters gathering.
Not just our food source, but we grow, we learn, we change. We stabilize, we fortify, we protect, and we create.
Use your skills for the people. Use your skills for the tribe. It is time to grow. It is our time to grow as people, as heathens, in all of our different tribes. It's time for us to grow. It's time for us to become better.
Prepare yourselves always for the road ahead. Now, who wants to roast a pig? Go, 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 go! Get up! Get up!
That's it. Run
Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Go, get up!
Come on, we'll go, we'll go.
All dibs on tail bacon.
No, where's my bacon? I don't get bacon? Why would it be a real pig?
I got pictures and then I got video.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Like, governments kind of control society, but churches and religious groups shape it. They bring culture and values. And in order for us to tackle the big problems in the world today, we have to all get on the same page instead of fighting each other.
Magic happens when you least expect it, and in ways that you don't expect it.
And then we are back, just as we started out, like that.
It wasn't that great. Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Well, what you were just watching was from NERF, Northern European Religious Festival. When we started, we were going up the hill at Brushwood. There's fire spinning. There is drumming and dancing at night. There are the fires. There are workshops all day long. There's different events that happen inside the festivals that are spontaneous. There's lots of music. There's lots of live music. There's just about anything you're interested in, you're going to find somebody there at festival that's interested in it too.
And thank you, Bradley. That was great, and it's going to be a series. That is just a few highlights out of hours and hours of film that we were going to basically go through. Neil Goodman is the star of Chasing the Endless Summer. He has had so much support on this, and our very own Lord Don Lewis, Reverend Don Lewis, is the editor and kind of the man who puts it together to make it make sense. One of the most important people in the community right now, as far as film editing and viewing. He is one of the leaders who have been at it for a very long time, and he will be joining us in a few minutes. But before we do that, and we're working on the numbers, but we want to make sure we are looking once again, and you're making your donation to Correllian Nativist Church, and I'm so grateful for the $100 donation from Eddie. And so I hope you will continue to do so. We're at 680. We'll probably be adjusting these numbers a little bit later. I am not going to run immediately. Right? Agreed. That was great. There was a statement Eddie made. It's not my calling to convince others into my way of life. It's not our duty to make it. But I do feel like it is our duty to make it available. I think that's what festivals do. In a few minutes, we're going to bring on Reverend Don Lewis. We're going to be on it. But let's go ahead and talk about, again, our festival. CA01 is the auction. And we're going to take it. We're not even going to look at it today, but it's going to end on Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. There you go.
You get a full festival experience. You'll be camping with us. You'll be fed. You'll be taken care of. Bed, place to stay. All those things we're providing. You have to provide your own transportation. Other than that, at the festival, we'll take care of it. There's all kinds of workshops to attend. As you've seen in the clip before, there's fire spinning. There is actually a place to fire spin at night out off of the main fire. You can learn how to fire spin. You can go through the classes to learn how to fire spin, drum, whatever you would like to do. The days, Brushwood also has a pool. It also has a hot tub. Phil's Grill is there. Several of the other vendors. It's one of the in the top 3 of festival sites in the United States that I go to.
And so there you go. That's one of the reasons you want to bid on CA01, the festival experience. It's you make our auction the best auction out there. Let us help us raise the $10,000. It would be great if you just did it through that one auction. But if not, we'll add more. We'll talk about more. But without further ado, I think we're going to bring on We were normally taking a break, but this time, because of the fact I'm having a little bit of technical problem, I'm not going to put you through that. But instead, I'm going to bring Lord Don Lewis right on the air with me right now. And what are you drinking today?
Coffee, just like every other day.
Mm-hmm. So really quick, people. Yes, PayPal. There's people have been asking about it. We are paying PayPal fees on donations, just the way PayPal works. We're okay with that. But if you want to help us bring us to a fuller number, please pay the PayPal. There's a button there that says that you can pay a few extra additional cents about PayPal. 2, if you want to do can't do through that PayPal, just try using another credit card. We do have that option out there. And if you really can't do it and you want to donate, let us know as soon as you can. And we can even invoice you. We are willing to accept your money any way you want to give it to us, including Bitcoin and any other form of currency. We like gold. Yeah, I'll tell you where to mail it. So all that's true. But in reality, if you're having problems with PayPal, I get it. And then you can go back and enter with a regular credit card. And so the numbers you're seeing and reflecting may represent fees and things like that. We're going to get a better count here. But right now, we're at $680 by my count. And I am really happy. I want to get to our first 1,000 by the end of the month. But there you go. Hey, Don.
Hello.
We were just showing you the piece that you just did with Neil for Chasing the End of the Summer preview.
Oh, wonderful.
Can you talk a little bit about that experience?
It was very interesting. I mean, what you do when you put something like this together is you review many pieces of video and you put them together in the most effective way. Sometimes there are very specific things you want to show. Sometimes you're just trying to create a general mood. And, it will vary with the show according to the event. They all have their own flavor. They all have their own personality. And we wanted to show that in the trailer, that there is a wide range of material here. One of the things that we found over the years is that people appreciate that feeling that, no, they can't be there physically, but they can still take part vicariously through video. And we want to give them as good an experience of that as possible.
Makes sense. So let's take it to the next step. Do you have any questions? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to bring in the next one. So Pagan World TV, talk about it. We're going to go into the hard stuff right away.
Well, Pagan World TV, people of a certain age will remember the pirate nun. As her name suggests, she's a memorable character. And she started the Catholic Broadcasting Network years and years and years ago. I believe in the 1970s, and I was always very inspired by this idea. And Pagan World is kind of a pagan equivalent to this. It is a television network aimed at the mainstream, and will offer a wide range of programming, already is offering a wide range of programming. But I'm a great believer that, if we don't like how society sees us, we need to show ourselves to society in a better way. If we don't like how our image is being presented, we need to take control of our image, not sit passively by and hope somebody else will portray us as we want to be portrayed. We have the tools. We goodness knows that we have tools today we did not have years ago. Back in 1990, just to do a green screen, the equipment was like $20,000. And today you get it as a free benefit with your editing software. The fact that we're sitting here able to do this is an incredible thing. If you think about how broadcast technology has evolved, it certainly was not possible. Even a few years ago, I think we did our first live streaming in 2010. And that was when it was first becoming popular. And to be able to do this now so easily, I mean, when we did that back in 2010, the equipment had to be on a tea table that was following the reporter around. It was the witch's ball in Salem. And now you can do it with your phone. is an amazing evolution, and we must, as a community, take advantage of it, I think, if we want to control our image. If we want to influence how people perceive us, we actually have to influence how people perceive us. And to me, that's a lot of what Pagan World is about. It's also, of course, about providing education and entertainment to our own people. But it's not just for our people. It's aimed at the world. We've been doing Magic TV for many, many years. We have very deep archives. We're
November
bringing
11th,
people in from other.
2005, folks.
Hmm?
November 11th, 2005. Magic
Yes.
TV's broadcast.
So almost 17 years.
Mhm.
And we're also bringing people in from other backgrounds who have not only new material, but older material that most people will probably not have seen. And so it has a wide range of offerings. Magic TV, which is also continuing in its own right, of course, but a lot of those programs that we've done over the years are coming to Pagan World. And I think that we've done coverage of all sorts of different events. We've done interviews with all sorts of pagan authors and musicians and members of the leadership. We've done educational materials. We have all sorts of offerings from Magic TV, and plus, of course, we're doing new material, such as Chasing the Endless Summer, that has never been out before anywhere.
I think that's true.
And I don't think anyone's ever done a program like Chasing the Endless Summer that follows the festival circuit and the festival experience.
No.
I don't think so either.
Not that I know of.
And next year we'll be presenting that out into the public and on that. But we've had a question from our audience, and since we're out here across the internet in one of the biggest expansions of social transmissions that you've ever seen, this is a wonderful moment. Remember to donate. We're at $680. Help us get a bit more. Buy a reading. Don is giving a reading, $40 reading. And I was mentioning earlier, Don cannot keep to his time. So when you do that 15 minutes, it can be 15 minutes. But if you schedule it right and don't try to be greedy, yeah, that 15 minutes, who knows how long it can be. And Don doesn't do that except for charitable reasons.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I am not normally available for readings anymore, except for this kind of thing.
And
I will
if you
do it
buy
for
all
charitable
readings,
purposes.
and there's only 25 of those readings, and if you buy them all, that'll be $1,000 towards our thing. So we really could use it. So Don at Correllian.com, Correllians.live/readers, go ahead and get yourself a reading. I mean, that's what you really want. You really do want a reading from Don. So that's what I think. But the question is, and I think you're a perfect person. I cannot pronounce this name. I don't have Hermagidas. He believes in magic 100%, but he's always looking for proof. He's always trying to show people with proof and evidence. Can you take a few minutes out, as long as you need, actually? Can you explain that? Because you're one of the leading voices in this idea of magic not being real, but being real. What is it that we're really looking for? Because I think people don't understand what they're looking for. So why don't I give you the floor? Why don't you, Hermagidas was asked a really deep question this time of day, and here at the telethon, why don't we answer that?
Well, let me see what I can do. For me, the proof of the reality of magic is in my life. When I do it and it works, I know it works. And I tend to feel that if a person will try it, they will find that it works. But of course, when you're trying to convince someone that this is a reasonable path to be following, and it is not their point of view, it can be very difficult. One of the reasons is that some of those people who want to have it proven to them are not willing to have it proven to them. No matter what it is, they will have some reason why it can't be true. And this is something that's also true in the world of psychic phenomena. There have been all kinds of studies, all kinds of experiments in support of psychic abilities. But those who don't believe it won't accept it, no matter how good it is. My view is that the reason is that it's one belief system versus another, and it's not really about proof at all. They can't accept what they cannot believe. You could be Samantha Stevens from Bewitched, you still wouldn't be able to convince them. So I think that for the most part, it's not something you're going to be able to accomplish because they will not accept it. However, if you have an open-minded person, again, there have been studies, there have been experiments that might speak their language. That's the other thing, because magic is an art, not a science, and so it isn't necessarily speaking in scientific terms. And that's usually what people are talking about when they're talking about proof. They want to put it in scientific terms, but there are people who have researched this and come out with supportive studies, supportive experiments. But again, if someone's determined not to accept it, that won't make any difference. One of the famous examples is the so-called Amazing Randy, who had offered $1 million to anyone who could prove psychic phenomena are real. The only problem is he was the judge of whether it was proven, and he would not accept anything. Of course, if I were offering $1 million, I wouldn't accept it either. But that's another aspect. So I would say that in approaching that, you need to ask yourself, is the person receptive to anything you're going to offer at all? If they are, do a little research, find some of those studies, find some of those experiments. I cannot think of any of them offhand, but they're out there, and I don't think they're that hard to find. An awful lot was done in the 60s and 70s. Hermegisto says that it sounds to them as if Muggles are not ready to believe in magic. I would say that it has more to do with the ongoing issue between science and religion in general. A lot of people who have a scientific mindset reject anything that is spiritual because it doesn't really fit in their worldview.
Well, let me offer this. Isn't it also a lot of the more monotheistic religions are also anti-magic and so not only do you have an anti-science bias, right? Because it's been they've been trained through these systems that it's not true, and that sets their systems.
Well, that's the other thing. If you do convince people from a certain background that it's true, you end up with people being worried that spells are being cast through hocus pocus too.
Mm-hmm.
If you've seen that ridiculous piece of news.
Oh, sure.
So what I would say is if someone is receptive, offer them the proof that you can. Suggest that they try it and see what happens. And under certain circumstances, you may be able to demonstrate it for them.
So let me offer.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, finish.
I was going to say, but if they're determined not to accept it, nothing you can do will make a difference.
That makes some sense. That makes a lot of sense. Well, let me offer you this. Pagan World TV is a manifestation. People don't realize it is an absolute manifestation of magic. We were going there. We were originally going to NAB, which I'd been planning for years to go.
Yep.
And COVID got in the way. And what I was going to do was, and the end of the summer, Chasing the End of the Summer was the first show I was going to do.
Yep.
We were hoping to meet with Netflix and a lot of the other streamers who were there. But at the last minute, our minds got changed. And, the orange candle, the orange thing, we walked into the center. Actually, we walked in the wrong entrance
to the convention hall.
Of the convention hall, and instantly found TV Startup, which began our process only a little more than 4 months ago.
Yep.
We were looking at it. This is like we're 5 months in to building a television station, building this sort of telethon. So you were talking earlier about the idea that a lot of people have coverage of elders and other materials that are just hidden places, right?
Yes, there is. Your guys' archives
Mm-hmm.
that has got buckling footage that nobody has seen. There's other pieces to people in the past that are not existing in this plane right at the minute.
Mm-hmm.
That is very archival and important on where the beginnings of the modern pagan movement. So yes, there's a lot of history out there hidden in people's closets. They have old video, they have old 8mm stuff, they have photos. We were just at the Buckland Museum. They asked a question if the Lawrence Museum was real, and gave them the
What
answer.
an odd coincidence, too,
Yes,
right?
yes. Synchronicity. But yes, it was real. And they have the proof. They have photos of it to prove that it was real, more than just paper documentation with no real substance to it.
On that subject, the photos that you're referring to, in 1988, probably, possibly early 89, I was doing the Wheel of Hecate magazine, and we were going to do a story on the museum. Because I had a relatively strong association with the museum in those days. And so we went out and we photographed the museum. And as far as I know, we're the only people with any extensive photography of the museum at all. There are a couple of shots that appeared in newspapers, and I'm sure some people have private shots that whether they'll ever see the light of day, I don't know, because you know what happens a lot of times when people die, their families don't preserve these things because they don't realize they're important. But we have a pretty good collection of photos of the Lawrence Museum. There should be no question, in light of that it existed. The Correllian tradition and the or I should say the High Correll family and the Lawrence family had an early association.
So I think people should realize we can do something now. I think the Pagan World Project in general, not just Pagan World TV, I think we can actually answer the question very simply about we need a digital museum. I think that's the realization. And we've been dedicated to that. We do have one. I mean, you preserved the other thing they were talking about at the Buckland Museum when we gave them those archival tapes, and then realized we have more somewhere. We have so much tape that is not hit the day, and so does everybody. So if you want to have us, so they should send them to us. DM us if you've got material. We'll be happy to convert it and return it to you, the original materials, and even give you the MP3s or 4s that are needed, as long as you're willing to let us archive it and possibly use it for distribution historical purposes.
Yes.
I mean, we'd be happy to do that. So that is. And I think that makes us more plugged in. How do we get ourselves plugged into the pagan community? I think we've been talking about this term, plugged in pagans.
Plugged in pagans.
Are you a plugged in pagan, Don?
Well, not according to Marianne Kay, but generally speaking, I think that's a little joke about.
I think you've become more plugged in.
Well, thank you. I think I would say yes, but I would have to say I'm plugged in certain areas. Just as in my my career as a pagan, the emphasis is on certain things. I would say in terms of being plugged in, it's the emphasis is on, for example, even after all these years, pagan media, education, and history, which of course is also the focus of my life for the most part, and artwork.
In artwork, absolutely. And you have a piece of artwork up. You're going to have several pieces of artwork up. We're going to be putting more of it up today. But the one we have is Haspidius. Can you talk about that?
Hatshepsut?
See, I butchered. See, take another drink, folks.
Well, how about I show them
Sure.
after the break?
All right.
I'll have to get them,
Oh, okay.
but they're easily to hand.
All right. Well, then we have one last question before we take break, and I think it's a good question. And here he goes. Show this. Do you see the quantum field being explored in the pagan community?
I do, absolutely, with varying degrees of skill. And this is relevant to the previous question about how do you prove these things. Science is coming a lot closer to what we've been saying all along, particularly through quantum physics and certain other things. A lot of the magical theory that we have been dealing with is not on the fringe anymore. And so in terms of proving the value or the legitimacy of magic to non-magical people, if you're able to speak in contemporary scientific terms, there actually is a lot more you can use. A lot of aspects of quantum theory really do go hand in hand with things we have taught. I mean, you hear mainstream scientists now talking about the multiverse and the idea of parallel universes, which was very fringy when I was writing about it in the degree materials 20 years ago, but isn't now. And so I will say that I think that a certain segment of the general population is to understanding magic without even realizing it than they previously were. And I think it would benefit us to use more of those terms in our practice that wider world knows.
I think synchronicity is a word that is often used a lot. Instead of it being the idea of synchronicity versus accident or coincidence. We're starting to see synchronicities as a flow. We see the observer theory being constantly spoken about. You can't really observe the universe and be separate of it at the same time. And that's what meditation tries to do, give you enough space in there so you can take a moment before your brain reacts. They're finding the brain is quantum entangled with each other. There's these energy fields. So they're finding out so many things that we have believed. And I think the difference is that we've believed them in stories. A great way for us to kind of pass them into the world is into stories, religious stories. They're saying a lot of the gods are really in India, in the Hindu religion, really are scientific principles given to a god and then given a god form so that everybody will learn it and pass it on. But but if you really look at it, they're mathematical formulas. They're things that happen in the universe that's unique, and they make it unique to that god. So you learned it. But it is, in fact, science. It's just how they had memory storage.
It's a different approach. Yeah.
You know, the Bardics, they talk about this deep memory that we have lost. I mean, for a lot of us, we've lost the idea of the deep memory. We used to have people walking around with entire encyclopedias of knowledge in their head of songs and stories. You know, a lot of people want to think of the idea that we're stupid before we publish books. You know, that we couldn't have held knowledge before the publishing of Gutenberg. It just spread it out. You know, can you talk about our ability to... Magic has always been about memory, hasn't it? And isn't that really about what quantum theory is?
Memory and perception. Those are very important things. But, you know, you're mentioning the idea that that literate people sometimes have, that pre-literate people did not have knowledge. We know now that the Aboriginal peoples in Australia have memories that have been passed down for literally thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. We can look at a number of pre-literate societies of which we have knowledge, or maybe we should say newly literate societies at the time these things were written down. They had very ancient knowledge. One of the things that happened, I think, is that the ability, which begins with the printing press, to record knowledge, kind of gave us an external memory that allowed us to rely less on our internal memory. If you look at the books behind me, they're an example of that. If you could see the computer in front of me, it's an example of that. We've exercised a lot of our memory. but it's still there in a different way. And when we talk about magic, you know, I think all of us on screen at the moment are believers in the idea that computers are magical tools, that the metaverse is a magical thing, and that we must look at it that way, that it is an aspect of the astral plane that we have come to have a new way to interact with. And, you know, this is something that was being predicted 30 years ago, that that we're moving increasingly from that mental plane into the astral plane, and the idea that we would have such an interface that can do things that were previously only possible in an astral way makes perfect sense in light of the predictions that people were making, again, 30, 40 years ago. You want to talk about proof? Well, again, people will not accept proof they will not accept. But, you know, global warming and climate change have been huge things in the last few decades. But the place I first heard about the idea of climate change was the metaphysical community in the 1970s, at a point in time when the scientific community basically was laughing at the idea. The idea, for example, that our coastlines were going to end up underwater was very current in the metaphysical world at that time, going back to the 1940s, and is effectively the prediction that comes with climate change. The idea that the seasons were dissolving as we knew them was an idea that I grew up with. And now it's very mainstream and very much backed by conventional science, which calls it climate change. Doesn't always put it the same way, but it's the same idea. And I would have to say they have caught up with us.
Well, I think that we keep seeing this over and over again. I remember when acupuncture is a whack medicine, and everybody was trying to stop it, and then all of a sudden it took a few years of them really pushing hard on it, and then all of a sudden now it's a medically accepted practice everywhere. Acupuncturists are doing really well economically. Insurance will pay for it across the board. That's a metaphysical Eastern science that was so disdained when I was a kid. Now full practice and accepted by the medical community as one of the therapeutic ways of handling it.
Absolutely.
And now you're seeing Chinese teas come in. We're seeing more of this idea of other alternative medicines coming in. And at the same time, I think it's also because, and I think what gives it space is the high cost of modern medicine, which only treats with science and very roughly a lot of times, tearing things out, introducing chemicals to your body. I mean, I'm for it. I introduce a chemical to my body every day. I'm a diabetic, so I have insulin. And I can't even, people say, oh, GMOs are terrible. I exist because of affordable GMO. Those little microbes are giving me my insulin every day, not 10,000 pig livers out there. People laugh. My grandparents had to take insulin by pig liver, pig insulin. They didn't make it that far. So I'm way past them. So I'm really grateful to the idea of GMOs being all bad. No, for me, sorry. But at the same time, they're always constantly dissing the other types of methods of it. And that's where when we talk about quantum physics, we're also talking about medical physics and medical ways. I mean, if the paradigm doesn't allow it to come in, people won't. Because you talk about one place where magic is proven almost every time, or a mental effect, or a psychic ability, or whatever you want to call it, is the placebo effect. It's so significant they have to put it into studies, and they hate reporting it when it does well. Can you talk about that?
And what is the placebo effect except the idea of magic that if you believe it's going to work, you can make it work?
And what is a placebo effect? Why don't we go ahead and tell people?
So in medicine, the placebo effect is a control in studies where one group of people is given a placebo, commonly called a sugar pill, and the other group of people are given the actual medicine to see how they behave against one another. And quite often, the placebo is very effective because they believe it will work. And magic works to a certain extent on that same premise. One of the things that we teach is that if you cannot believe that you're going to do the thing you're trying to do magically, you won't be able to do it. You must have that belief. We would say simply that where people who would normally talk about the placebo effect would say that it's a physical thing, we would say that it's in the whole world around you, that you shape the world through your belief and your thoughts and your emotion. And magic is learning to direct these in a conscious way to produce that effect. If we talk about it in physical terms, you know, one of the more spectacular examples of this sort of thing is Tumlis, which is a practice primarily of Tibetan monks controlling their body temperature. And there have been demonstrations of, for example, putting wet towels over the monks in a cold room, and they raise their body temperature so much that they dry out the towel by causing all the water to evaporate from it. This should not be possible by the way that most people interpret the world, but it is possible, it is done. If there's any question of its existence, that's news to me. I think it's been thoroughly proven by every standard. But it shows how much control we actually have physically. And the idea of magic is that it's not only internal, it's also external. And as you learn how to work with that, then you not only can have a lot more control over your body, but also over the outside world.
That's very reasonable. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, and then when we get back, we're going to talk about your pictures. But let's go ahead and, but I want to bring in one more thing before we take a break. Somebody bought a reading, so we're at 7:20. We're going to, that,
Yay.
what I'm on the phone was Jason. And again, I should not be doing a show simultaneously while trying to fix our opening problems, but you know, I do. And you get to see me live and authentic. This is the Ed the Pagan reality show. My life is a reality show. We'll talk about that before the end of this show. So we're going to come back. We're going to do this quick break, and then we'll be in for our last hour of the coffee hour for the first day. Thank you so much. And so do donate. We want to reach 1,000 in the next hour. Can we get $280 more out there? Let us see if we can do that. But first, we're going to take 6 reasons you should go to the Parliament, because that's a great thing to do.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here are 6 reasons why you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, the freedom of expression, will be on full display. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you'll be able to act. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.weebly.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody. The Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Correllian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Correllian.com.
And we're back, and we're at $720 for our telethon. And thank you for buying a reading with Lord Don Lewis. We have now only 23 of those left. Oh no, 24 of those left. And thank you for buying a reading from me as well. And we'll get back there when it is. That's a lot of fun. So I am so pleased that we got that. Yeah, so there we go. I'm going to check one more time as we come out of break because I'm really driving. Let's go ahead and drive this. Let it do it. We're talking about it. Oh, maybe. Nope, we're still there, but we're really pleased that we're at the $720 mark. And that's a great, that we've increased a considerable amount, okay? And now we're going to talk a little bit about the artwork that Don is presenting. But let us go ahead and talk about our favorite option, CA0101.
The festival experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is a full week, Monday through Sunday, of festival Brushwood, New York, at the Brushwood Folklore Center, Cirrus Rising, one of the biggest and best pagan festivals in the United States. So please come join us.
And so if you do join us, you might be joining us with Lord Don Lewis himself, who we're hoping to have come out with us to Cirrus Rising. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later, but we can't do it until we at least have some bids and things like that. So we'll talk more about it. But if we get enough out there, we're going to bring Lord Don Lewis, who everybody wanted to see in camping equipment suits this year. So if you want to check out his wardrobe firsthand and have him maybe be able to spend most of a week with him, take a look at the Cirrus Rising piece. We'll talk more about that later, but right now it does include your tent accommodations, your bedding, your food, and of course, other little luxuries that you might need. We'll have more about that.
More about that later.
But also, we also love the options. We have one of them up now. You can take a look at it. We'll be adding more soon. Today, go ahead and talk to us about your art, Don.
Well, you had asked about the Hatch-Up set, and that is this drawing. And you can see it is done by hand. It is done with alcohol marker. And this is the specific one that was mentioned, but there are a number of them. And it's done with alcohol marker, a little bit of colored pencil. And this was done as an illustration for, I believe, the Second Degree book that we just brought out the revised version of, because it discusses Hatshepsut in one of the chapters. And then we have this drawing, which is a black and white drawing. Pardon me. And this was one of the originals for the coloring book, Great Women of Antiquity. This is the Hittite Queen Putukepa. And being an original drawing, you'll notice that there are little white marks here where certain things were taken out. That is one of the things about original drawings. They do show that they are originals, and you can see on the back it comes through, so you know it's an actual original. We have this one from Great Women of Antiquity, which is the Lady Isis or Aset, who was the Hemet Necher in Amun. That office is sometimes described as the God's wife of Amun. I don't think that's a particularly good translation of that term. I think it really would be closer to say the Holy Woman of Amun, because those words are not translated in the same way in any other context. But this is another of the artworks. it was suggested that a variety of subject matter would be desirable. This is Mayahuel, the story of Mayahuel, also from Great Women of Antiquity. And again, you can see that the marker does show through the back, and there are places where things have been removed. And Cleopatra, the famous Cleopatra, Cleopatra VII, and again from Great Women of Antiquity. And again, you can see the little white places where the frame has been neatened up, and also certain aspects of the drawing. You can see on the back here that it does come through. And you know, I don't normally offer a lot of art for sale. So I don't tend to worry about those things because I'm not making art pieces for sale. But every now and then we do offer some. This is from the Ed the Pagan cartoon strip. And the Ed the Pagan cartoon strip featured the 4 horse people of the apocalypse, one of whom is Pestilence. This is Ed with Pestilence. And the punchline is, Pestilence, what are you doing here? And the answer is recruiting. And there was a comment on the recent unpleasantness.
Well, that's part of the Ed the Pagan, the metaphysical version. See, Ed the Pagan is not just me; it's a character that lives in the metaverse. So, yeah, I like that one. And that's probably one of the first original pieces of it.
Yes, this is the back side. This is the front side, and I generally work with alcohol markers and just ordinary computer paper, actually. This is another piece from the Ed the Pagan cartoon. And then we have a number of pieces from the degree lessons. And we have the Morian. And again, you see on the back how the colors come through. I should probably point out that my artwork often works sequentially, so there'll be a black and white version followed by a color version. So if you look at this particular piece, the black line is printed from a hand-drawn original, and then the color is added by hand. So the pieces that are being offered are the color versions in these cases. And Tammuz, also from the degree lessons. And again, you see the back, you see the front. Breed from the degree lessons. And if I remember correctly, this was originally done as the cover of a magazine. I think. It's been a long time.
Psychic Chicago.
Yes. Yes, I believe it was.
Yes, it was black and white though.
Yes, and then then it was made a color illustration for the lessons. And you see in the background the 7 colors representing the 7 planes. And like a lot of my artwork, there's a lot of symbolism put in here that isn't necessarily obvious. Sometimes you have to look for it. Yemaya, the goddess of the oceans, and also from the degree lessons. Also, you can see that it is definitely an original piece. Hathor, also from the degree lessons. You will also find this piece in black and white in the coloring book, Great Women of Antiquity. And then we also have this piece, which is Seishonagon, who, and if I mispronounce that, I apologize, but she is the author of the Pillow Book, which is one of the earliest literary works from Japan. And this also appeared in Great Women of Antiquity. And then we have a number of pieces from the Infinite Tarot. Oh, well, one more from, two more from the lessons. We have Father Winter.
And if you want to buy a reading from Don, he does the same thing. He'll go, wait, let me add one more card or two more cards right in the middle of the reading. Okay, go ahead, Don. Continue with it. Show us that again. I apologize.
Oh, this one is Father Winter from the Degree Lessons. And Baba Yaga from the Degree Lessons. And again, you can see that it's an original piece. Then we have several cards from the Suit of Witches from the Infinite Tarot, including the 3. And this is the original artwork that was used to make that deck. The 8. I had to count the cats for a minute. Also the original artwork that was used to make that deck. And the Queen of Witches, which is not the original artwork used to make that deck. This was an alternate design for the Queen. A different card ended up being used, so this is unpublished. It has never been seen anywhere before. And again, you can see how the markers come through. And then the last piece is Odin. And this piece was done for the Santa Tarot as the Hanged Man, except we decided that maybe it was just a little too strong for the subject matter. And so we used a different card. And so this also is unpublished. And as far as I know, has never actually been seen outside of my house until this moment. And it is also on auction. So those are the art pieces that that are on auction.
Terrific. I love that. And so you can be able to bid on it. We'll have all those bids by tomorrow. Yeah, that is it. Oh, so they want to know, did you read all those books behind you?
A large number of them. I won't swear to every one of them.
So let's take it in. We're plugged in pagans, and I love that term. We started here, so join the plugged in pagan movement. And it is really important. And one of the things we're going to talk about is the Order of Library, which is emerging.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be more announced around Halloween Day. It'll be actually chartered. But the idea of also museums, we were talking about curating museums and reading all those books. Why is it important that people have libraries like that behind you? Should they?
I think that people should have use of libraries. I don't know that it's still necessary to always have physical books, but there is a certain benefit in them. One of them is that the power won't suddenly go down and they'll be gone. But I think that a library today can be either a physical library or a virtual library, but I think they are very important. And Phaedra Bonowitz made the statement that pagans do not have a sacred book, we have sacred libraries. I was always taught that the initiatory path is one of constant learning, not just learning these few things to get there. Mm-hmm. That you always are adding, you always are expanding, and we do that mostly through books or the equivalent of books. I am a believer in one of Edward's favorite sayings, love your message, not your platform. And so it might be a physical book, it might be a virtual book, but the acquisition of knowledge, I think, is extremely important. I mean, let's face it, if our ancestors had been as devoted to the idea of cave paintings and resistant to the idea of evolving the way they communicated, we would not have books in the first place. We must be flexible in how we look at how we transmit knowledge. Mm-hmm. The question was asked, have I read every book here? I've read the larger number of them, but that was also many years ago. I do refer to them from time to time, but now I mostly read online, with some exceptions. And I think that we must be constantly expanding our knowledge if we wish to have knowledge. And, you know, if you...
Mm-hmm.
It's been said that the unexplored life is not worth living. And I think that that's kind of true. And of course, there are different things for every person, but I think it's true of knowledge also. If you do not expand your knowledge beyond the little bit that you get growing up and just coast on it, you're not going to know a lot. You're certainly not going to understand the world. And we see this a lot today. People who clearly did not expand their knowledge beyond whatever they got in high school. Going back to the lady in Texas who thinks people are casting spells on her through movies. And
call it programming?
That's a whole other argument. And that actually is something perhaps that she would be better advised to be mindful about.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that surprises me is that she thinks, people can cast spells on her through a pre-recorded movie, which, you know, I'm not going to say that's not possible. There are techniques. But she thinks that someone who could do that would wait for a Halloween movie to do it. Whereas if one were able to do that, they'd pick the most innocuous movie in the world to do it through. Not something that says, oh, look, magic.
Hidden in plain sight? I don't know. So let's talk a little bit about it. So one of the things I noticed is that you've been also a collector, and you have people have asked, what is that thing behind you? Is that your stole behind you?
No, that's your stole.
That's my stole. I was telling you that. That might have been yours. Yes, my stole.
It could have been.
I actually don't take my stole on the road with me. I do have a stole that's playing.
Mm-hmm.
And that one needs to be probably repaired. So anything, so maybe Groundhog Day movie would be a good one to put a spell into.
You know, I wouldn't say it couldn't be done. I don't know that it should be done, but I wouldn't say it couldn't, but it certainly would not be the kind of thing this woman is thinking of.
Right. I think eventually I want to. So let's talk about metaverse for a second. I want to do a spell in a movie so that you can participate, that you can be in it. Yeah. I mean,
I think that'd be great.
I think so too. So,
well, here's the thing about magic. People like to think of magic as being supernatural, but it's actually very natural. We all do magic every moment we're alive. We're just not usually conscious of it. When we learn magic, we become conscious of what we're doing anyway. So in that sense, if a spell can be cast through a movie, every movie is doing it. It's just not intentional. It's like sharing energy with a person. If you walk into a room with another person, there's going to be an exchange of energy. But for most people, they'll have no knowledge of it, except how they emotionally felt about the situation. Everybody's walked into a room and suddenly felt good or suddenly felt uneasy and not necessarily known why. That's energy exchange. Happens all the time. When you learn magic, you know how to do that intentionally, if particularly for things like healing and blessing, but any purpose really. You have a greater conscious control of your energy, but unconsciously we exchange energy all the time. People worry a lot about psychic vampires, but the only difference between a psychic vampire and an ordinary person is that they're taking too much energy, because we pick up energy from other people constantly. There's nothing unusual about that, and if a person is taking too much, then they have an imbalance that needs to be addressed. And certainly can be addressed.
That's a good one. So let's go take it back into one thing about also the idea of collectibles. Psychometry is a major psychic art. You're a collector. Neil's a collector. We've seen all sorts of collectors. I myself am not really a collector. I'm a flipper. So let's be honest with that. I love flipping objects. I love seeing them for a moment. I am happy to see them go the other way. But you guys know, no. It doesn't work quite that way for most people. I have seen warehouses and lockers and all sorts of things. Not just. So, can we talk about this? So,
Well, what about it? For me, I've tried to collect things of historical interest. And I'm at the point I'm not entirely sure if all of those collections are still around, because we had at the time we were doing the museum in Salem a number of collections of historical pagan magazines. I'm thinking those are in storage. I'm not certain, but hopefully they are, because they're an important testament to the community of that time. The books that I collect, they say everything is online, but that's not actually true at all. A lot is online. A number of things I don't think are ever going to make it online because they passed from fashion before the coming of the internet. One of the things that I teach about in the first degree is that there's a bit of a difference in the energetic system depending on gender. That the endocrine system is arranged differently in different bodies, and the chakra system will tend to reflect this. This is, I think, today probably a very unusual attitude because that idea never made it online. But when I was learning, what you had were two rival systems for understanding the chakras, and they placed those lower chakras very differently. And my understanding eventually came down to who had made the connections, and that they were working off of their own body, but that it wasn't the same for everyone. And but try to find that online, and it's very difficult because those books don't seem to have made it at this time. They're here in the library, however, which is one of the reasons that I keep the library. I'm sure there are a lot of things here in the library that have not yet made it online and maybe never will. Moving out of the metaphysical realm, some of the things I have in my library are there because they have an interesting historical provenance. One of the books I have is called The Gentle Tacidae. And I think you have to be of a certain age to remember this, but back in the 70s, there was supposedly a primitive group of people discovered in the Philippines called the Tacidae, who were unchanged from tens of thousands of years. And it was a huge thing for several years until it was discovered that it simply was not true. That what had happened is that local people were hired to pretend they were this tribe. But I have the book that was published when this was believed, and I think that's an interesting thing to preserve. In my pagan section, which is the one that's directly behind me here, there are little books and pamphlets out of the pagan press that will likely never be online unless I put them there, because I don't know that other copies of them have survived. Because a lot of the publications of the pagan press in the 70s and 80s, if they saw 100 copies, they were a large print. There were exceptions. Some did more. Some did far less. And in some cases, there may be only one surviving copy. Because they just weren't putting out that many, and people didn't necessarily preserve them.
I think a lot of this material is very ephemeral. One of the dedications of the idea of the Paladins is that we're taking on the idea of storing this data.
Mm-hmm. I think that's very important.
Yeah, libraries rock. I think they do. I think there is this idea of both the digital aspects. Because I'm even arguing that we need to create digital vaults for information for the long term. I mean, we're the Dawn Star ancestors. We're about to see. I mean, it's like the magic books of the Gutenberg Press. How many of those grimoires did not make it across to the Gutenberg Press? I mean, they were all handwritten. There were so many handwritten books. How many books were lost when that technology changed?
Mm-hmm.
And
not only that, but there are grimoires that have survived, which are written in ciphers that no one has translated yet. But that possibility awaits for the future because they have been preserved. And I think that we must make an effort to preserve everything we can. One of the great losses to humanity, I think, are the works of Sappho, the great Greek poet, who is called the Ninth Muse. And a lot of people think that Sappho's material was suppressed by the early Christian church because she's identified with lesbianism. But actually, what happened to Sappho's material is that she spoke a particular Greek dialect. Other than Attic, at a certain point, people stopped learning that dialect. And so they preserved books that were written in Attic Greek and Koine Greek. I think she was writing either in Doric or Ionic, but whichever one was not quite a lost language, but not common. Only a few antiquarians, I think, had maintained it, and so not many books in those languages were kept. That's what actually happened to her works. People said, well, I can't read this, I'm not going to hold on to it. Whereas if they had held on to it today, it could be read. And in fact, the right person could have read it even then. But I think that when we look at what we want to preserve and what we don't want to preserve, the real answer should be, we want to preserve it. Even if we don't at this moment understand its value, it may have a value we do not perceive.
So there was a question they were asking, what about quality books? Do you only read quality books, or do you read any book that's worth reading? I hear this a lot. So for me, let me go ahead and answer for myself. I'm a very particular type of reader. I enjoy reading, but I'm not and I'm a fast reader, but I'm not a heavy reader in my older age now. When I was younger, I was reading 70, 80, 90 books. I could read a book a day. I can still read a book a day. But I find myself choosing, I'm rereading books like Power Shift by Toffler. I'm rereading that. The History of Future Past is kind of fun because he predicted all the things were going to happen, and they've all done. Now I'm reading it. It's now a history book of what we thought. It's kind of a weird thing. But I'm picking what I'm reading because I'm reading Sapiens. I'm reading sort of like metaversal books and technical books, and I don't want to get caught up in trying to learn something else or try to read something else. So I've gotten picky, but when I was younger, when I was starting out into my 40s, early 40s, I read a book a day if I could, and quality didn't matter. I just read whatever was available.
And for me, I have two different answers to that question. The first is, if you're asking me what books are worth preserving, my answer is all of them. And just because it might not be a book that would appeal to me or that I consider to be of high quality doesn't necessarily mean that's so. That's my perspective. There are books that when they came out, I would have probably just rolled my eyes. I don't want to name any. Well, I'll go ahead and name Chantomatics as one whose title would have made me roll my eyes. But it's in my library now, and I'm glad it is, because looking back, it's an important book. And it's actually quite good when you get into it. And it is basically an exposition on the Indian idea of mudras for a non-Indian audience. And so actually quite a good book, virtually forgotten, I think. But so I believe they're all worth preserving. But what I would read myself, I don't have a lot of time for reading, so I am selective. I don't read quickly. I was never a person who could read a book in a day. While Edward was finishing the book, I might be halfway through the chapter. I read, I guess, with some difficulty, but I was never conscious of that until later years. But I also tend to hold on to what I read forever. And so I would have to say that a book had to catch my attention. I mostly prefer reference books. There have been some fiction books that I have enjoyed, but if you look at the walls of the library, there aren't a lot of fiction books here. Nor have I spent a lot of time reading fiction. I tend to read history. I tend to read art. I tend to read how to do things. I tend to read that kind of book. You also notice the metaphysical section is not the biggest section of my library. because I don't read a lot of metaphysical books. I have learned through doing, through direct teaching, and through interaction with people, much more than through reading. And one of the reasons is that I found early on, well, part of it is that's just how I came into everything. I had physical teachers who used books, but the books were not the basis of the teaching. The interaction was the teaching. But I find that a lot of metaphysical books represent what they're saying as the only opinion, which it never is. But when I was younger, I read far more of them. But if you look at my library, you'll see more historical books. And if I wanted to learn something metaphysical, I would probably want to learn it from a person. Not
So I think-
necessarily physically in person, because we have the internet now.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the things I think what I'm hearing too is maybe it's going to change generationally, because I've talked about the massive number of books that people have on their Kindles and their devices. Amazing, they preserve them. And we have that sort of thing. But let's move into the idea of plugged in pagan and museums. We've got about the second half of the show. Let me go ahead and say we're still at $720. Please come on and help me move that number up by a reading from Dawn. You want to? We sold one, so yay during the show. So good. We've had a $100 donation, and we're moving up. And so yes.
And I have not offered readings for at least a year, and probably won't again for at least a year, if not more.
And so there you go, folks. Go ahead and get that. So I want to go ahead and offer to the next bit. So plug-in pagans, museums. Are museums valuable? Should people be storing these devices at home? Should people be collecting these magical items? I mean, we hear about the American craft movement. I've heard of these sort of movements, but are these really worthwhile?
Yes, absolutely. And I'll tell you why. Without them, people often only know what's fashionable. Look at magic wands. If you look for magic wands online today, you'll find them very heavily influenced by Harry Potter. Not all of them, but the larger number of them resemble Harry Potter wands. It's a fashion. You'll also see things like the willow root wands, which are very beautiful, but of a very distinct type. But the kinds of wands people have used during my lifetime have been a much wider range than that. I don't remember who I was talking to, but we were having a conversation. I think it was my son. We were having a conversation about magic wands and how, when I was coming up, the common magic wand was made of wood with a copper wire running either on the outside or through a hole bored on the inside, on the premise that copper conducted the energy. This was the stronger fashion for wands at that time. By the 80s, the dominant form of magic wand was a metal tube, usually copper, often filled with stones, crystals of different kinds, with a crystal on either end, usually. Sometimes wrapped in leather or suede or fabric, sometimes with ropes of stones decorating it. And that was the dominant form of wand for a good 10 years, I would say. And then Harry Potter came along, and they changed. But if you don't have examples of these to see somewhere, you will lose that idea if people aren't still seeing it and talking about it. And these were very effective. They're all different effective styles of wand. If you look at the sort of thing, for example, that Chick and Tabitha Cicero had published a book on creating magical items that included a number of things you might use in certain forms of ceremonial magic, including a number of types of wands and how to make them, which included techniques I would not have thought of. I think that is another example. In order to keep the knowledge alive, I think you really need to keep, as much as possible, examples of the objects. We know, for example, about ritual tools in the ancient world because they still exist. We don't always know exactly how they were used. Usually we do, depending where it's from, but many of them still exist. Some of the earliest um, statues of deities actually still exist, some going back thousands of years before written history, which have been preserved by accident. But we know they're there, and they still inform our ideas, or they once again inform our ideas. We may not know exactly how they were used or exactly what they mean, but the fact that they exist is important.
So should be people building, I know people build their altars, but should they have like a little museum wall around their ancestor place? Should we be investing in these types of objects now? You know, and maybe it's a consumerist question out there in the world about collecting.
I think it's more of an antiquarian's question. And,
Okay.
and most of our community have that mindset. I think, yes, I think it's good to have older pieces that carry their own energy, that carry history. At ancestor altars, things that belong to the ancestors are a very good thing to have, or things that are of their time. But in general, I think that having those older pieces helps you to remember. You know, there's a phrase which I generally despise, but I'm going to quote it anyway. That that you can't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been. This is not true. The fact of the matter is, you don't necessarily need to know where you've been to know where you're going. However, having said that, you will understand more about what you're doing if you know where you've been. I mean, if you're lost in a city, you don't have to know how you got lost necessarily to find what you need to find to be unlost. But if you do know it, it certainly doesn't hurt anything. A lot of times, I think we forget so much about how we as a metaphysical community got here that it's a serious problem. I'm not. One of the things that has caused is people to try to set the beginning of the modern community much later than it really is. I've heard people try to say Wicca got started in the 90s. And for some people, that might be true, but certainly not the movement. What we call Wicca goes back at least into the 19th century, not exactly as it is now, but in its development, and parts of it much farther. And the trail is right there to be seen if people will look at it. One of my favorite examples is Dorothy Clutterbuck, who certain people have tried to make out to have been not a pagan at all, but if you read her diaries, which have now been extensively published by Hazelton, I believe, they are full of hymns and invocations to pagan deities. They are so close to the things people write today that if you publish them in a modern pagan forum, nobody would spot them for being generations old. Except she does do the whole thee and thou thing rather to excess, as they did at the time. But there's still people who do that. I try never to do that, but what are you going to do? But it's a style. But,
so
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that the fact that people don't know that's there really warps their perception of how we got where we are.
Well, I do too. I think this is where the race to the plugged-in pagan comes in. I think one of the things I've learned this year. But I want to do something first. Neil, you've sold these wands, haven't you? You've been at this for 30 years. Can you talk about the wands and these sort of changes? Of what you sold?
There has been many of changes as the fads have came in and out. Dances with Wolves at one point in time when I first started getting into paganism, it was Indian stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had the Braveheart round, And now we are in the Viking round, the heathen round. We follow trends and fashions just like every other society, village, city for millions of years. I'm at the point that I collect artwork. I collect pottery. I collect paintings. I collect all kinds of things like that. Yes, because
oh no, Yoden.
Anything else, I can buy wholesale. I know who manufactures it. There is, other than being historical, there's very few significance about it. They're mass produced. There's no feeling in them. Paintings talk. All artwork talks, whether it's pottery or whatever it is. It's from the artist. And it's some pieces I own speak to me. They were mine before they were even done. I have a few interesting pieces. I have a guide for Heartland Pagan Festival that was done by Oberon. I have several pieces I've picked up in auctions because there's people that don't value artifacts. They throw them away. Like, oh, that was last week's news. Okay. But back to, if you don't have these pieces to find relevancy between them and the cohesiveness of the stages and progression, everything is a progression. We learn more. If I don't learn something new every day, I'm not growing, I'm not doing anything. And that's what this is about. It's about learning, it's about history. A lot of history, you know. Don, I consider him basically, he's historic artifacts. He is all that knowledge of that combined. There's going to be a point in time that he is not physically going to be here. Now, he may be here in other forms and other things, but he's not physically going to be. So we need to maintain and store this knowledge so we have something to go back to find out where it came from. It's just like vehicles. We'll use a Model T because everybody understands the Ford Model T. If we did not save any of them or anything, we'd have no knowledge from a modern electric car to this combustion car that basically started everything. So, yes, we have to maintain our past, because if we don't maintain our past, we don't have it, or it's the rest of the world's version of what our past is.
Yes,
and what
indeed.
we are now.
Beautifully said.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely. We're going to cut this piece out and use this piece again. So they're mentioned that, one of our listeners are talking about, you can see that, they've got a titanium wand.
Yes.
That's double effective of it. And there's a tiger's eye. Mary Hawk says she says a tiger's eye wand and a wooden one. They both work. I actually carry a wand. I have a straight stick one, very Harry Potterish. And it goes with my Harry Potter costume. That's well, it's not a costume. It's my job. I teach the little ones cards and numbers. I am a kindergarten tarot teacher in the Harry Potter world. And Dreamtime is talking about they have made their own wands, selenite, and so not into trendy wands. No, wands have always been a creation, but we do have the artwork, the mechanism of that larger scale. People do earn a living crafting artifacts for other people. So I know, like Don Waterhawk's material has gotten to be more valuable. Yeah. And as we've grown, so the thing I don't think people understand, we've grown to a 4 million person market that's completely unplugged in. We're trying to plug that in, plug it in. And I think our collectibles are going to start seeing an acceleration in that aspect.
Yes.
And so what you're going to see at the what you're seeing at the auction is things that I think will have incredible value later. We have some old books coming in. We have all of John's artwork in. More of that will be coming online all day.
Checking the number.
We're going to check the numbers. We're coming to the top of the hour. We hand it off to, I believe, yep. You're going to disappoint me, folks. My heart is breaking. We're not. It is still like 7:20. So that's kind of thing. What do you do if you're bragging about it not fun anymore? Then don't do them. Simply put, if you're not, my life is play. I don't. If you do what you love, you're always playing and you're never working. I may do a lot of things you consider work, and I do a lot of work in the traditional sense, but it's a life of play. And this telethon is about a life of play. So let us take the last 10 minutes of the show while we wait for our hosts to come on and get ready. They're all coming. Let's talk about the Parliament, because we have artifacts of the Parliament.
Yes, we do.
We have books and bags and all sorts of neat things. Why don't we talk about that? I mean, we store stuff from the Parliament. We actually know that there was an argument over a booklet that we showed them. No, it was real.
That's true.
So as we're moving towards the Parliament, let's talk about that aspect of museum and science. The museum work is all of these faiths, all these world people, religious people are going to mark in. And I think the big discussion, I think, at the Parliament, defending freedom and human rights, is the dignity of artifacts. What is collectible and what's not? I mean, is it okay to buy our wands and keep them there? But is it not okay? Where do we move forward? How do we collect sensibly without,
Well, I don't think there's a lot of question about anything that's contemporary.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're buying it from the person who made it, I don't see that anyone can really raise an objection to that. I think it's when it's a historical piece, there are people who feel it should stay where it was created. I don't know that I entirely agree with that. I think the world's a little too volatile for that. I think that the heritage of artifacts and ideas is a global heritage. And I think having everything in one place is really quite dangerous if we look at some of the things going on in the world. How many things in the Middle East were destroyed in the last couple of decades because a group came to power that did not approve of that particular history. The fact that certain things were not in that country, I think, is why they were preserved.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not necessarily a great fan of keeping everything where it started, but how you acquire it, I think, is very important.
Provenance.
Yes.
Need to take pictures. You need to have notarized statements from people.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the provenance. Anybody can pick up anything and say, well, this was owned by or this was used in.
That's true.
You have to be able to prove it. Just like the Lawrence Museum.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the provenance. You have to have that to tie to the object to make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And it adds value.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So how do we go about doing something like that for the next thing? That'll be, I think, our next show. We'll talk more about this because we're getting ready for Kai Aiden and Sir Kai Aiden, and she's going to show us crafts and other things. And hopefully she's hearing this and she can say, okay. Yeah, neither do I, Kay. Kai? All right, so I'll play one of them. There we go. But she's going to come on in a bit. We're getting ready. We have about 8 minutes out there. So let us go ahead and make our plea one more time. Don, why should people be donating?
Well, we talked about this a little bit last night. The Parliament, particularly this Parliament, is focused on human rights, which within the context of what it is, we're talking about religious civil rights particularly, not exclusively, but particularly. And this is a matter of great importance to our community. if you do not realize that there are certainly those who would restrict our religious civil rights in certain political circles, you are not paying attention. I think that we need to be very mindful of protecting those rights, and this is one place where we can have a very strong influence. People who come to the parliament are spiritual leaders of their community for the most part, sometimes political leaders. Making those connections and making a good presence there has an outsized relationship to the amount of energy expended. To have the same impact of sending a delegation to the parliament through other means would cost far more money and time and travel. Because there are people from all over the world, and those people are forming their opinions, in many cases, of what they think of the other religions who are present. Particularly a religion such as Wicca or modern Western paganism, which is often a newcomer to its area, wherever it may be, and sometimes viewed with suspicion, particularly if certain other religious groups are active there who will tend to misrepresent us. We need to be there to represent ourselves. That's why I think being at the parliament is so very important, and why donating is so very important. The more we can get our message out at the parliament, the more we influence a global community that is otherwise very hard to reach. Now, of course, Pagan World TV, in a manner of speaking, is the same idea, influencing that global community. But every tool that we have to do that, I think we should use.
Yes.
And it's difficult to explain all of the effects of Parliament, because they're not all visible, I don't think. But you are influencing thoughts and minds that you normally don't have the option to reach.
Well, I did influence mine. I mean, we've talked about it, and hopefully we'll get out somewhere along the way. Journey to the Parliament 13 will explain a lot more of my journey.
Yes.
But certainly, Pagan World TV would not exist today if it were not for my experience at the '93 Parliament.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be clear, this telethon, everything that I'm doing here, we're all doing, would not have occurred if the events of the 1993 Parliament had not ultimately transformed my life. We were very new in our friendship. We were just learning how to be brothers. Mm-hmm. It was transformational. I mean, there's no way of question. There is the pre-93 Ed and the post-93 Ed. And the pre-93 Ed, there's a wild story in there. There's, I was a rogue magician in Chicago. I had a lot of fun. I stole gnomes. Liberation Organization. There's a wild Ed. God remembers that. I used to steal.
Yes, the Gnome Liberation Organization.
Move them. Yeah, I was one of those guys. And then the Parliament just transformed me pretty quickly, like on a dime, to becoming a lot less fun in some ways for people, but also a lot more of that idea of it. Mm-hmm.
Well, that Parliament, and you tell the story in your interview for Journey to the Parliament, which I don't know is generally known otherwise, but on one hand, it was very uplifting and very spiritual and blah, blah, blah. On the other hand, it really showed what we as Wiccans and pagans are up against in dealing with some other religions. And also laid out how to change that.
Mm-hmm.
And part of it was through numbers. I can remember some prominent pagan people saying, "What do numbers matter?" Well, numbers matter a great deal, actually, to other religions. It's one of those things that was used against us in the immediate aftermath of the 1993 Parliament. Not only that our numbers weren't that large, but that we didn't have registries.
Mm-hmm.
I think our community often greatly misunderstands what other religions think we don't have. They think it's about education or academic this or that, and most of those other religions couldn't care less about those things. They do care about, I guess I'd say accountability. That's usually what it comes down to. having actual registries of membership, having a role in your local community.
And this is the beginning of a hard breakdown. Finish up your thought.
Having a judicature to hold people accountable for misdeeds. That is one of the major criticisms of other religions of a large portion of the pagan community. It's why we have deemsters.
Mm-hmm.
Because the president of the Washington State Interfaith Council pointed this out to us, because he happened to be my old friend Pete Pathfinder.
Yep.
And that was one of the biggest issues that other religions had with pagans, that if someone did something bad, we had no way to hold them accountable.
And with that thought, we are going to take you into it. Neil, one more time for what is the auction they should be bidding on?
The festival package #1 when you go to the auction page. And that's a week-long festival.
There you go. And until folks, 720 was our goal where we hit. So now let us go ahead and hand it over to Kai Aiden and all of a sudden, but we will first do this.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here are 6 reasons why you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, freedom of expression, will be on full display. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you will be able to act. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever change them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.weebly.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody. The Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Correllian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Correllian.com.
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Reverend Kaiden, and joining me today is Reverend Rachel.
Hi.
Reverend Rachel, I've been a member of the Correllian tradition since 2001, I think. And Rachel has been a first-degree clergy member of the tradition since she was 13. She was initiated at the Stamford, Connecticut illustration. And just recently this year, in November, achieved the, want to say, legal clergy right in the United States, because you have to be 18. So today we're going to do mostly crafts. And so the first craft we're going to do is a poppet. We have several cut out already, and then we'll go through it step by step. So they're fairly simply to make, and I think just about anyone can make them. You go to Walmart, craft store, anywhere, and you simply get some felt. They're like 30 cents a piece. And then we have this little pattern. It's like a little person. Now, if you lost your pattern, because I've lost my patterns many, many times, you just take one of your little people you have already made and you just use that. But so let's get started. Now, let's see. Why don't you talk for a minute, Rachel? I'm going to figure this out for a second.
Okay, so when we start making these, we obviously I'm going to list the tools you need. So can you hand me a pair of scissors, please?
Yeah, it'd be very important to note that.
So we have scissors, obviously, and thread.
Fabric only.
Fabric only scissors.
Fabric only.
It don't work like that.
Yes.
In this house, if there's scissors, it's scissors. It's free for all. So we have scissors, thread. We have a lot of needles. These go missing a lot, so be careful with them. Preferably you want a poker thingy, but I don't know where it is.
A poker thingy.
Yeah, the thingy that you stab them with. It's just like, yeah. Anyways, so you're just gonna we have the cutouts. We have a Sharpie too. We're gonna trace the stencil onto the fabric.
So each felt piece is enough to make one poppet. You would just then take your Sharpie and you would just trace it. And it doesn't matter if you're like a little sloppy, because this side, when you complete your dowel, will be on the inside, so you won't see any of
the Sharpie.
Okay. So Rachel, what will be the next step after you trace it?
Well, you cut it out with your fabrics only scissors.
Okay.
And then you would thread the needle.
Okay, so you do the cutting. I'll thread needle, since you don't have a poppet.
What?
Or what did you call it?
A poker thingy?
Poker thingy. Okay.
The thingy that you just put the needles in, Mom. I know how to thread a needle.
Okay. So what do you want to do first?
Well, I'm cutting this out. You want to thread the needle?
Color. Okay, so I'm going to give you a orange dot. There we go. Magic lesson. Never forget. I'm going to give you an orange dell. So when we make a poppet, so we're going to, color matters, and when we put things in it, when we stuff it, we'll put herbs and possibly oils in it. And the intention of the poppet. So if we were making an orange poppet, what would the poppet be for?
So orange in color magic theory helps with creativity and boosting creativity. I'll give you an example. If you're having a project and you just might want to keep out a bowl of oranges, and if you're stuck in that project, just eat one. And it's supposed to help you with your creativity, along with other things.
Here, I just cut off it's fabric account.
You failed.
That's it. You want me to start in the yellow, orange one?
You can start on the orange one.
Okay. So it's fairly easy. You thread, and it's not that you can see it, you thread your needle, then, just like many other things, you sew from the inside out. So if you take your poppet and you see the ones that have the Sharpie on it, that is the side that you want on the outside as you sew. Now you want to line it up as close as you can. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you do want to try to not have that much in your seam, because when you put it inside out, it matters. So because we're flipping it inside out, you don't want to start, you want to leave a hole. So I use it at the head. I just start like here, and then I just start sewing. Yeah. I brought too much. So I like to joke, you can craft just about anything you have. And luckily, we have basically a mini craft store in our house.
I do choose from it. I do not pay though.
I think if she uses my craft supplies like it's Joanne Fabrics, that she should pay. So you don't have to sew it really well. It's going to be just really quickly near the edge. Unless you get it stuck like I just did. And then you figure out what you did wrong. Ha. And then you just continue on. Okay. So we're making an orange poppet right now for creativity. Okay. So we have other ones. What other possible poppets could you make?
So we have these blue ones right here that we were sort of cutting out already. And blue ones have to do with peace and protection. So if you need protection in your life and peace or happiness, blue is where you want to go. I know blue always usually stands for sadness, but not in this case.
Okay. So we got orange and blue.
Orange and blue.
Right. So
what about green?
Here we go. What about green?
Green is prosperity and moolah. Everybody likes their money, you know. So green helps with promoting financial stability. So if you're having issues with your financial life, these poppets would be a great thing. So with these poppets, they're about channeling a certain emotion that you might not be able to do on your own, because as humans, we have a lot of emotions going through our everyday life. So sometimes we need something to focus on and help us get us through, something we can focus our energy on. And these poppets will help do that. We have a visitor?
I guess we have a visitor. Hello, kitty cat. Goodbye, kitty cat. Okay, so we did green. Okay, let's see. Can I trip you up? What about pink?
Pink. So the thing about pink and red is they both mean love, but different kinds of love. Obviously, red is more seductive and lustful, while pink is more frilly and, more about self-care, like love for yourself, while red would be for others. Like the answer?
Okay, I like that answer. Okay. Darn. Okay. Let's see. I haven't done it yet. What about yellow?
Yellow. This one is a fairly easy one. When you think of yellow, you think of sun, you think of warmth. So you think of happiness. Yellow equals happy, equals joy. So, yeah.
Okay.
Always be yellow and happy. Happy, happy, happy.
Pink.
You just did pink.
Okay, I was
trying to trick me?
Yes, okay. Okay. Purple.
Purple is similar to orange, actually. It's about creativity and intuition. It's about, like, trusting in yourself and, like, your gut feelings. Like, it's when you feel like something bad's gonna happen and it comes true, I wonder why.
Okay. Red.
Didn't we just do red? I did red. I did red with pink, remember?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Red equals lust.
White.
Lusty love. White is an interesting one. White is sort of like place filler. So, I'll give you an example. If you are doing a prosperity spell and you need a green candle, but you don't have a green candle, just take a white candle, put some green glitter on it, and it's a place filler. Also, white is for cleansing and purifying your areas around you.
Ooh, so we have a comment, and I would like to, let's see, we're going to show it real quick. So we made a goddess one and filled it with herbs, crystals, and written an intention of what we wanted to bring it into our life for the coming year. It was beautiful to make. I think poppets, I love to make poppets. They're so easy to do. You just put your intentions in as you make them, and you just fill them with what you want. And you can, no two poppets are the same. You can sew them like this. You can put the thread on the outside with different colors so you see it. You can put button eyes on it. You can draw symbols and sigils on the outside of it. What you want to do is endless. So here, I sew it a little from now. So I'm going to stop for a little bit. So let's pretend we made this one on ear. We had it already made. Okay, so this is what it looks like after you take it and flip it out. We'll continue doing one in a minute, and so we can flip it out. Okay. But then comes the fun part. It's the stuffing. Now, there's many things you can get. You can get fill from the craft store, but it can get pricey. Another thing you can get, let me get that thing over there, Rachel. So fill, the same thing as snow that they sell at said craft stores all the other times of the year. So it's the same as fill, but they market it as snow. So after the holidays are over, they often mark this down, and you can get it on clearance for really cheap. But say you don't have any fill, or you don't have any of the snow because it's not Christmas time. The other thing you can do, if you have I guess she won. If you have okay.
This is Mr. Giraffe. Mr. Giraffe is gonna die.
Now, please remember, we are family friendly.
Okay.
So she's not. We're going to gently give her surgery. It is fabric, so we're good with the fabric scissors. Now you have to make sure it's the kind of stuffed animal that actually has fill in it, and it's not that cheap beans that they seem to give nowadays at the carnivals. They're just so cheap. So you just get your stuffed animal or your fill, and I need something like a dowel or something.
I'll be right back.
So then you just put it all in, stuff it all in. Yep. So you don't want to use your scissors. So you could use like a pen, but I prefer a good old wooden dowel. You get them at the craft store or at the Dollar Tree, wherever, except when you break it. Oh, this one will be fine. I just don't stab myself. So you just gently put it down into the, and then you just stuff them some more. Oh, and it is 12:19, so it's lunchtime at our house for some people. So sneaking on through.
You know when you do your break.
Okay, Rachel, so what do you do when you can't get to go in and the dowel's not? Do you just give up?
No, you keep persevering.
Okay.
Let me do it. Ta-da, I did it. There you go.
Okay,
You're
you
welcome.
did it. Uh-oh.
What do
Got
you-
some fill in one leg, but not the other leg.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing you want to be careful of, that you don't end up with a whole bunch of fill in the middle and making them a fat poppet, but no fill in the legs. So you just take that dowel or
Whatever you're using.
As I said, a pen works sometimes just as good. In fact, it's actually better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you do that one. Oh, look, Rachel.
Oh, thank you. I got my hot topic. I am an elf. It's in Lord of the Rings.
Oh, I can't do the right one. I want to do this one.
See, that makes me happy.
I know. I was only sad that when she went to the store, she only bought one pair. Like, you know, she didn't think her mom would want one.
I don't want to match with my mom.
So were the earrings in it already?
Yeah, they came with earrings.
I actually do like. I never even noticed. And not only are they nice little elf ears, they match your aesthetic.
Yes, they match my aesthetic. My witchy aesthetic. So, when you have, sorry, the sun is in my face. So when you have, the poppets, you can put anything in them. Glitter, Devil's product, we're not going to touch that. I don't want to do glitter.
It's supervised. My daughter's 18 years old, and glitter is a supervised activity.
So things like essential oils are really nice to put in these.
Do you know what one that is?
Lavender.
So this is a white for protection.
Mm-hmm.
And lavender is a good herb for protection.
We have other oils.
We do actually have other oils. So would you just put lavender in because it smells good?
Yeah. But it's also for protection.
Is lavender for protection?
Yeah.
It is?
It is.
Okay.
I can prove it. You just do 2 drops. You can do it any oils, really, of what you. It's our doll. I can do what I want.
It's your doll?
This one's the messed up one with the funky arm that I messed up.
He'll be fine. We'll just color on him. We'll give him some clothes.
Okay. So I need some more fill, please, for his head. He needs brains.
I feel bad with dead air. Should we talk more?
Yeah, same.
Okay.
What are we going to talk about?
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Mm.
Oh, so we can talk about the Parliament.
Ooh, the Parliament. I'm excited. I haven't gone yet.
Okay, so I went to the Parliament in 2018. I was going to go. But at the time, we had a different cell phone carrier. And she was unsure if we would have... Oh, plug the cell, 1 minute. Plug the cell phone in and we're going to die. But she was unsure if we were going to have internet while we were in Toronto, because that's where the 2018... Oh. Okay, well, she'll fix that in a second. Well, she was unsure if we would have internet because our cell phone provider did not have service in Canada. So we would be, what's the word I want to use? No, we would only have access to Wi-Fi.
You would be essentially stranded.
So she was unsure if, the Wi-Fi was going to be that good everywhere. And she just could not live for a week without Wi-Fi. So she missed out because Parliament was a great experience. Now, for me, we live in the Western New York area. So Toronto was very close to us. So Toronto was like...
You doing that for me?
Oh my God, I'm a vampire. Sun. Maybe we should put the curtains down, but no. So Toronto is about 2 hours from our house. But at the same time, I was going somewhere for a week. So I did not want to have my vehicle because I didn't want to have to park it. Parking can be really expensive. So I took a Greyhound up to Toronto. It was really cheap. And I stayed at an Airbnb and basically went on the Toronto bus, the public transit to the Metro Center every day for the Parliament. And I have to admit, Toronto's bus public transportation system is way better than Buffalo's is by a lot. So I enjoyed it.
All right. You're ready?
I think he needs more stuffing in his head.
Do you?
He's off his small brain.
Fine. So, see, we have our finished poppet.
It's finished?
Almost finished. Finished stuffing, I meant. Okay. So, we have this. So, what you're going to do is we have our threaded needle. Obviously, we have a knot at the end of it. When you're doing the poppet, we want the knot to be in the inside so you can't see it, unless you want it to be seen. Some people
You can
have
give some hair. I got some floss.
So, we're just going to sew it up. Do some fancy stitching. I'm just gonna do some cool knots so his head looks like it's stitched because it's Halloween and we're gonna do our Frankenstein puppet.
Okay. So keep sewing. Best. Now see, as I said, you don't have to be the best sewer in the world to make a poppet.
Okay.
It gets done. You don't have to be a speed sewer. Though, when you want to make a whole bunch of them in a short amount of time, you want to get a sewing machine. But our sewing machine was temperamental, and it permanently channeled some Mercury retrograde energies. So the sewing machine had to go. So when we moved, I decided it was going to stay at, it was going to go to the Great Sewing Machine in the sky, and I was just going to get a new one for Yule. So in the meantime, we have needle and thread.
Yes, which is just as better.
So, but as I was saying, there's lots of reasons to go to the Parliament. And one thing that I think is really important to know that we're doing this because we would really, we have, let's see, it's 100 hours of magic and community. And so we're going to be here for the next couple hours, and then we have people taking over. And the purpose of it is to help the paladins and the tradition go to Parliament. A lot of the funds, we're hoping to raise $10,000. We would hope to raise $100,000, but we have to want to make realistic goals. It would be great to make $100,000 if Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk were to just come upon the streams and donated $100,000. It's not like we would say no.
Mr. Beast, where you at?
Yeah, Mr. Beast, where you at? No, I'm joking. So if you could, let's see, I know we have. Okay, I'm not the most
tech
savvy person in this world. So 1 minute. I'm trying to find. See, I did go on YouTube and watch videos how to use the program we're using. So
what are you trying to find?
I'm trying to find this one. Please donate. I spent all that time trying to find a little button.
Well, while she was doing that, I finished sewing the doll head. So we're just going to tie the knot off the end by simply going through your last stitch and then wrapping around the needle 3 times because 3 is lucky and pulling it taut. And then ta-da! Can you hand me scissors, please?
No! Fine, I'm gonna make a new pair of fabric scissors. Oh no, got it. Regular scissors.
Oh my gosh, it's thread.
Okay, so as I was saying, we appreciate every donation, big or small. Where we can donate is Correllians Live, Correllians.live.donate. So because the purpose, and let's see, here we go. So there's lots of things. If you just don't want to donate, we also have many psychic readers that are great that you can get a reading. And to get a reading, you would go to correllianslive.readers. And on the page, you would click the reader you want, and they send an email. And then once your payment is received, the reader, you'll be contacted so you guys can set up a schedule to where you want to have your reading. I'm waiting on one because I got one earlier. Okay.
Okie dokie.
Okay, so I know they're about to say something. So look, we're going back. So as I was saying, well, I wasn't saying, we'll talk about it in the next little bit, what I enjoyed about the Parliament. But there's many, 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 many reasons why to go to the Parliament. And
choose one.
I got to find it. Okay, here we go. And here we go. We'll show you.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here are 6 reasons why you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, freedom of expression, will be on full display. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you will be able to act. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever change them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.weebly.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody. The Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Correllian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Correllian.com.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
So,
wait, are you want to talk during the break? What we did? So we're done with poppets. We like our poppet. We'll finish our poppets later.
Poppets are done.
Oh, smells good.
Smells like lavender. Good choice, right?
All right.
Okay, so now we have these little jars, and I love these little jars. These are my calling, I feel. So we are going to make little pre-made spell jars. We can make these into earrings, necklaces.
Well, it depends what size bottle you have.
Fair enough. We have all kinds of size bottles here today. We all have our herbs too.
Do you want any of the smaller ones? Am I not making one? Which ones we can do? We seem to like them, and this one's the better.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want kind are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do this one. What color? What? No. So we have 4 options, or 5 actually. Sorry, we have 5 options today. We have love, attract love. We have happiness, and we have money, prosperity inducing. And then we have dream work, and then we have protection, because everybody needs a little protection in their life. So.
Okay, I like to go to bingo.
So
I go to bingo a lot.
Yes, she does.
No, it's not a lot. It's once a week. I need to get away from, sometimes you just need a break. So I think I will do a money.
I am single. I'm going to do love, because I need to attract that love in my life.
Okay, so I want to do a money spell jar.
Money spell. So we have our assortment of herbs here. So I'm going to get those out in a second. So my mom wants to do a money spell. So we can take some red clover for this money spell.
Red clover.
Okay.
Money spell. Red clover is for financial aid, among other things. So we have a red clover. Now we need jasmine. Sorry. I'm knocking out over everything, huh?
Okay. What about patchouli? Do we have any patchouli?
Yes, we do. Patchouli. This is peppermint. We also need peppermint. Wow. Lemongrass. Good.
Oh.
You found it?
Yep. Sorry, I didn't have it labeled. That's the thing when it's your stuff. You don't always label everything.
And then for me, I have an assortment of things for my love spell. I can use paprika.
Oh, why would you use paprika?
Paprika is for is boosting spell work and love.
Oh,
Yeah, fertility.
Like fidelity.
Fidelity. Fertility.
Yeah.
Same thing.
No. Fertility means you're gonna like.
It sounds
no.
It sounds
Fertility is
similar.
not important right now at your age, but I could see why fidelity would be important.
So we have some of them
I have
out
a
already.
question. So you're doing a love spell?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen the movie. I've seen the movie. What the movie was talking about? The Craft.
Uh-huh.
I've seen what happens with a love charm. A
So,
love spell. So
this is not like a particular love spell like the way you're thinking. It is attraction, attract love spell. More like love is a broad spectrum. There's self-love, love yourself. You can, when you love yourself, others attract you from just the way you act. So this love spell is not necessarily me asking for someone to come into my life and love me. It's asking that I can love myself. I love the universe. I'm ready to accept love into my life, not like craft type love.
Not crap. But it was a good movie.
It was an amazing movie.
So you're saying that I shouldn't believe everything I
See on television about magic.
So you're telling me The Craft is fictional? Does that mean Practical Magic's fictional too?
Oh my gosh. So, lemongrass.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to put a little red clover in it.
Would you like to put a piece of paper down?
No, I put a tablecloth down.
Fair enough. I'm gonna start with some dragon's blood.
Yeah, don't use too much. We don't got that much of that. Certain herbs cost more than the others. And plus we ground that down ourselves with our mortal and pedestal. So
I like dragon's blood.
Okay.
Last time I did this, I spilled it.
Which is why we have said small amount. Now, sometimes I would ground them up to put in, but I think I want to leave the pieces whole. No.
Can I have some jasmine? Thank you.
Okay. Hey, look, it's peppermint. Look. It smells like peppermint. Okay. So, I think, well, okay. So where was I? I got red clover and jasmine.
And I got dragon's blood and jasmine, and I'm adding some peppermint.
Okay. So then I got some patchouli.
I need some patchouli too, please.
For your love?
For my love.
Okay. Oh. And then just for... Now, what did you say that paprika is for?
Paprika. You can boost spell work with paprika. It's also, there's many things paprika can do. Energy, hex breaking, love, like I said.
So I really want my bingo spell jar to work.
You want?
I'm gonna boost that.
With
Right
some
up.
paprika.
Not to mention paprika looks pretty.
Paprika is red. Red is my favorite color.
Red is red. Yeah. Okay. So should I stuff it all the way? Leave a little. I'm gonna leave a little out. Okay. So I made
your spell jar.
My spell jar.
So you're gonna take your candle.
I'm gonna take my candle. My orange candle.
White orange. It's not gonna be orange, isn't it?
It's not. It's going to be
green for moolah.
That's not the one I want. You stay here. I will move right over here.
I am still trying to add the paprika without spilling it all over the place. It's a lot of paprika. Sorry. This is my little spell jar. It's only halfway filled. Getting paprika all over the place.
Like always.
Lemongrass. Putting some lemongrass. I'm gonna shove that in there. Looks like your elbow is deep in candles over there.
Okay. I am.
She's trying to find her specific candle.
I found one. Here, which one do you have? There.
Thank you.
A cat sat in my chair. So, let's see. Give me a second.
What to do?
I know we have an update on the donations, but my iPad died. The problem with technology is that. So we're going to log into Messenger on my computer. And why am I telling this so everyone can hear? Just go about your craft and explain it.
My craft. Okay, I'm explaining it. I put peppermint. Is this what is it? Patchouli?
Yeah.
I already put patchouli in it. I need cinnamon. Do you know where that is?
Do you want regular cinnamon or do you want cinnamon chips? Cinnamon chips are up there.
Cinnamon chips. So it's right here.
Yep.
We have some cinnamon chips. Cinnamon. Just gonna put that cinnamon in the star like this. And I think, what else can we add? Paprika, rosemary, basil. Basil, just
Basil. Oh, so in our area we have a Ford dealership. It's called Basil.
Sorry.
So if you're gonna do it so it doesn't get stuck in my head. What is it?
Basil, just great deals.
Yep, that would be the one.
Where is the basil?
Basil is one of the herbs we actually use for cooking, so it's probably in one of the actual
cooking jars. Gotta sprinkle that into my hand. All the sprinkles.
Okay. So I'm going to take a lighter, wherever it might be. I'm going to then, let's see, I'm going to move hers out the way because I'm faster. Well, I got a smaller container because she just wants to waste more of my herbs. So I have my herbs that I put in. And I'm going to light this purple candle because it's a money spell.
It's green.
Okay, it's green. I am going to get it all waxy because I want to drip wax into it. And there we go. And I can't see them. So I'm going to seal it in. And then once I put some in, which I did, I'm going to leave it lit because then I'm going to take my favorite
candle holder right there.
Oh, weird.
On the toy kitchen.
Oh.
Top of it right there.
It's not the one for the small one. I want to put this on this candle holder that it's not meant for and hope I don't burn my kitchen down. So I have this nice little candle that I got. And I got it many years ago. And the candle is actually a witch school wish spell. Now you can tell that it's quite old. They've been a long, and I absolutely love them, and I hoard them now because I have very little.
Used to have bins full of these things.
So I'm going
I've
to
taken my share of them.
Each mini spell comes with a spell from Lord Don's Super Omnus. So I'm going to, the spell that I chose to use is Good Fortune. Prosperity unfold for me, life, like the blossoming leaves of the world tree, and every good thing be brought to me. Be brought to me, and may good luck only attend me. On the wheel of fortune I am riding the high in the noonday sky, and all which I desire to be, and wish to have, shall come by all the powers of 3 times 3. Cherish me and hold me close, good fortune thy always spin for me, from the spinning wheel near the world tree, as I do, so mote it be. So mote it be. So after I put some wax on the inside, I take the same candle and I am going on the outside and I'm sealing the jar closed with the green candle wax.
She forgot a step.
And now I'm doing that afterwards.
You're doing that after?
Okay.
So I finished my bottle. I topped it off with some lemongrass because it's one of my favorite herbs. And then I'm going to take my pink candle. I forgot to open her up. I'm going to fill the rest of her with wax from our love spell from Wicca School. We're going to open her up. Can I see your light, please? Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to light this old boy up. Let it get waxy. And just drip her in.
Also, we'll realize after our next break, we're going to do something new that we haven't really done before. That's going to be an experience. we're gonna actually make our own candles.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun. So I got done putting the wax in my jar. Now I'm going to close my jar up. Pull my candle out real quick. I'll light her back up in a second. I am sealing her with my intention. Then I'm going to take this pink thread and I'm going to wrap it around the lid. I'm just going to tie it real quick. Sorry if I'm not in view. I think I am.
You're not, no.
No, I'm not. Oh, yeah. Oh. Why are you lying to me? I'm going to tie it up and then I'm just going to... Ooh, it's warm. I'm having difficulties.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, why don't we speak about donation again?
Yeah.
So, let's see. To donate, you go to, let's see.
She doesn't know where to go.
Okay.
Can I show that?
Yeah, no. How about we'll show the donation total. So right now, our current donation total is $844.
That's a lot.
It is a nice amount. Now, we appreciate every donation, big or small. To donate, you go to Correllian.live.donate. Now, there's many ways to donate. You can simply make a donation. It's right there on the page. You can make a one-time donation or a monthly donation. If you, there's also other ways to help. You can get a reading. We have many psychics and other readers out there right now that are offering readings. You go to Correllianslive.readers, and there's even more ways to be a part. We have an auction right now. And to register for the auction, you go to Correllians.live.auction, and it'll give you directions on how to register to bid. There's many great items right now for donation. Okay, so let's see. Right. Turn this one off for now. Hey, look, we're big.
Big.
So, as I said, we are... And I set it up wrong. Look. Please, pay no attention to the bottom number. I need to fix that one thing. So our current, as I said, our current total is $844. And give me a second.
The Parliament of World Religions is coming to Chicago, Illinois in August 2023, and the Sacred Order of Paladins and Correllian Nativist Church are working towards attending to represent the pagan community, but we need your help. Attending Parliament is paramount for not just the Correllian tradition, but the pagan community as a whole. So in an effort to secure the funds to send as many Correllians to Parliament as possible, we will be holding the Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon. 100 hours of magic and community. The telethon will be from October 6th to the 10th and will be jam-packed with discussion panels, workshops, and performances, as well as booking readings with psychic readers and an online auction. August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here are 6 reasons why you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources.
Okay, so we put on their number. We were just talking the video where the Reverend Cloud was just talking about one of the benefits of the Parliament of World Religion is networking, and I have to admit that was really an important aspect when I went at the last Parliament. There's hundreds of workshops and presentations and music and just about something for everything. So let me take off this real quick. So sorry. So I had an excellent time at the Parliament. It wasn't even, there was a lot of workshops for pagans, and I didn't go to a lot of the pagan workshops. I actually went to some of the other workshops from the other religions because I thought it would be more interesting to watch other presentations by other. The funniest thing is, the best thing in the world is one of the pagan, and so I wasn't the only one that had the same thought. One of the pagan workshops that I did attend, who was also attended by a Catholic professor at a local college in our area, actually. And he came with the same thought I did of networking. The funniest thing is, we of course got to chatting, me along with Reverend Phoenix, got chatting with him, and we became Facebook friends. So I want to say 6, 7, 8 months, maybe a year later, he came to us and saying that he wants us to come to his very Catholic college and speak to his students, his class, about our faith. Phoenix, of course, came in and hijacked the whole thing. He took that way. I invited him to come, and he hijacked it, like just stole the show. And I just sat back because one thing Phoenix is very well spoken, and every single person in that class enjoyed what Phoenix said and understand what Phoenix said and acknowledged what Phoenix said. So you want to do a little bit more of your candle, and I'm going to take a break, even though because we currently also have my 2-year-old grandson over, and he's calling for somebody.
He's calling for me.
Yeah.
But I will be here finishing my spell, my little love jar. Over the break, I sealed it. So I'm going to add some more wax to it while I recite their little chant here. I love these little spells, by the way. They're so cute. Me and my friends used to do them all the time. Many of my friends aren't even pagan. They're Christian, atheists. And they just love doing this because it's honestly about the intention you put into it. It's if you believe it, you believe it. And when we do all this stuff like this together, it brings us together, and I just love doing it. And I love showing people who do it. And she took the litter. Mom! Yes, daughter? You took the litter. Oh. Thank you. Anyways, I'm just gonna light my lighter.
My lighter.
It's a lead though. And I'm going to just pour this wax over right here and saying this chant. Aphrodite, laughing goddess of gentle dancing waves and sparkling sea foam. Lady of Cyprus, share with me your joy of heart. Mistress of love and compassion, open your heart to me, your simple child, that I may love and be loved in return. Send me to whoever person is the best love for me now, and for whom I am the best love, that we may celebrate your holy rite, which love in itself and the perfection of happiness. I ask for this, and in asking, I open myself to receive it, and will joyfully receive it. So let it be. Now I'm just gonna put the candle, and now we have my love jar. What you doing?
Here. Why don't, sorry. So, I am going to, and we have a cat fight. So, what are you going to do with your love jar? Just boot it. Put it underneath the pillow.
Shake it.
Shake it. So, like, every time you want to shake it, shake it, shake it. Yeah. So, I think Wednesday and bingo night or bingo afternoon. So, we talked about making candles next, but I think we're going to do something else first. And it's going to take me a second to find that in a second. I need to find it. So we have, in the tradition, we have a group called the Order of Artificers. And the Artificers, we do lots. We do, a lot of them do crafts, but we also make the garbs within the tradition for the most part. And one of our great artists, why don't you talk while I do this? You just say whatever you want. We're gonna.
Okay. Hi. I'm supposed to be talking about something. So let's talk about how I'm excited to go to the Parliament. What you doing?
Sorry.
Really looking forward to it. It's gonna be my first year. I've known everybody in the tradition, has been so friendly to me over the years, that opened my arms to like my family. I'm just excited to share this opportunity with everybody, and I can't wait to go. What are you doing still?
It doesn't matter. Just talk. Okay, so it's in Chicago.
It's in Chicago, and I'm really excited because I really want to go on a plane, but I don't know if that's gonna be possible. I've never been on a plane before, and every time my mom says that we're gonna go on a plane, we end up driving there. So,
well, that's because I have a thought that when you get somewhere that you're going to, and you have to rent a car when you get there, what is the point of paying a whole bunch of money for a plane ticket when
Fair
you could
enough.
just rent the car?
Fair enough.
Okay, so I found what I was looking for. No, I didn't. Okay, so we made a love bottle,
We made a
and
love
we
bottle.
made
And a money bottle.
money bottle. What other ones, and what other herbs could you put in?
So I have my handy dandy paper here. Sorry, full cheat sheet. Our happiness. We have 3 jars left. We have a happiness jar, a dream jar, and a protection jar. Everybody needs a little protection in their life. With happiness, we have the herbs basil, jasmine, paprika. We have some bay leaves, cinnamon, dragon's blood, and lavender. For the DreamWorks spells, we have just I only wrote down the herbs that we had for it. Peppermint, chamomile, and basil. Along with our protection spell, we have paprika, lavender, bay leaves, cinnamon, dragon's blood, chamomile, juniper beads, lemongrass, and basil. So those are all of our protection jars. I'm going to be making a plethora of those in the next hours or so. Because for Pagan Pride.
Oh, hey, we're here so we can plug it.
We're
So,
plugging Pagan Pride.
So, Western New York Pagan Pride. I'm.
Blessings, everyone. It's Reverend Nasser with the Four Pillars Proto Temple. So
I'm a member of the Western New York Pagan Pride, and our Pagan Pride is on Sunday. So Rachel has a booth at Pagan Pride. So now we're on the crunch time of getting some product onto that table.
I have procrastinated a lot.
So people might have said I threw you under the bus earlier when I said that, but she said it herself too.
You threw me under the bus? When?
Earlier when you were at the store getting my Red Bull.
Wow,
Okay.
I feel betrayed.
Oh, are you? Okay, so as I was saying earlier when I got kind of sidetracked, and now I have to even that the Correllian Order of Artificers do the garbs, the nice little fancy. One thing at the Parliament that I did get complimented on like a lot during the Parliament was our robes. Our robes are definitely colorful and they make us stand out. And everyone likes our robes. I don't think I've met a person that hasn't liked our robes.
I had a few friends experience seen some of our illustrations, and they're like, "You're dancing in robes. That's a classic witch for you." And it's so funny. I love getting in robes.
Okay, so let's see. Cover. I need to find a certain thing.
I apologize for her tech savviness.
Okay, cinema, picture, cover. I know it. I read it somewhere now. I found it. So as I was saying, one of our many artifactors is Reverend Kyle from the Four Pillars Temple. And while I'm really good at basic sewing, like I make my stole no problem, I made my stole no problem. But some of the other things can be hard. A stole and stash. But you don't have to have an artificer sew the items for you. You can do it yourself. A lot of times it's not that hard. Reverend Kyle has made a video on the Artifactor group that he told me I could share with everyone, and it's how to make a stole. And how to make a stole, and how to make. 1 minute.
Part 1.
No, that's a different video. Uh-oh. No. Okay. So I'm still here and I'm still getting all weirdly techie. So we're not going to start with that one. We're going to find the video. So do you know who showed me? Kyle actually showed me that making a robe is not as hard as I thought it would be. That you just need certain things. So he said we could share a video, and that he shared to the Artifactor group, and it's about measurements and patterns, and that's kind of important. So I'm going to share that with everyone now by share screen and entire screen. Okay, Microsoft Edge tab. Share. I think I got it. Maybe.
You cannot get it.
Maybe I do.
Blessings to you, my fellow order members. This is Reverend Affin with the Four. So I'm coming to you today because I want
to do a short video, probably won't be short, on measurements, because measurements are so important when it comes to doing garments. So let's go ahead and get started. So I have which is a lot for most robes. I also have measurements I want to discuss. I also have some examples of pieces that we can take a look at as well. So before we get started, I want to talk a little bit about the human body. So from memoriam, humans have been looking at the human body. You can see that in architecture, you can see that in sculpture, you can see how the human body has been expressed and displayed. The human body is in of itself a geographical map. And so when we look at the human body, there are parts and points on the body that tell their own story, have their own sort of landscape. So with that being said, all of this we're going to talk about today utilizes these points of reference on the human body. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first and most important thing about making garments is you have to have the right measurements. So one thing that I like to do when I'm doing robes or anything like that is I like to use a measurement sheet. So measurement sheets are actually kind of hard to find. I was actually looking up to find a couple examples to share with everyone, and most of them you either had to like pay for, or they weren't exactly what I wanted, like measurement sheets for people that are measurements like after a series of exercises, which is not exactly what we're looking for, right? And it didn't give all the information.
Well, my computer says no. I really wanted to hear what Reverend Kyle said about patterns, but unfortunately it was buffering and wouldn't record for me. So we'll just have to go back to what would have been our regularly scheduled program, which is at the moment cleaning up. So I think that's the worst thing when doing crafts for me, is actually cleaning up my mess. And I see. Okay. So I have bought hundreds of candles in my life. We'd say hundreds of candles we've bought and used hundreds of candles, but I kind of thought it would have been really cool to make my own candles. I'll get the candle box. Or you sit here and talk. No, I'll get it. So I went on Amazon and I found a candle making kit. And it was fairly inexpensive, which is really good for beginners because you don't necessarily want to buy an expensive kit, especially if you find out it's not something you want. So I'm going to tell you what first thing that we need based on a YouTube video I watched. Oh. Okay, so do you want to get that real quick? This fancy thing right here is a double boiler that I got for $5 at the thrift store. Six, I'm sorry. And what you do is you put water in the bottom part, and then you put your wax in the top part, and you put it over heat, and that allows you to heat the wax up without burning it. So here, you want to put some water in the bottom part. And in my kit we got was this fancy, what do you want, a little container that you put the wax in. And I gotta tell you all what it came with. Of course, it came with some wax, and this is what we're going to be melting in the dove wood. And it came with these colored pieces of dye to change the candles different colors that you make. And it came with oils, lemon, jasmine, rose, and then of course I have my own ones because it comes with this. Then it came with some tins to make candles. And being the overachiever self we are, we went on to Amazon and we got some silicone molds. Do you know where the white one is? It's not here. So we bought 2 molds. We bought a Gaia goddess mold, and we bought a 3-faced goddess mold. And this is the mold. Now, weirdly, and not fabric scissors, regular scissors, that it says to cut open. See, I don't want to do it on one of the faces. So it says to cut open the mold, because this is how you would take it out and remove it. And I hopefully didn't screw that up by slicing it too much. Okay, so I guess first of all, turn the water on. It just won't look like it's on. It's on. It's not on. Yes, it is. It's not. Yes, it is. Oh, it is. You can't see the water's on. The heat, the gas is on. Okay, So, where's the top part of the double boiler?
Okay.
And you got it?
Take a bag of candle
We're gonna
wax.
take her. Yep. How much? Okay. And then I'm gonna send my assistant with the dowel I broke while making our poppets. And she is going to go on the stove. And there we go. Oh, while she's doing that, in the kit, we also have some candle wicks, some warning stickers. So warning stickers are very important with candles. So, of course, it's burn within sight, keep away from flammable objects, keep away from children and pets. Makes sense. And then we got this, I guess, this fancy little wick holder that when you go to make your candle, let me get a wick out. When you go to make your candle, like say you're making it in the tin, you would put this through the hole when you put it in, and this allows it holds onto the candle wick so it doesn't move all over the place, or in theory, because I think that's important when you start pouring it. So how's the wax coming along? Okay, so I guess we will talk once. Let me look. I know. Let's see if there's an update into the donations. No, it's still at 844, which is a great amount. Remember, at any time to donate, you go to donate. You go to Correllians.live.donate. Okay. So we're going to go. Okay. So Eddie sent in the request for the auctions, and which is great. There's some great auctions. If anyone else would like to sign up for the auctions, you go to, let's see, I know it's Correllian.live /auction. And then I'm going to look at my phone real quick. I'm going to go to the site myself. I should sign up for myself, but I'll do it after I'm off air. So I'm going to go to Correllian.live /schedule. I went to the schedule. The last thing I reviewed was the schedule. Technology. Okay. So I wanted the auction. So if you just went to Correllians.live, you can go to the menu and you can get it. So at the very top, it allows you to register, and you receive once you you'll receive an email with your bidder number, and it'll give you further instructions on how to bid. Now there's many great auctions up for grabs. So for example, I think the best one, I'm going to have to definitely, people are going to, I want that one, is the festival experience with Chasing the Endless Summer at Sirius Rising at Bushwood. I think this is a great auction. It's basically you just have to show up, and once you're there, you'll have a tent, bedding, food, and other equipment provided. You'll get a parking pass, or they'll even pick you up from the airport or train or bus. Coffee on Friday. Another great item is Mary Hawk's numerology chart, which is the value of $200. Lord Don has many art pieces, original art pieces that he created, which look excellent. I seen them this morning during Ed's show. And let's see. So that's just the small portion of the auctions. And in addition to the auctions, there's also readers that are on hand to provide readings. Once you pay, you'll receive information on how to get in contact with your reader so you can set up a time to have your reading done. So it's for a great cause, and why don't we talk about the cause? It's the Parliament of the World Religion, and so we can get as many Correllians to the Parliament as we can. So there's lots and lots of reasons to go to the Parliament, but I would say 6 important ones. So here we go.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here are 6 reasons why you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, the freedom of expression, will be on full display. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you will be able to act. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.weebly.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody. The Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Correllian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Correllian.com.
Hi everyone, we're back. So during our little break, we continued to melt our wax, and Rachel said it's almost about done. So I'm going to work on our mold a little bit. Okay, so you take, according to the directions, I cut a little hole into the top, and I fed my wick through the hole that I made. This is the bottom. Pretty sure. Well, we're either going to have an upside down triple goddess, or it'll be correct. One of the two. Okay, is the wax melted yet?
It is.
Okay, so here's the little. Okay, so I have my. Not that you can see. Oh, no, you can see. See, I threaded my wick through the mold.
You want to be smelly?
Oh, yes. What do we want it to smell like? We have lots and lots of options.
How about vanilla?
Oh, vanilla. Okay. So we're going to use one of our own.
Just a few drops.
Where's the stirry thingy? Oh, here it is. No, I think a little more. A couple more drops. Okay.
Stir it.
Oh. Well, you keep stirring it so it doesn't melt while I tape up the mold. Which I find it almost weird. You're being paged.
I am being paged.
Hey, maybe we can bring him down and possibly do a little kids craft after. Okay. So we were at the pour the wax stage and not. So we're going to take the wax. No, here's the thing that I didn't think of it. I poured too much wax. Look what I did. Ow, 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 ow.
Mom,
Okay.
you messed up.
Yes, I forgot to use that thingy.
Yeah, you did.
Oops.
You want to pour the wax back in here?
So when you screw up the first time you're making your own candle, you take your wax and you pour it back out really quick. Okay, and then I don't want to, if I take it out, then I have to put it back through. I mean, So I could take a string and I can hook it up. Hold it. Thank you. Then you get wax all over yourself, and hopefully it's not drying. You see what I'm trying to do?
Yes, I know what you're trying to do.
So I personally have a little thingy and a hook, and I'm going to hook it on to the dowel. to hold it in the middle. And then I'm quickly gonna no.
Hold on, Mom. Put this over there. Did you cut this one yet?
Yeah.
You put a hole down in the middle though.
I have not put the hole down the middle yet. So that's the beauty part about crafting for the first time. There's always a learning process. I'm sure we'll get good at making our own candles eventually. But for now, I'm just pulling the wax off myself. And because our wax is kind of melting a little bit, let's do something else. So, instead of making...
So we're going to take these things right here in this box. These are stickers for the end of the wax strip. You put it in, you peel it off both sides, and you put it down in the middle, make sure it's centered. And we take the end of this, put it on there. And we're going to take our little handy-dandy straightener. And then you can pour the wax in.
Can we put some glitter in it? No. It's the dye, but it's not the thing.
Okay, so we're going to pour it in.
So pour it in.
To that line.
To that line. So based on how simple that was, it literally took seconds. I would suggest beginners don't spend money on silicone molds that they make tin candles, because it's much more simpler. Are you literally trying to make a candle in one of those little tiny glass
They're called
jars?
mini candles.
We need to get smaller wicks then. Don't waste the big wicks.
You're right.
Oh. Okay. So 11:140, and we actually made our very own first candle. Yeah. Smells like vanilla.
Yay. So now we have enough wax to make one more. So we're going to do one more. Sticker.
I think it came with 2 of those thingies.
2 of what things?
This thing.
It did. Right there.
There.
Next to your phone. Next to the thing I'm going to take.
This thing goes on top of the tin, and it holds.
It holds the wax or the wick in place. So I'm just going to pour it in.
And hope it's enough wax.
And I hope it's enough wax. The answer is probably not.
Almost it counts.
Ta-da! Now we made 2 candles.
That's an awfully big wick,
Hmm?
but
You cut them when they dry.
After they. Okay. And then the important thing. Oh, I think we should make some more, because I also at the same time got these other molds that I
Wax
think.
mold?
Yeah, they're silicone molds, so they can have wax. I think if there's a pentacle, a pentagram, and a whole bunch of trinket, a whole bunch of different designs. I think it would be great if we made little wax melts.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the little wax melts that we have. my candle that I attempted the first time had some wax down at the bottom. So one thing that's important to do with your silicone molds once you demold, or in this case clean up the wax, is get the wax out. But I guess I'll clean that up later. It's a very nice texture, the wax. Oh, that's not garbage. We can just remelt that. So waste not, want not. Okay. So let's see. While Rachel's melting some more wax, I'm going to clean up our mess a little bit. So the kit that I got is the candle making kit. It was on Amazon if other people would like to purchase it. If you tried to purchase it for $27, roughly around $27 after tax, which to me seems like a great price.
Do you want to do the tissue paper?
Oh, we'd have to print it out.
You want to do it?
Okay. So, Parliament is in August of 2023. It almost seems hard to know what you're going to be doing in a whole year, but it's a great investment. And the Correllian tradition has a special group price that if you have yet to register, and I recommend the events for everyone, that you can go and register as a member of the tradition or a friend. You don't have to be a member of the tradition. Anyone can go to the Correllian.com website, and there's at the very first section is the spot that you can register, and it gives you a special discounted price off membership. So I never realized it's kind of like a bottle, pan of water boiling, right? Trying to make spaghetti or pasta, and you're watching it. So I'd love to field any questions. Anyone have any questions? Now, here's the thing. I know lots of friends. I have a craft store in my house. Not everyone has a craft store in the house. A lot of people think they're not crafty. And you don't have to be extremely crafty to craft things. It doesn't take an extremely gifted artist to paint. I think that would be a good idea. We should do painting a little too hot. So I guess it's important to note when handling hot wax is to use pot holders. So while they are by no means done, they are turning from a liquid to a more solid. Oh, we actually want to do we want to color them? Or wax. I think you have to put them back.
What you want to do, red?
What color you want to do?
I don't. Yeah, I have red.
Red?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to take a piece. I'm going to take a piece of the coloring that came with our candle kit, and I'm going to go over there and add it to our
coffee.
Okay. Now Rachel's gonna remelt the wax.
Red again.
What?
Red again.
Now we use the colorant provided in the kit, but I think if we make candles in the future, I think we will use candle dye or food coloring.
Measurements are so.
Okay. Are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have our nifty little silicone symbols, and we're going to gently, because it's very.
Which one?
We're the same. Do all of them. Just very little, because it looks like. That looks like. Oh, that looks good. Fancy.
Fancy.
And I think what we have another. Oh yeah. Oh, we have another. We have two. Okay. I guess that's. Oh. Oh. Put one more in that one. And look, we have the perfect. We made the perfect amount of wax. Okay. Once again, it's about 1:52 p.m. Eastern time. We're coming up on the 2:00 hour and 10 minutes. And I just wanted to let everyone know that hasn't got a chance to watch that we're at $859 for donation total. And that I know we've watched the video many, many times, but I think it's kind of important. So I'm going to share it once again. 6 reasons why we should attend the parliament.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions of faith will be there to answer this call. And here are 6 reasons why you should attend. Number 1. With hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought, presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers, workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Number 2, networking and contacts. You will meet people from every religion from over 80 countries. Meet and have conversations that are thoughtful, insightful, and with deep value. Making contracts across interfaith ministries, understanding and sharing knowledge and resources. Number 3, breathtaking performances of music, dance, and the arts. Every kind of religious and cultural music, dances, and art fill the 5 days. The Parliament presents beautiful, colorful, intimate, and spectacular performances in many languages from many cultures. The display of the heart, in essence, freedom of expression, will be on full display. Number 4, have your voice heard. Your attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, you can make a difference. By standing with your faith, community, and as a person of spirit, you can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way. Number 5, become a part of the global peace movement. As you learn and share at the Parliament, you discover none of us are alone, and that people all over the world are working towards peace, a freer world, and the protection of human rights. Whether your service and goals are local or global, through the Parliament of the World's Religions, you'll be able to act. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.weebly.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody. The Road to Parliament 2022 Correllians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Correllian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Correllian.com.
Hey everybody, we're back.
Oh, yep. Oh, you know, now that we're unmuted?
Mm-hmm.
So, one thing that I've noticed when you're crafting kind of makes you hungry. Not often. So, I think for the 2 o'clock, we've already been here for 2 hours. And I know I have the gift of gab, but I'm almost getting sick of my voice. But it makes you hungry. But I want chocolate. And we don't have any chocolate in the house. We have no chocolate bars. But what we do have is brownie mix.
I'm making brownies.
So during crafty Correllians, we're gonna be crafty and make some brownies. We're already good. We're in the kitchen. Oh, and not to mention, not to throw Rachel under the bus, but she can't seem to make brownies good.
I cannot make brownies good.
They always,
you know, when brownies have that little flaky layer on top and so nice and crunchy, I don't make that. It turns out bad.
So,
yeah.
So we'll make some brownies together. And hopefully it'll turn out good. So what do we need, Rachel?
This is now a baking show. We need 4 eggs, 6 tablespoons of water, and 2 2/3 cups of vegetable oil. I don't want to do the math.
How many eggs?
4. If we're making 2 boxes.
Do we want to make 2 boxes?
No. 2 eggs then?
2 eggs. Well, I think first you want to like put the
mix in the bowl.
Yeah, and if you're going to use my scissors, use the regular scissors and not the. Do not use the fabric scissors.
I want to do it just as favor.
A minute. Go back to the chat. In case we get some chats, we can talk. So. Okay, 2 eggs.
2 eggs. Going to
3 tablespoons water.
Give me a second. Wash my hands.
Okay. 3 tablespoons of water. And 2/3 cup of vegetable oil. And sorry, everyone. And how lucky is that? This is my vegetable oil, and this is 2/3 cup vegetable oil.
Okie dokie. Well, she preheats the oven.
Check.
I am going to mix it. $3.50. Mix.
Oh, speaking of food and brownies, do you know what one of my best experiences at the Parliament was? Linger.
What's Linger?
The Sinks. Okay, so provided a free meal to everyone at lunchtime. It's not necessarily what we would eat, especially us in America every day. But it was food and it was filling. And I enjoyed the experience of trying something new.
I don't like trying new things. I'm picky.
So what you're saying is you're saying while everyone else is eating the nice food it provided, Rachel's getting Uber Eats from McDonald's.
Yep. We just had the coming up past illustration. We had an experience at the hotel late at night.
Pizzagate.
Called Pizzagate. Oh my gosh, it was so horrible. We wanted pizza. The only place.
Very late at night.
It was very late at night.
Out from initiations.
We got out from initiations, and we ordered these pizza.
We're in an area of town that we don't live in.
We don't live in there,
and everyone else is from out of town.
Everybody else is from out of town. So we get this pizza place. Can you get the tray?
The what?
The pan. Or here, you do it.
Yep. I will get the pan.
No, Mom. So the pizza took an hour and a half and everybody was angry when the pizza got there, and all the pizza was wrong, and they didn't bring enough pizza.
We ordered 3.
We ordered 3. We got 2 tiny ones. It was
not, and it was greasy.
And it was greasy
and cold.
So we had to order another pizza, which took another hour and a half. Here you go, Mom. You do it over there.
Yeah, you don't give a pan over?
No.
Okay. You just talk.
Here,
Put
it. Oh, I'm gonna lick this. This is not sanitary. So, Pizzagate, and we finally got the pizza. And when the pizza came in, my mom got a sheet of pizza, and everybody looked at it, was like, "Are we gonna eat this all?" And we devoured the thing. We devoured that pizza. It was okay. It wasn't the best.
No, at the time, that was like the best pizza I've ever tasted in my life.
It was an interesting experience.
I'm sure, I don't know about other people, but depending on when something is the importance of how good the food is sometimes. At that time, as hungry as we were, that was the best pizza we've ever had in our life.
So we have our candles. I think they officially solidified enough for me to cut the wick to size. They aren't perfect, but no one's perfect.
And it's our first make try.
So we're gonna just cut the top and I ruined it.
If it's not ready, we can. Okay.
It's ready enough. Ta-da! Here's your candle. Smells like vanilla. Now I'm just gonna take our warning sticker and I'm gonna put it on the bottom. And now we have a candle. Burn some. What now?
I'm gonna try again.
We're gonna try again.
Okay.
Pardon me.
So earlier we attempted to show everyone how to make a simple pattern with Reverend Kyle from 4 Pillars Temple. And we're going to try again and see if my internet allows us to. So here we go.
Important when it comes to creating garments. So let's go ahead and get started. So I have here a pattern that I want to talk about, which is a pattern that I use a lot for most of my robes. I also have measurement sheets I want to discuss, and I also have some examples of pattern pieces that we can take a look at as well. So before we get started, I want to talk a little bit about the human body. So from time immemorial, humans have been looking at the human body. You can see that in art, you can see that in architecture, you can see that in sculpture. You can see how the human body has been expressed and displayed. The human in of itself a geographic map. And so human body, there are parts and points on the body that tell their own story, that have their own sort of landscape. So with that being said, all of the stuff that today utilizes these points of reference on the human body. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first and most important thing about making garments is you have to have the right measurements. The thing that I like to do when I'm doing robes or anything like that is I like to use a measurement sheet. So measurement sheets are actually kind of hard to find. I was actually looking up to find a couple examples to share with everyone, and most of them you either had to like pay for or they weren't exactly what I wanted. They were like measurement sheets for people that are exercising and they wanted to get their measurements like before and after a series of exercises, which is not exactly what we're looking for, right? And it didn't give all the information. It just basically gave width. It didn't give length, and we need length too if we're going to be making robes and garments and stoles and things like that. So we need length. So with that being said, I dug up some measurement sheets that I found from college, and I can tell you that I don't know where these are from. So these were part of something that I used when I worked in the costume shop at the university, and so I don't exactly know anything about them. So I apologize, but so I'm not going to give you copies of them because I'm paranoid about copyright, but I can share with you certain areas that you might be interested or need to measure. So let's go ahead and take a look at these measurement charts. Alrighty, so welcome to my work. I'm going to talk about these measurement charts. So when you look at the measurements, most of us in the order are female, so let's use the female measurement chart. So when we look here at the measurement chart, you will see a couple important things. So obviously this measurement chart is made for females, but it's also made for individuals that were in the theater. So obviously, as you can tell, there's like character information on here. But what we're going to do is we're going to start on this side here, and we're going to kind of work our way down. So I like this one because it actually has the body, which I like. So you can actually look and see exactly what it's supposed to be. So if you were doing something like, a headdress or a headpiece of some sort, you might want to start at the top here, right? So you're going to do the circumference of the head. You're going to measure around the circumference of the head, and you're going to measure from the top of the ear all the way around the head to the other top of the ear. Oh gosh. So in this case, you would measure around the circumference, and then you'd measure from the top of the head all the way to the other top of the head. So now you got a nice measurement when you're doing that. And so, as I've already said, we're starting already now with using these geographical markers. So we're using the tops of the ears, we're going around, right? And when you measure anything on the human body, you want to go around the widest. So if you're measuring the head, you want to go around the widest part of the head, right, which would be right probably just above the ears. When you begin to move down the human body and you start measuring things like the neck, you want to measure the widest part of the neck, right? So you want to go down. So in this one, there's separate measurements on this measurement chart. So when you begin to do measurements, you might want to measure the widest part of the neck, but then you also want to measure the base of the neck, where like the collar would be, right? So as you're measuring, you want to measure along the widest part around the collar. Those are two separate measurements. That's not just one neck measurement, because if you think about it, up here is really tight. So if you were doing, or if you were doing a necklace or a choker or anything like that, you might want to know what the highest measurement would be. Plus, of course, coming down here, measuring the bottom of the neck. And so as we move down the body, see that we're measuring straight across, and we're measuring around the base of the neck, as you can see. Okay, and so when you're doing this, as you can tell, you're putting the measurements along the side. So you have head across the top, you have the head, you have the throat, you have the neck, right? So now when we talk about measuring the shoulders, when we measure the shoulders, we have to again remember that the human body has different so when we measure across the shoulder into bone, so if you feel bone here, right, there's a bone right here and right here, so we're going to here. So there is a little bit of this when we're using the measuring tape, but that's purpose depth. There's depth here as we go across. So we're going to measure here, and there's a difference between measuring the shoulder to shoulder and the shoulder to shoulder in the back, because there is different features, right? So when we measure across the front, it's going to be relatively shallow. When we measure across the back from point to point, again using the human geography, we measure from point to point along the back, there's a little bit more of a hump, right? And some people may have more of a pronounced hump than other people do. So we have to make sure that we're doing that measurement as well, especially doing things, tabards, things like that. We need to be mindful that if we want it to look a certain way, right, we need to make sure that we're measuring the body in the right way. As an example, I have my measuring tape right here. Obviously, I can't really measure myself, but as an example, if we were to measure around the head, you would go on the head, and what I try to do is I try to give myself at least a finger's space difference, right? So I got a finger in there, right? So now when I check it, mine says I am 22.5 inches around. What a big head. So if you're ever, in the market to buy an actual hat, like back in the day when they used to sell hats that were based upon or if you were going to do across the top from ear to ear, like so, mine says I'm 10 inches. So make sure, especially if you're doing circumference around an area, that you put your there to give yourself a little give it a little extra room, especially when you get to areas where it moves, like in normal, like when you're doing your chest, obviously you breathe, so you might want to do one with a large breath so that you can get the full measurement of the expansion of the body. So again, when you're doing the shoulders, you want to measure from shoulder to shoulder in the front, shoulder to shoulder in the back, okay, and make sure that you get the correct measurements. Now, arm's eye to arm's eye is also similar. So if anyone knows what an arm's eye is or doesn't know what an arm's eye is, an arm's eye is this area of a garment. So it's called an arm's eye. That's where your arm would go in the garment. So when you're talking about arm's eye, I'm wearing a tight shirt, which I guess is probably good for this video. When you're talking about the arm's eye ends right about here. If you imagine your body in quarters, right? So you have a line down the center, you have this quarter, that quarter, and then in the back you have a line down the back, you have this quarter and that quarter, okay? So when you're measuring across the arm's eye, you're doing the front half of the body. And so you want to imagine that there's sort of a line that goes down the side, right? That's separating the quarters, right? So this line goes down the side. You want to measure across that line, and you want to measure to sort of the bottom of your armpit. You don't want to be up in your armpit up here. You want to be down like at the base of your armpit, sort of like where your rib cage is, like at the top of your rib cage, right? So you want to measure, and it's basically along the line of your areola. So you want to make sure that you measure along the line of the areola, because remember too is where the areola is the largest part of your chest. So as you go around and you measure across, you want to measure basically in along the areola from the middle of your side to the middle of your other side, which is called the arm's eye, and then across the front. Okay, again, we're measuring the widest part of our body, so we're going to measure right across the widest part, which for most people is where the areola is located. So you're going to do a nice across this, and then when you get to the end, mine is 21 inches across just the front part of my body, okay? And then we're going to do the same thing again from arm's eye to arm's eye around the back. And remember the same thing, some people have more or less, right? So you may have more of a or maybe you don't, and so then the difference is going to be. So if you're making a garment that's tailored to fit, make sure that you're using the measurements of the individual. And so if they're really big in the front, especially with females, you might be really big in the front because you have breasts, but in the back you don't have breasts, unless you're heavy like me, then you have back boobs. So then in that case, you just measure across the back and it's not going to be the same. So be mindful of that as well. So as we continue down our list here, our theme measurement, right, we're moving right along down. We've measured so far ear to ear, head, throat, neck, shoulder to shoulder, front, back, arm's eye to arm's eye, front and back, and now the chest. The chest is all the way around. So if you look, they do the chest again all the way around. And in fact, at least according to this measurement, they take the arm measurement a little bit higher than where I indicated. So if you look, right there is actually where they're showing the arm's eyes being measured. Eyes being measured a little higher, like above, and then the chest measurement is right across there. So I've always measured the arm's eye across the base, across the bottom there, not toward the top. So then we do the measurement of the chest. chest, right? So we do all the way around. We do the circumference, and we use that middle line where the areolas are as sort of our measurement line. Move down a little bit. The measurement line right here. And so you use that line and you measure all the way around, and then you get your full circumference. And again, if you want to take a full breath, just to get the correct measurement. And of course, you want to make sure that you have someone else doing the measurements for you instead of you doing them yourself. Otherwise, it's going to be a challenge. So after doing the chest all the way around, you do the midriff. So the midriff, of course, is kind of like it's kind of halfway between your belly button and your chest. Midriff is visible because when you have a garment, excuse me, I'm going to come out a little bit. When you have a garment that rides high, you want to measure the midriff. So the midriff might be right around where the base of your ribs are, right? So there's a measurement for the ribs. You got the areolas, you got the ribs, and then wherever the belly button is, you measure that down there too. So true waist, in terms of garments, is the belly button. So the belly button marks the true waist. In America in the 21st century, we think of true waist as being the hip. Floating rides on the hips. And so we think the hips as being, so when we're measuring the hips, we're thinking we're measuring waist. According to fashion, the waist is actually the belly button. So make sure that you're measuring around the belly button as well. So we measure the chest, we measure the midriff, and we measure around the belly button where the waist is as well. And so for some people that are barrel chested, you're going to have it's going to be the same measurement, a very similar close measurement all the way down. So for men, most men are kind of barrel chested. They don't have that hourglass figure like some women do. And so, even a very skinny man is going to have pretty standard measurements all the way down. Whereas with women, you may have, a nice curve to the body. So be mindful of that as well. That's why for this measurement chart, the women's measurement chart, they also measure the midriff, because that's also mindful. So then you measure the waist, and then you measure the hips. Now, when you're measuring the hips, you're measuring hip bone to hip bone. So you got to find those bones. Remember, we talked about how the human body is geographical. So you find those hip bones, and you measure from the front hip bone to hip bone. Okay? All the way around. And there's also full hip. So if we look, I'm going to use myself as a guinea pig here. Okay, so I'm going to just come down a little bit here. Okay, so here's my body. Pardon me while I pull my pants up. So here's my body, right? So here are my hips. My hips are right here. So we got our hips, hip bone, right? If you look at my body, they suck in a little bit, and then they come out to my fat hips on here, right? So you measure from hip bone to hip bone at that level, and then you come out to what's called full hip, which is kind of where your hips and your legs kind of bulge out a little bit and they start to go down. And for me, I have really fat thighs, so as we do this, we measure at this level, and then we measure again at this level. It might only be 2 or 3 inches down, but we're measuring the entire length around. When we measure the full hip, we're also measuring across the butt. So this is the full ear, and this is the butt, and we're measuring all the way around. You're all getting very acquainted with my body at this point. So that's how we do that. We measure all the way around the widest part of the hip, the full hip, which is also including the butt. So we go all the way around. So then after we measure the hip bone, full hip, we go to the thigh. So again, when we measure these things, we're measuring the widest part. So on your thigh, it'll probably be up pretty close to your crotch. You want to measure the widest part of your thigh. Again, as you're measuring, you want to make sure that measurement that you go around and you put your finger in there as well, so that you get a little bit of wiggle room there. And as we continue down the body, we do the thigh, and we do above the knee, because if you look at your body, above your knee is a little bit chunky, especially if you put your, for me, when I straighten my leg, the top part of my knee is a little bit chunky, and then it kind of narrows down to the bottom of my knee, below my knee, before you get to my calf, right? So you always want to measure above your knee, so you can get a nice measurement above your knee. Then there's also a measurement of below the knee, not to be confused with below knee. Who's beeping? So you measure below the knee as well. So you get a nice measurement on top of the knee, a nice measurement below the knee. And then again, you also want to measure the calf. So we're measuring all of these geographical areas on the body, right? So this is pretty extensive, and there's actually way more to it, and we're kind of going through as we go. So we go through and we add all that in. I measure above the knee, measure below the knee, measure the calf, and then of course, as you get further down, you measure the ankle. You also measure the instep girth. Now, the instep girth, and I have to show you because this is kind of complicated if you don't understand where that is. So the instep girth is right here. It's this part of the ankle, from the ankle all the way to like the top part of the ankle. I'm sorry, for the heel, all the way to the top part of the ankle. Why would you need to know that? Well, if you're making shoes or sandals or something, you would definitely want to know that measurement so you can have the right amount, the right size of laces. So you want to measure from the heel to the top part of the ankle. And then finally on the body, you want to measure the arch. So of course the arch is right here. It's the actual under part of the foot all the way around. So you measure the arch. Now, for our purposes as Correllians that make regalia and garments, it's important that we know some pretty lengthy measurements well, right? So all those measures be handled, but we wear robes, so we're not really wearing garments that are very tight fitting. So in terms of needing to know the ankle measurement, it might not be as important. Now obviously needing to know the waist, hip, and midriff would certainly need to be important so that you have a nice robe. Now when you're measuring the inseam is from the top of your crotch on the inside all the way down your leg to the floor. So you measure the inseam to the floor. That might be helpful if you were doing pants or if you were doing a skirt or something like that and you needed to make sure it was long enough, or to get sort of a length measurement. So you want to measure the inseam, which for purposes of decorum and discretion I will not be showing you, but you will measure the inseam from the top of the crotch all the way down the inside of your leg to the floor. And that measurement
Well, give me a second, everyone. So I thought we would take a quick break because so far it's some great presentation by Lord Kyle. So I just wanted to take a quick donation break. Okay, give me a second. Let's see. Okay. Okay, let's see. Give me 1 second, everyone. Okay. Okay, let's see. I'm sorry, everyone. Yes. We have many nice donation break videos.
Hello, this is
Hello.
Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Welcome back, everyone. Once again, we took a small donation break that just gives you a brief reason as to why it's important for you to help us get to the Parliament. And we're going to tune back into our video that we were watching. We were watching Reverend Kyle talk about making a pattern. So give me 1 second. Okay.
On this diagram is so there's also some points where you would measure the inseam to the knee, and you would measure the ankle as well, just to kind of give you layers and levels of like your I like to plot as the geography because I mean to the so we measure again the inseam to the floor, inseam to below the knee. So this one is really interesting, which is also incredibly important, and I'm going to talk about it when we get to the part of the robes. So we talked about the arms, right? The arm's eye is this area right here. Now there's something called the circumference of the arm's eye. So the circumference would be from this point here all the way around back to that point, right? So we get a nice circumference. It's hard for me to do with just one hand, but essentially we're going something like this. I'm going to just pretend so you can see. Hold on, I need some. Okay, there we go. I'm going to just pretend so you can see where it is. It's not easy unless I have some help. So the arm's eye goes like this, for example, right? So you would measure all around here back to here. Why is this important? Because when you're doing robes, and it happens to me every time I make a robe, it's hard to squeeze in up here. And so I'm like fitting in my arms because the arm is too tight, and it's my own fault because I don't follow the pattern. And I'll tell you about that later. So it's always important that you measure the circumference of the arm's eye. Okay, that's super important. Also, measuring the bicep. Again, the bicep would be like the widest part. So the width of the bicep, don't overthink it. Widest part of the bicep, just measure there. Measuring the forearm. Okay, and this is going to be important as well when you're doing robes and robe sleeves, right? You don't want to have really tight sleeves. That's incredibly uncomfortable. So, of course, the widest part of the arm is where you're going to measure for the forearm. And then, of course, the wrist. Now, again, we're talking about human geography. So you can see here there's a bone. There's one bone on the outside of the wrist. Okay, so you want to measure at that bone. That's the wrist. Okay. Now, it's important because this is a geographical marker when you're making robes or sleeves, and you might want to make it wrist length, especially if you're reaching over an altar or something. You don't want it to be so long that it's now going to catch on fire. Another important measurement that goes back to the body itself is measuring waist to hip bone. So your waist is where your belly button is. Waist is where your belly button is, and then your hip bone is here. So you want to measure from here to here and get yourself a nice measurement there. Why? Because maybe you need to know how long a garment needs to go, and you're going to measure it from there to there, and you're going to say, okay, my garment stops at my hip bone. This shirt pretty much stops at the hip bone, a little bit longer. So you need to make sure that you have all those measurements and those distances between all of those markers. So we measure from hip bone to hip bone. I'm sorry, from waist to hip bone. And then we measure from waist to full hip. So along just down the side of the body. You're measuring from the waist to the full hip area, giving you a nice length there. And this is important too, especially if you're wearing, like, making a tunic. Maybe your temple wears tunics as part of your casual robes, and so you want a tunic. So now you need to know that maybe the tunic goes as long as the full hip, right? You don't want a tunic that's going as long as the knees. Maybe you don't want to. Maybe you want it to go as long as the hip or even the thigh. So you can measure the length from that all the way down to the thigh bone, or to the widest part of the thigh, and then go ahead and make it that long. And then, of course, you want to measure from the waist to the floor. Why is that an important measurement? Of course, because it's going to give you the opportunity to know a length for making skirts, right? So from the waist to the floor, all the way down. And of course, that's along the outside. You're not going to measure from the front. You're going to measure from the side because you want to get a nice length on the side. Now for women here, this is important because when you do certain garments, especially if you're doing like a fitted bodice, you need to make sure that you know some really important measurements for the bodice. So for example, going back to the top, it's important that we do the bust and we do it from tip to tip. So you know what I mean when I say tip to tip, I'm talking about areola to areola. So we make a nice measurement of there. Why? Why is this important? Mine's 11, just an FYI. The reason why it's important is because if you're making a bodice that has it's fitted, maybe you're doing darts across here to kind of give it a nice cup shape. Maybe you're doing darts going up here, and the darts always go toward the tips. That's just how patterns are made. The darts go toward the tips, right? So when you're doing the darts, you need to make sure that your tips are where they need to be so that they can match up with the darts, and the darts are all in line. So doing the bust tip to tip, and then of course, which is a measurement that I mentioned earlier, and when I mentioned from the arm side to arm side, measuring across, across the tips. So measuring the widest part in the front across the tips. There's also a measurement here for measuring from the neck to the waist. So you're going straight down the front from the neck all the way down to the waist, which is your belly button, right? Why would we need to know that? Again, because period costumes, they use the waist as the belly button as the true waist. And so you need to know the length from there to there so that you can actually make sure that you're making the bodice the right size, because then of course the skirt would come up to the midriff, or the skirt would at least come up to the waist, and then the bodice would then cover the skirt because they're meeting at the waist. Does that make sense? So you measure from the neck to the waist. Now this is an important one too, and this is probably important for us, especially making tabards, right? So you want to measure from the neck, the top of the shoulder line to the waist. So the top of the shoulder line is here, okay? I'll do it on this side. Is here. So you would measure from here all the way down across the tip, all the way down to the waist. So now you've got yourself a nice solid measurement, okay? And this is the top of the shoulder line to the waist in the front, and you also want to do it again in the back. Why do you think you might do that? Well, let's talk about this for a second. So you have a tabard, right? And you're making the tabard and you think, well, I'm going to make the tabard uniform. So I'm going to make the front of it like this and the back of it like that. Well, that would be okay if either A, you were a stick figure, or B, you were two-dimensional. Okay, none of us are two-dimensional, right? We all have pieces and parts. And so we may have a little bit of a gut like me, or maybe we got a rockin' booty. So we want to make sure that when we make our tabard that we're following that line. So if we're going to have our tabard come to here, or here, my tabard is pretty much in line with my neck, right? So if we measure the tabard here and we're doing top of the neck all the way down to our waist, we can extend that top of the neck to the floor. So now we have a measurement going all the way down, or we can measure from the top. Sorry about that. So we could measure, like as I was saying, from the top of the neck down to the waist, top of the neck down to the full hip, top of the neck down to the knee, or top of the neck down to the floor. So now we're getting a relatively close measurement for our tabard or our clavis, right? So the same thing is true for the back, top of the neck down the back, because we may have humps or bumps, right? So we need to make sure that we have a nice solid line. And so when we measure, we want to make sure that we're at the same level. So if we're saying, okay, I'm going to meet at my knee, so I'm going to do from the front down to my knee, and it's 25 inches. I'm going to do the top down the back to my knee, it's 30 inches. So I got a lot of humps and bumps back there that I need to be mindful of. So that's one way. So when someone looks at you in your regalia, you can say, okay, the front and the back of your tabard are lined up. They're not like, or whatever, right? Additionally, there's a measurement here for one's shoulder length. So you might want to measure your shoulder length like this, right? So you're measuring just across the shoulder from the bottom of the neck to the shoulder, and you're going to get a nice measurement. Why do you think we might do that? Well, these are all measurements that are really helpful when making a tabard or a clavis. So let's stop here for just a minute, and I'll kind of tell you a little bit about my thought process when I was making my clavis, right? So first of all, we know that we wear black robes, right, for inner court. When you get to 3rd degree, you wear the red tabard. When you get to be a temple head, you have the clavis, right? Well, the clavis is a more narrow band. So what I did was I said, okay, so the length of here, I only did 4 inches, which for me was enough. You could do more than that, but I have a quilter's square that is 4 inches by 4 inches. So I just used that, and I just cut really quick the pieces for my the tabs at the top to hold the front and back of the tabard together. Then what I did was I measured basically from tip to tip, and so I wanted my clavis to run narrow, so I used parts of my body to help me to measure the width of it as well as the length of it. And so I went down from here all the way down to my knees, and I measured all the way to the knees, and then I measured a width of just along here from tip to tip. So now I know this is the width that I want it to be. I don't want it to be all the way over here, I want it to be narrow. So that's kind of my thought process when I was making my clavis. So that's always something that you can do. So these measurements are all really helpful for that. If you are a woman looking for a garment that you can wear, like at the store, or if you are a woman who has a man in your life and you need help finding the right fit of, say, dress shirt, this is what you have to do. So we measure from shoulder to elbow. Okay, so here, remember your shoulder bone all the way to your elbow. So you measure from shoulder to elbow, you measure elbow to wrist, and then you measure shoulder to wrist with your arm completely straight. And there's a difference, because when you're moving, it kind of gets, you know, the length has to be able to move, right? So you start shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist. Then you measure shoulder to wrist with your arm completely straight. That gives you a nice measurement. But don't be afraid to kind of navigate those curves. That's the point of this, is to follow along those curves, so that when we have our significant other or a male and we're going to the store to pick them up a nice dress shirt, what you want to do is you want to have their shoulder to wrist measurement, because it goes by that, and you also want to have their neck measurement because it goes by that. So for me, I have a fat neck, so I have to get like size 17 and a half, and my arms aren't terribly long, but unfortunately the way that they make dress shirts is they make them based upon a combination of both measurements. So it's very rare that I might be able to find like a 30 arm with a 17 and a half neck. People that have 17 and a half necks normally have longer arms, unless you're chubby like me. So I have to get a 17 and a half neck, and I have to get a 33 length arm, and I just have long sleeves, because that's just the way they make the shirts. So that's one measurement that you can use in a practical way if you're looking for a dress shirt, or your significant other, if you aren't male and you're in a male significant other is looking for a dress shirt. Now you know how to measure their arm and how to measure their neck to be able to get them the right dress clothes. Shoulder to wrist not bent, armpit to waist. I think we already did that one where you measure from the armpit down to the waist. So you've got like a nice measurement. So not only do you have neck to waist, now you have armpit to waist. There's also another one that's called armpit to wrist. So you measure from the armpit and you measure all the way down the underside of the arm to the wrist. So now you have a nice measurement of this, because if you think about it, here is going to be pretty static on a garment. But here, depending on where the arm's eye is, maybe the arm's eye will be out here, or maybe based upon how big your chest is, the garment may be out more or in more. And so now measuring from here to here, now you have a nice measurement of what that looks like. And of course, as you're doing these measurements, you want to make sure that you're standing straight with your arms and legs down, and you want to measure downward. You never want to have your arms up like I was just doing. You want to have your arms and your body down, and you want to be measuring down. I don't know if I did this one. So you have the one shoulder length, then you have the neck, and then you also have what's called mid-shoulder. So you want to kind of look at your neck and your shoulder, and you want to find that middle point, and you measure down the middle point of your shoulder across the tip all the way down. So now you have a nice measurement there. And that also will come in handy when you're doing tabards and clavises and things of that nature as well. Making sure that you're measuring down those parts of the body, because again, we're not two-dimensional. Essentially, that is basically how you measure a human body. So this was using the female chart. I do have a male chart here. The only difference between the male chart is the male chart doesn't have a tip to tip, but other than that, it's pretty much all the same. It's part of the measurement chart too. It's also important to include some additional information about like the client, the person's actual sizes. So you might want to put in like the person's actual dress size, or the person's actual size, or the person's actual pant size, just as a way to help sort of support you in the measurements that you're taking as well. So kind of fast, and I've had like a mannequin or something to measure on as well, but I hope that this picture gives you something to, and also helps you to see what are. So I'll hold this up for just a second. You can pause this video so that you can look at where exactly these measurements are located. So in the next section of this video, we're going to talk about how to read a pattern and how to translate our measurements into a pattern. Okay, see you then. Alrighty everyone, welcome back to the second part of this video. So in the first part of the video, we talked about how to actually do measurements, right? So in this part of the video, we're going to look at a pattern, and I'm going to let you into the little secret world of Kyle as the seamster, and we are going to look at one of the patterns that I use quite a lot. So I'm going to take you back for just a minute. So geography, right, and how the body is made up and where these important parts of the body are being the widest and smallest parts of. Where do you think patterns came from? Well, they had to come from people that made patterns by hand. When I worked in the costume shop, there was a lovely woman who owned her own shop for a long time. She made gowns, and she would make custom tailored suits for men. And she taught me some really cool tricks for flat patterning. I'm really not flat patterning, so I'm not going to talk a lot about that here. But I'm informed by that idea, and that's how I can talk about these things. So essentially, flat patterning is where you take measurements and you translate those measurements of a person's body into a flat pattern. So I'm going to show you a couple of basic flat pattern pieces, and then we're going to talk about how that sort of translates to the human body. But remember, the human body, again, is three-dimensional, right? So we have to be mindful of the mass of the human body. And so when we're making garments, we need to be mindful of the mass of the human body. So let's go ahead and switch gears, and I use quite often, and we'll go from there. Okay, so this, my friends, is a pattern, is the pattern that I use most often for my robes. So there's a couple important things to look at on this pattern. On this pattern, I have the company name. So the company name is Simplicity, and it says Simplicity Costumes for Teens and Adults. Okay, and it has a pattern number. So if you look here, you're going to see there's a pattern number. This one is 5840. So if you decide you want to copy this pattern and use what I use for my robe, you're welcome to do that. 5840 Simplicity Costume Pattern. And so if you it gives examples of what's included in this pattern, right? So you see there is this person here, there's this guy over here, there's a Jedi people down here on the bottom. Okay, so you have all these options, and if you look, they actually have they have letters. So this is B, that's A, and so forth, right? So now you have an idea of what you're looking at. So if you go to the store and you're looking at a pattern, you can see that this is what the pattern is and what pieces and parts may be inside the pattern. Okay, so now we have to figure out, what is it that we're going to need to make this pattern. So on the back side of this, it actually shows you what you're going to need. So it gets pretty complicated once we go down, but I'm going to walk you through it so that we can kind of figure out exactly what it is that we're going to need. Okay, so here's the pattern that I have, and so you can see here on the back side it lists all this information about the pattern. So let me zoom out a little bit so you can see it better. So this is the back side, okay, and let's go ahead and take a look, shall we? So if you look on the left hand side here, it actually shows you the different pattern pieces and kind of what they look like, from sort of a technical view, and how you can go about making them. So you can see here for, robe A, this is kind of what robe A looks like. It has like, for the robe A, it looks like it has like a little cowl on it, and some other designs there, and it has a hood, of course. Robe B does not have a cowl, it just has the robe by itself. Then there's this like little harness thing, that's the part C, and there's also C and D, which is sort of the body of the garment, and then of course the C of the garment, and then of course there's also this little wrap that goes around the body, and then finally for D there is this other piece as well. So what we have to do first of all is we need to look and we need to figure out what it is that we want to do. So of course the one I always choose is pattern B. So pattern B is the one without the cowl, although I'm going to get there in the cowl, and you can do that. So if you notice, obviously I don't wear a cloak, I wear a robe. So what I decided to do is I decided to go ahead and easy. Back to the back and take a look at that. Since we're doing robe B, we got to go ahead and find the pieces. So it says here at the top for the robes, fabric A for rope for fabrics for the A for B. So doing B, so it says we can do rayon, raw silk, or we can do canvas, twill, whatever we want, right? So it gives us some examples of what we can use for fabrics. I just use, normally when I make my robes, I do like a cotton blend, like a cloth to take care of it, it's not hot. The robe that I currently wear that you've seen pictures of, that robe actually is made out of some kind of a cotton twill blend. I frankly don't know what it is. I purchased it at Walmart on sale and I bought the entire bolt, and so that fabric is
Let's see. I don't mean to cut off Reverend Kyle, but I think we're coming up to the top of our hour, and I just wanted to give a brief donation total. So currently we have a total of, let me make sure it's correct, $859. And for those who want to donate, you can donate by visiting Correllians.live/donate. So, let's see.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever changed them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Hi everyone, I'm back. So As a past member of the, as a person who has been to a previous parliament as a member of the tradition, just wanted to take a quick break before we get back to our video with Reverend Kyle and talk about the parliament and why we're hosting this telethon and asking for donations. So one of our main reasons for hosting this telethon and asking for donations is to help members of the tradition get to the parliament. Now, parliament is a truly life-changing event. And, you know, for each person that comes. But it's not just something that, sorry, I'm just trying to process my thoughts. It's not just a life-changing event for each individual as we go. It's important for us as a tradition to represent ourselves and the tradition. It's, as our videos that we were saying, it's about many things. It's networking within the different religions. It's having a representative for pagans as a whole. It's important to have a representation of our tradition. You know, the macro and the micro is very important. So it's not simply a nice vacation where we get to go to Chicago for a week and go sightseeing and go out to dinner with our friends, though we have at past parliaments gone out to eat. I would notice in Toronto, I thought it was funny. It's kind of hard to find a place that'll sit 40 people, but we always ate. We ate well, and even while we were sitting there eating, we were still talking. It wasn't just us Correllians. It was us Correllians. It was the ATC. It was other pagans. It was other non-pagans. As I said earlier, one of the people that I met at the last parliament was a local Catholic. I'm not sure if he's a priest, but I know he's a professor at a local Catholic college. And we were able to connect. And after the parliament, and we became Facebook friends, and since 2018, we've had many discussions about each of our faiths, his faith, my faith. They were always very, he's always been very well respected or respectful of us. In fact, he invited me, and who I in turn invited Reverend Phoenix Williams, a high priestess of our tradition, to come speak to his class about paganism and the Correllian tradition. And we had a very, I would say, an hour, 2 hour long discussion with these college students that maybe did not ever have paganism brought to them. The same reason why we have pagan prides that are all well attended throughout, because it's not just about being prideful of being a pagan, but it's also about educating non-pagans about our faith, because people don't hate what they don't understand. So sometimes if we can make people understand hate and are afraid of, so if we can make people understand where we're coming from, we're good. I mean, there's obviously zealots that we're not going to be able to do anything about, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to the Parliament of World Religions and having an open and frank discussion with all the religions of the world. It's not a vacation. It's very tiring. I can tell you, every single day I was at the Toronto Parliament, I went to bed tired and drunk a boatload of Red Bull when I got up in the morning to stay awake. But I wouldn't change a minute of that time. It was hard work during the Parliament, and it was hard work after the Parliament. it's not just that week. It's, as I said, a life-changing event. And you can have more than one life-changing event in your lifetime. So I will be there at the next Parliament, and hopefully the one after that, and the one after that, because it's an experience that you truly have to be there to understand. And there's already been a lot of videos out about other people that have gone to the Parliament. So I just wanted to take that time real quick to speak about the Parliament. And I just want to say, if you want to register to go to the Parliament, you can go to the Correllian.com website to register for the Parliament. As a member of the tradition, you don't have to be a member, but it gives you a group discount. And yes, please. And if you do want some more information about the Parliament of the World Religions can be found at parliamentofreligions.org. So having said that, I want to get back to Reverend Kyle's video about patterns.
Is no longer able to, really don't know what it is. Anyway, patterns are the pieces and parts that you use for sewing. So maybe the apps, maybe they're hooks and eyes, maybe they're buttons. That's what a notion is. For B, one frog closure. So it gives you an example of a closure that you can use, or a notion that you can use as a frog closure. And so now we get it, and this talks about body measurements. So when we look here at the body measurement, it separates it by garment piece, right? So we talk about robe A, robe B, or tunic C or D, shoulder armor, D, dicky, etc., etc. We're looking at robe B. So for robe B, we see that we need to see exactly what our size is. Right? So up there it says body measurements, and it says chest and hip. We're not really doing anything else. It's not really form fitting, so we don't have to worry about that. So it wants to know the measurements that we did earlier. We can determine are, but I want to caution you. Just because you wear a large shirt, I mean you're a large in this. Okay, I want to say that again. Just because you wear a large shirt does not mean you are a large in the patterning. That is not what that means. And each garment is different. Each pattern is different. Each company is different. Whether you do McCall's or you do Simplicity or you do any, each one of these is different. So you absolutely get the pattern before you purchase it. Okay, that's super duper important. You have to check each and every pattern. You go to the store, you might see this exact same pattern at the store, and you might think, oh, that's the one about, I'm gonna get it. But maybe it's not in your size. Maybe you actually need an extra sizes that are listed here. Extra small, medium, large, extra large. Then you think, oh, okay, let me check the back. Then you whip it to the back and you look at the measurements. Okay, this is really super duper important because you might see a pattern and think, oh, I'm a medium, I can fit that. And you bring it home, and a medium is actually like an extra small once you get see down here, it's all the same, all the measurement, because it's all one size fits all. So you just make the one size. If you were doing like a tunic, for example, you might need to do something else. So that's just, all these are one size fits all, actually. So that's why it's fine. This pattern works just fine. So let's say we're going to go ahead and make robe B. So we'll make robe B, and we're going to go with extra large, because based upon my measurements, I'm an extra large, let's be honest. So I go ahead and choose robe B. Now it says here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, I mean all the way. Okay, so robe B, it says right here, see where it says 45 inches? That is the width of the fabric. So if you go to the store and you're looking for fabric and you find this fabric you absolutely want for this robe, like it's absolutely gorgeous and wonderful and great, you have to check the bolt to see how big the fabric is. And it will say on the end of the bolt, there's like a little sticker. It'll tell you what the fabric is, what it's made of, what the sort of the blend is, and then it will also tell you how wide the fabric is. And so normally it says 44 inches, but if you include the the salvage edge, it's like 45. So with a 45 inch wide piece of fabric, you will need for this robe almost 8 yards, 7 7/8 yards. So I always buy like 8 yards, maybe a little bit more. If you have a garment that is that you're making with fabric that has a pattern on it and you want to match the pattern, then you need to buy more than what it says on the pattern envelope. So just be mindful of that as well. So now we know, to put our measurements of our actual body, what robe we need and what size or how much fabric we need as well. So at the very bottom of this, I'm going to zoom out again so you can see the orientation. At the very bottom of this, all the way down here, there is finished measurements. These are important too. So these are the garment measurements. These are the finished measurements. When you were done making the garment, this is how big it's going to be. So if you look at the robe A and B, it's going to be 60 inches wide. Okay, so it'll be 60 inches by the time it's all done, said and done. It's all sewn together. So even though up here it's only between 46 and 48 inches, down here it actually ends up being 60 inches all said and done. Okay, so that's essentially how you read a pattern. I'm going to put you back on me. All right, so I want to finish the little discussion here on patterns with one final part. So we go back to the pattern, right? So we have our pattern. Inside of here, we have instructions. So they make it pretty easy. They don't call it simplicity for nothing. They have simplicity patterns here, which has some really important information. So if you look here at this pattern, you will see that there is sort of a technical view of the garments. So you can see, this is pattern A, and of course as part of the robe there's the hood, and there's also the cowl. Pattern B, which is the pattern that I normally have some sort of a design element along the cross across the top right. It shows you the back side with the cowl and what the cowl looks like. In the original pattern, you can see that the hood is actually open in the front. So again, like what I was mentioning, is what I have done is I've turned that cowl backward. So now instead of it being open at the front, it's open at the back. And then what I did was when I sewed the hood to it, I cut it up, not cut it, but I didn't sew it all the way down the back side of the seam. And so I left it open all the way down the back so I could fit my head inside, and then I put snaps on the back as a way to sort of snap it all together. So this pattern instructions will give you some really good insight on what the pattern's supposed to look like when it's all said and done. And then it even shows you what the pattern pieces look like. So again, if you look here, you can see this is what the pattern pieces look like. So you can kind of get an idea of what it all should be. And then finally, it even goes so far as to show you up the pieces, the pattern pieces on your fabric as a way to cut it. So it goes into all sorts of really great detail to really help you out. Maybe in a second video I will go through some of the elements of a pattern and sort of how a pattern is made, because they're all pretty standardized. However, suffice to say that most of the information that you're going to need is going to be in here, and if you follow the steps of the pattern, it actually makes it really easy. So, the interesting thing about this when it comes to pattern work is that you can use the pattern and use the measurements as a way to design or address the patterns as you go. So for example, it's really important that when you're using a pattern that you use your measuring tape just like you would measure your body, and make sure that pattern is fitting to your body. So if you measure the pattern, again, we talked before about how the body is broken into quarters. That's how the patterns normally are. So if you have like a pattern, like for instance, in the robe pattern, the robe pattern goes from here over, and then this here part of the robe. And so if you measured your body from arm's eye to the center of your chest, is that, you know, going to line up with what the pattern is saying? If that pattern is too small, then maybe you need to cut the pattern and expand it. If the pattern is too big, then maybe you need to adjust it so that it fits you better, or if you're okay with having a larger pattern, which in the case issue because we want them to hang loosely, so we want them to not exactly be form-fitting. So look at the patterns themselves, and also when you look at a pattern, they have some very specific markings on the pattern paper itself, so that you know, okay, I can cut it here and I can extend it here, and I can use it to make a longer sleeve, or to make a shorter sleeve, or to do this or do that. So if that's something that you were interested in, you'd like for me to do a little bit of education on that, I can as well. Adjusting patterns, the present patterns that you already have. So that's definitely a possibility as well. So when we, and you know, if we look back to the first texts, we can see that there are very simple designs for making robes, and very much we could do that as well. But using this idea of looking at the human body, we can now look and address the human body, and then figure out how we can make that. So when I did my tabard, my claves, and other parts of the robes, I'm using parts of my body as geographical markers. So for example, when you put the robe on for the first time and you see how long it is, you are going to want to adjust the length, right? So what I do is I measure to my ankle bone. So you go ahead and you measure to the ankle. I measure to my wrist bone. You go to the wrist bone and you hem it. I measure to you know, other areas of my body. When I made my red tabard, I made it wide, so I made it to my shoulders, to my shoulder bones. Across here, and made it to my shoulder bones, and made the body of the tabard long. When I made my clavis, I made it here. I made it to mid-shoulder, and I made it that long, so it wasn't as wide. And so I'm using parts of my own body as a way to mark how I want these fabric pieces to look. And in very thankfully, the tabards are rectangles, so all you have to do is measure the width, measure the length, and cut it. It's very, very easy. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. Now there are some elements to it, you know, where you get finished edges, or you do a rolled edge, or you do, you know, a surged edge, or what have you, as a way to make things look nicer. And that's something, again, we can always talk about in the future if you're interested in doing a video on that. But suffice to say that, you know, these patterns can be very easy, but we're using our body again as to make them have the look that we want. So I thank you all so much for watching, for supporting me in this video. If there's some elements of this video that don't make sense and you need additional education or additional description, you can go ahead and write me, text me, email me, let me know. You also have the opportunity to ask me to make another video. I'd be more than happy to video about something else, or more in depth about a topic that you are confused on. So let me know if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching, and until next time, signing off for now.
So I wanted to thank Reverend Kyle for his great video about patterning. I like to do little crafts. I froze for a second on my screen. So as I said, I would like to.
For your eyes. 2 serums in one with 30.
So let's try this again. I'm sorry. As I said, I would like to thank Reverend Kyle for allowing me to bring you his video on patterning. I am not the best sewer in the world, even though I've every bit of my garb I made myself, but I'm still not the best sewer in the world. But after watching Reverend Kyle's video, it did help me create my own garb. So hopefully his video can help you guys too. He's a member of the Correllian Order of Artificers, which is the order head is Alyssa Maxon Kemp. She's the grand artificer of the tradition. And if such a order interests you, you can find us on Facebook. We all, as a group, share things together. It's not just no one artificer is more important than the other. We're all very important. We get together and do projects such as make items to be donated to the annual auctions that the tradition has during the illustration seasons, or our current big project leading up, even though it's only October, is each year we have a Yule exchange where we each create our own gift and we gift it to a different member. A nice little gift exchange. We've done that for a number of years, and it's great to receive a nice gift from someone that is homemade and crafted with care. And so I just wanted to take a quick break to say that our numbers are still at $859, which is great. And every little bit helps. And to donate, please visit Correllianlive.donate. And I want to take this time to have a brief video and just a break in the programming.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the Ninth Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 6, it's a spiritually transformative experience. Participants and attendees tell of the truly improving life experiences that forever change them towards their own spiritual life. The spiritual and emotional growth in the days of the Parliament is intense, organic, and awe-inspiring. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
what I am looking forward for the Parliament of World Religion 2023 is that the Parliament will bring me in so that I could meet my Correllian family. It's been a long time that I've been following the Parliament World Religion and the Correllian tradition through Magic TV. But this time, with your help, and I'm really hoping that you could help me to be at the Parliament of World Religion 2023. So this is what I'm looking forward to meet you and be in person with you at the Parliament of World Religion.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.
Hi, everyone. Well, it's me again, Reverend Kaiden. I just thought I would take the time as we were on my very first crafting of making candles. Not the best candles in the world. They have some dimpling in them, but they're the first candles I've ever made. So I will take them and be happy. In addition to the candles we made some little, because we had extra wax, we decided to use some of the silicone molds that we had and make some wax melts that we can use in spell work. So let's take they're dry enough to take them out of the mold. So let me carefully do it so they don't break. I think we're about to have a special guest in our show. We are. Here. Our special guest, everyone, is Malachi. Okay.
Oh, the Rachel.
Yeah, the Rachel's coming. So we thought we would make a kids craft. So we have a paper plate that we cut out the center of it. Give me a second. I'm going to see if I can bring this lower. So we have a paper plate. And so my face is going to be cut out a little. And then we have some leaves of different colors that we cut out with construction paper. So we have different colors and different shapes. And we have a glue stick. Now you want to, depending on your child's age, This is not my child, but I'm going to steal him. It's my grandson. We have different types of glue we can use. There's tacky glue, Mod Podge. We got liquid glue. We got spray glue. We're going to figure out how to glue this on. So, Milka, you want to make we're going to make a leaf wreath. You want to do it? Here. Well, I guess I'm going to do it while he watches. Okay. Piece of cake? Okay. So I'm not going to use that glue. I'm going to use the tacky glue. Okay, so we have our acorn. We're going to put it right there in the middle of the bottom. Well, I'm going to do it while he watches. Okay, you want to put one on? Here, where do you want it? Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, so hi, Milka. You want to say hi to everyone? Say hi. Say hi.
Huh? It's a little tree.
Oh, yes.
It's a little tree.
Okay. So we got a new one. You want to put this one on? You put it anywhere. Here? Okay. So we want to use different colors. You don't want to use it all the same. We're just going to put different color leaves. We're just putting different color leaves on our piece of paper plate. It's a paper plate, right? So we have. What color is this, Malachi?
Red.
That's red. Good job. So that's a red leaf. What color is this?
What
color is this? This is this green?
It's red.
How many leaves are there?
It's red.
Just one? Okay, what color is this leaf, Malachi?
It's yellow.
This one's yellow. So even a simple craft of gluing leaves onto a paper plate that he don't want to do it because he doesn't want to can be an educational experience. What color is that?
It's red.
Is that orange?
It's an orange.
Orange?
And the green.
Okay. Oh yes, this one's green. Okay. What color next? Oh, what color's this?
It's green.
Is this brown?
It's brown.
Yeah, it's brown.
Brown.
Okay.
It's
We're gonna put a brown acorn.
It's brown.
What color is that?
It's brown.
Yes.
It's brown. It's brown.
Okay.
Wow.
Green. Yellow. What color? What color is this one? This one's red, right?
Yeah.
And last but not least, we got...
Huh? What's the race card?
Oh, let me see if I can find you a race car. Now, Malachi's 2.
Race card.
Give me a second to be out of view, everyone. Gotta find the 2-year-old a race car. Uh-oh. couldn't find a race car, we'll have to make do. Okay. So a very simple 10-minute craft that turns into a nice little educational that I got glue all over myself. Well, luckily, the 2-year-old is the little baby witch is not all sticky. So I will take that as a win. And now we have a nice wreath for our door. Pretty? Now, you know, as he's here, I want to bring up another point about the Parliament and youngins such as him, or even younger. Maybe such an event is something you would want to go to, but you think you can't go because of not having a babysitter, because or missing your son or daughter for a whole week because the Parliament is about a week long. But at the last, all done, I'm going to send him upstairs with his Auntie Rachel. Auntie Rachel, Malachi's coming. Or Malachi's not. He's playing with... Sorry, everyone. Give me a second. I got to clean off his kitchen so he can play.
Oh, it's green.
Okay, you play.
It's green.
Yeah, it's green.
Hey.
Sorry, everyone.
It's green.
Yeah, it's green.
Green.
Tell everyone.
Okay.
Malachi, what color is that? What color is that? Oh, what color is that? This is what color? What color?
It's red.
Yeah, it's okay. He's done being the play monkey. But as I was saying, at the last Parliament, our own Alyssa Kemp brought baby Mabel, who, for the most part, had a nice view strapped to her mama's back. Baby Mabel and toddler Mabel and preschool age Mabel has been a part of our tradition since the moment she was born, as has Malachi here for a little bit. But I don't think having children is a hindrance for the Parliament. You know, depending on their age, maybe not quite a 2-year-old, but there's plenty of us that love children, and not to, you know, like throw Rachel under the bus. But at many events, she's watched over Mabel and everyone, Malachi and everyone else, because she actually enjoys kids. So, and older kids, not quite adults, teenagers, it's a great event for them. And I do believe last Parliament there was a tract for the younger generation, and which is very important because you know, the cliched line, the children are our future, is you know, it's a saying for a reason. So we need to get our children involved in our faith, and, you know, guide them so when they're old enough they can make their own choice. And if we give them a solid foundation to start upon, it definitely doesn't hurt. Okay. Okay, so back to what we've done today. Okay, let me first of all, I'm gonna take my phone real quick, and I'm going to get Auntie down here because he sure loves his aunt. And okay. So as I was saying before, Malachi decided to come down and crash our stream. When we made our candles, we made too much wax. Oh, want to see everyone? So we made too much wax when we made our candles. So I took some molds that I had, and I decided to pour some wax in so we can have some wax mold. So I figured we will use these in some kind of ritual or spell work, but never hurts to have some wax. So and now that it's cold enough, so we have this one. Oh, and then and I figured we'll just burn these and have a good old time. Let's see, it's too bright in here. Oh. Okay. So I don't know what we'll use these for yet, but it doesn't hurt to have them. And it sure beats wasting the wax. Okay. So, and then let's see. The first thing we made was our poppets. And I have to say, I really enjoyed making them with Rachel. And then we made our witch bottle spells. Rachel made one to symbolize and to represent love. And I made one for money and prosperity and good fortune for when I go to bingo. And I guess one of the most, when you laugh, is cleanup is very important when crafting, especially when you got the 2-year-old around. Just made a couple poppets with black Sharpie, but of course I have my nice Sharpie, so I have to clean that off. But now I also have my crafty living room, kitchen. I'm in the kitchen. I cook in the kitchen. Oh. So now I'm just trying to clean up a little before to get, some of this out of the way. And I have to say, it's been a true honor to be asked to help with this telethon. I've never participated in a telethon before. I have done some classes, but not like a 4-hour class or speaking 4 hours at a time. So it was a little out of my comfort zone a little bit. But I thought it was a great idea to have a telethon that goes many days and that allows us all to show everyone not only information about the Parliament, but about our skills. Haha. Give me 1 second. I see a comment that I want to showcase. Okay. Can witch bottles be made with pepper, chili, mustard seeds, garlic to support fire elements? So witch bottles can be, we were actually going to do some, but one of the witch bottles we actually have here, in 1 second. What I use for the witch bottles. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry, real quick. So we made the witch bottles because we were originally going to make witch balls, but some of the items that we would have used in witch balls we didn't have on hand, so we decided to do the witch bottles. But witch bottles, just like anything else, can be made from anything. The witch bottles are made to bring out your intention. So you do what you can use whatever you want and put whatever you want to in to each witch bottle for your specific purpose. So that's, you are correct that you can make a witch bottle with pepper, chili, mustard seeds, and garlic for the fire element. You can make one using patchouli, Jupiter. I have, you can make them just about everything. I've often had trouble sleeping. So I've made witch bottles along with dream pillows with lavender and chamomile to help not only with my intentions of it, but they actually do have, physical properties to help with sleep. So I just wanted to take, as I said, I just want to take a quick moment to thank the other members of the Order of Paladins for hosting such a telethon. It is a labor of love for everyone involved, and I can say it's been an honor and a privilege to be a part of it, and I'm sure every host, the presenter, and everyone been a part. So we have another comment on about Witch's Ball. So there are many, but the kind of gemstone, let's see, is I want to say that Lady Lori Blackman answered this for me. Let's see. So, pardon, I am not the best speaker in the world, Lori. You know this, so I am about to butcher this, and it's a simple word, but I'm having a brain fart to kind of day, and it's Correllian. It's one of those days. Correllian. Nope, butchered that one still. Yeah, pop that on, Lori, real quick, because I can't speak. I've been speaking for 4 hours.
You are doing a beautiful job, and the baby is so gorgeous. So the answer to that question would be Correllian is the fire sign, the stone for a fire sign. You can go with the fire quartz as well. Believe it or not, ruby is not one of the fire signs, although it is red. If you're going to do something spell-wise, you are going to want that red Correllian. And there you have it.
And there you have it. Look, someone who's fresh off the. Oh, so Reverend Lori at the last Parliament didn't get to see much of her because she I like to point out for those who don't have a lot of funds and they might want to go and they might not be able to come out with the full funds to go. The Parliament does have volunteers.
Yes.
That you take a shift or a shift. You want to speak of that real quick, Lori?
So you have to guarantee a certain amount of hours. And that's if you want to get there for a free registration. You can donate your hours and say you only want to donate 4 hours or 5 hours. They don't take up your entire Parliament experience. I did get to do some workshops, but it really helps them because they were very short-staffed the last two Parliaments, especially the online one. There were only about 4 of us that were monitoring all of the rooms. But in person, there are a lot of different aspects of what they'll need help for. They'll need help for monitoring rooms, making sure people finish on time, and things like that. And I know we are at the bottom of the hour. I will go over this again in my next segment.
So we'll let you. I just want to say we're about at the top of the hour. I'm going to play the donation break video in a second for the last time during this hour. I just wanted to let everyone know that our donation total is still at $859. And so every little bit is appreciated. So here we go with our break.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. I am the first priest and chancellor of the Correllian Nativist tradition of Wicca, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the Road to Parliament 22 Correllians Live Telethon, 100 hours of magic and community. We're here to ask you to help us as we send a contingent to the Parliament of the World's Religions in August of 2023. We're going to give voice to you and to our community. During this 100 hours, our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and you can help us to do that. We humbly ask that you go to Correllians.live/donate and give what you can. Then share this telethon and make sure those in your spheres know where and when to watch. Again, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the show.
On August 14th to 18th, 2023, the 9th Parliament of the World's Religions will convene in the city of Chicago. They are calling us together for a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights. People and representatives of nearly all religions and faiths will be there to answer this call. And here is one of 6 reasons you should attend. Number 1, with hundreds of classes available across the spectrum of religious and spiritual thought. Presentations with real-world events taught by thought leaders and teachers. Workshops that cover important skills and information training that offers results long after the participants return home. Consider your commitment to defending freedom and human rights and attend the 9th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. If you wish to join the pagans to the Parliament, we have a special rate at Correllian.com, or just click the link in the description. Blessed be everybody.
What are you most looking forward to at the Parliament of the World's Religions?
What I'm most looking forward to at the Parliament of World Religions is learning about all the different types of religions that are out there, meeting the various clergy and making new friends around the globe and getting to know the other people and what they're focused on and what needs to be done to help me focus and teach others.
Why do we need representation at the Parliament?
Our attendance means something essential. By participating in conversations around the ways we can defend our freedoms and human rights, we can make a difference. By standing with our faith community and as a people of spirit, we can allow your voice to be heard in a unique way.
Who are the Sacred Order of Paladins?
The Order of Paladins is a service-oriented order dedicated to assisting our communities in moving towards a better, more sustainable stewardship of Mother Earth. And we are also dedicated to preserving Gaian culture today in order to support our civilization in the future.
Why support the Paladins?
Because we have had representation at every modern parliament, and we want to continue and expand on that with those of us who are attending in 2023.
What is the money going to be used for?
Most of the money we are looking to raise with our $10,000 minimum goal will go towards housing costs. Our plan is to house and feed all of us together for the week of the Parliament. Whatever money that remains when this goal is met will go towards bringing honored paladins in from other countries who would otherwise not have the opportunity to attend the Parliament. One such paladin is Reverend Sir Rolando Camon, whom we fondly call Apu Adman.
But we can't do it alone.
And that's ultimately why we are here, because we need your help. Thank you so much for watching and contributing in whatever way you can. Please donate to our cause at Correllians.live/donate. Like our video feeds and share so that others can join us in watching what we have planned for you throughout these 4 incredible days and nights.